Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The
for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another week here at the PUBG Mobile Super League PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Split. You're joined in by me, your host today. My name is Flava. And of course, as usual, we're about to kickstart week number 2, day number 1. All amazing PUBG Mobile action here at our official venue. And of course, before we jump into all the action, we're joined in by some amazing individuals here for yet another session of interviews. Starting off with my left here is none other than Team Box Gaming. We have Gosu. Now, Gosu, here's a series of questions for you as you're representing Team Box Gaming. First of all, your team had quite a rough, week for yourselves in week number 1. Now, is there any specific reasoning behind this performance? And do you think it's because of any specific factors such as communications or any other reasonings from your end?
Rồi, câu hỏi đầu tiên dành cho team mình ha. Thì tuần thi đấu vừa rồi là một tuần tương đối khó khăn đối với lại Box Gaming. Thì không biết là có một cái lý do đặc biệt nào mà dẫn đến cái kết quả như vậy không? Không biết là Gosu nghĩ là lý do nằm ở đội hình của mình, hay là lý do nằm ở cái vấn đề giao tiếp trong game, hay là có lý do nào khác hay là không?
Là vấn đề giao tiếp trong combat và đội hình bắn chưa đúng hốc độ luôn.
I think the main reasons it come from our team communications, and also I think our team didn't perform to the best of our abilities.
And we do hope that that is big fix right here because we don't have much time here in PMSL. And of course, coming up to the first match of week number 2, which is happening today, what is your new target for this week and what can we expect from Box Gaming?
Chỉ còn có ít phút nữa là mình sẽ bắt đầu trận đầu tiên của tuần thi đấu thứ 2 ha. Thì không biết đội của mình đã có một cái mục tiêu mới nào cho tuần thi đấu này không?
Mục tiêu mới là bọn em cố bắn hết mình và nằm trong top 5.
Okay, our new target is we are trying to do our best and get a slot in top 5.
Wow, getting a slot in top 5. And that's quite a bold statement coming from Box Gaming. And we believe that they are able to do so right here as they have made it into some of the top or amazing teams here at PMSL. Now, last question for you is that now to achieve that mentioned target, top 5 is quite a feat. Now, what adjustments or preparations have you made together with your teammates coming into this week number 2?
Để đạt được cái mục tiêu mà giành được một slot trong top 5 như mình đã đặt ra, thì không biết là trong 2 ngày vừa rồi team của mình đã có những cái thay đổi hay là có những cái chiến thuật nào mới được đặt ra hay không?
Team của em đã cố gắng thay đổi trong 2 ngày tập luyện rất nhiều.
We actually have a few changes in the past 2 days and I hope it's gonna work.
All right, and all the best to you as well, your team. We're going to be seeing whether or not if they're able to actually make it into that top 5 at the end of the week. And of course, we're not done yet as we have yet another series of questions here for our next interviewee, which is none other than MRPX. We have Bobo Hu, okay? All right, so welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here for this interview session. Now, of course, your team also did not perform so well last week, and we're here to get to know better. But fortunate for you guys, you did manage to get a winner chicken dinner on that particular last day. Now, have your team found the momentum that you're looking for based on that last day performance, or do you think it is the ego spotter effect?
Okay, so minggu lalu MRPX hasilnya tidaklah begitu bagus, tapi di hari terakhir kamu berjaya mendapatkan WWCD. Apakah itu karena kamu udah ketemu momentum atau itu cuman sekadar Agus effect?
Agus effect.
So it's actually Agus Porter effect.
That's the most basic and complete answer we could actually get here. And of course, now this time being first time in PMSL, I think people are kind of curious. What is the difference between PMSL after going through the first week and MPL Indonesia?
Oke, jadi buat MRPX secara keseluruhannya kan baru pertama kali nih ke PMSL. Apakah perbedaan di antara PMSL dan juga PMPL ID?
Mungkin karena atmosfer sama ya karakteristik atau habit tim yang dari saya tuh yang belum pernah kita ketemu.
So the difference between PMSL and PMPL ID is one of the things is the atmosphere, and maybe because of the characteristic that the other team have that they haven't found or maybe met before, so they kind of feel a bit weird.
Oh, very interesting response right there. And of course, last but not least, we'd like to know now to get a much better scoring in this week number 2. It is a brand new day. It's a brand new week itself. So what do you think is the most needed improvement in your team's current performance?
Jadi untuk memperbaiki hasil-hasil kalian dari minggu lalu, apakah improvement yang paling penting lah yang kamu harus lakuin buat minggu ini?
Mungkin dari internal tim kayak komunikasi, percaya diri sama ya inisiatif kita lah, lebih kita tingkatin lagi.
Okay, so the thing that they want to focus on for this week is actually the internal part, which is the communication, the chemistry between the teams, the players, so that they're hoping they can perform really well for this week.
And we hope they do well indeed. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing interviews happening here on the main stage. In a few short moments, we're going to be kick-starting round number 1 here for day 1, week number 2 here at the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Speed 2023. We'll see you guys on the battlegrounds.
And we're back on the desk. Thank you so much, Flavor, our host, for, I don't know, is it going to be today, just the entire week? We have no clue. But that was a nice interview, by the way. And Cloud, speaking of which, Box and also MORPH, both teams having a really tough start week 1. Can they come back? This is the judgment week.
Yeah, especially MORPH. There is a lot of opinions from the Indonesian side about their performance, but it is up to them really to prove the opinions wrong. Well, we did talk about like it is last week, only week 1, and there's still like week 2, week 3. If they by week 2, then week 3 they can do decently. Well, we might see them in the final.
Hopefully, because it's only going to be 16 slots for those actually advancing to grand finals. 4 will be relegated. Who will be the unfortunate 4? It will be determined within this week because the gap will be widened up if the teams on the second page or the bottom 4 last week, they try to make a comeback in this second week particularly. Now, speaking of which, we do have a shuffle of the rumbles of week 2 grouping, and so far, do you have any particular group that you have interest into?
I posted the content. Well, you guys can follow me as well. And I mentioned that at first I thought it was between Group B and Group D. But if I think about it, I'll put it as B for 2 reasons. Of course, one is the teams that's inside Group D. XERXIA, Alter Ego, these 2 have a lot of firepower in them. And then you got FaZe Clan really perform. Yoodo Alliance will have their moments as well. But also, because we will not be playing the last day. So they will need to duke it out from day 1 to day 4 and leave the rest to happen on day 5.
Yeah, and speaking, we're going to go back into the in-depth, but here comes our week 2. We are on the 9th of August right now, up to the 30th of August. We have the reshuffle based on their placement on last week's performance. So first place, 10th place, 11, 20 will be in Group A, and so on. Also, don't forget about the $250,000 of prize pool down there.
Yes, and of course, to lead to that, they gotta fight, and they gotta beat those. And this is where the points do matter. So 50% of the 3-week points gathered will be part of the finals later on. It will be slashed by 50%. And in case if you're wondering what will happen if it's like 0.5, well, then it will be rounded up. By the way, just saying. And here are participating teams for week number 2. Based on their placement last week, they'll be reshuffled into the group.
Yeah, well, speaking of reshuffling, I don't know how we will expect when it comes this week though. But we don't have one group not be playing here today. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be starting off Group B, which we don't have BTR, Team Secret, Vampire, Esports, and PBE. While the rest in Group A, C, D, and E will have the Royal Rumble.
These are current league rankings. It's going to be pretty straightforward because it's only 1 week. So whoever last week, IEB and United, they take maximum points. So it's going to be 20 points for last week. And on the other end, of course, we got Box Gaming, Team Secret, MORPH, as well as FaZe Clan currently at the bottom 4 who will need to come out of that depth. And so far, all these teams, you only got 3 teams who have not got a chicken dinner yet.
Yeah, but that's kind of true. There's going to be only the 3 remaining with the zeros down there. Definitely they want to make a comeback this week. But speaking of BN United, this also, BN United will be the most performed team in week number 1. If you guys haven't checked out the site already, or that BN United will be week 1 best performing team. And if I'm not mistaken as well, week 1 top MVP, it's going to be Tony K coming up for Vampires, who's sitting up at 2nd place so far. So when we talked about top 16 Cloud, I have a feeling like 13 to maybe 20th place is not safe either.
Well, pretty much nobody is safe. Like even at like 20 points this round, but this week you get 1 point, following you get 1 point, you only like 2 points. So there's also a risk there. Although at this point you kind of expect BN United to drop that far, but we'll see what happens. Maybe we might face up with the. But for our top sign-up performance, so we got Vampire Esports, DVD, BN United. This was based on last week, but for this week, at least for today, that Vampire Esports and BTR is not playing. So out of the top performers, I can say focus today might be DVD and BN United.
That's kind of true, but maybe we have a new contender. Don't forget, the first week is always just warming up your toes in the very still water. And maybe this week, week number 2, we get to see a bit of something spicy coming out. Some secret strat they've been hiding since week 1, just to review and restudy their opponents regarding the positioning, rotation. After they assess the entire week 1, I have a feeling week number 2 is going to be a different story now.
Yeah, we can expect prizes this week. And before we get on to week number 2, of course, we've got to recap on whatever happened last week. So, BN United, obviously, they are part of our recap, the number 1 team. XERXIA, a lot of firepower in them. They've shown in the preseason and they are consistent so far. It's just that the last day wasn't that hard, so it's not because of fatigue. On the other side, we got PERSIJA, EVOS. Despite their first days or games, they've been hunted down by Vampire Esports, but they still made it back.
That's kind of true. PERSIJA EVOS, I wouldn't say the most consistent team out there because we saw their downfall as well within the same week of being number 1. But BN United is the one that I have my eye out today. Can they perform as well as they did last week, or where you start to notice the fatigue kick in for them? And will be some players having some sort of swapping as well, because some players haven't been playing for some of the teams down there. We gotta get to see whether they will actually jump into week number 2. But for matches of the entirety, it's gonna be the same starting off with Sunhawk, Triple Erangel, and Double Mirama.
Yes, it's going to be the same schedule, ladies and gentlemen. What else is going to be the same is a reminder to all of you that this is the first PMSL SEA limited screen, the Dream Chaser. Together with the set, the suit, the mask, the kin, the M16, there's currently in game. You'll be reminded throughout this tournament until it.
Speaking of our exclusivity during this season, don't forget we also have the Dragon Ball Super. I mean, like, we're gonna remind you guys every single day about this, so you will not forget to get into the, including this Dandy Grifter Excite, the Battlefield, which is gonna be the new Ultimate set. And you know Ultimate set is kind of a rare occasion. You want to go big, might as well go for this set.
Yeah, only 10 you for your first draw, so don't miss out on this special opportunity to try your luck to who knows, and you see and you will get whatever that you want. But speaking about getting whatever that they want, the teams definitely want to be on top, especially if those teams at the bottom, they don't perform this week. Next week is going to be really, really tough because they also depend on whatever happens to other teams for their survival into the grand finals.
I have to say it's make it or break it this time for the teams at the bottom 4 last week especially, and they have more drive than all the teams up there. Maybe hopefully because of this desperation they will try to push themselves more, but coming up from a prediction today, very colorful across the board here. For me, BN United, well deserving based on last week's performance. Can they call it again? XERXIA, we saw when it comes to the first half week, they're kind of doing okay, quite a strong momentum, but kind of meh till the end, right? Can they try to maintain at least the first half of the week? Alright, I'm waiting for them to break the record of Empires.
For me, well, my 3 predictions are the teams that have not got the chicken dinner. So, my support is for the teams to come on, at least come back with the dinner, irregardless. I know we're in week 2, still shouldn't be talking about like, well, who's eliminated, but come on with the chicken dinner. There were some teams last season that didn't get the chicken dinners, and we don't want that to happen again to any of these teams. So big up for the 3 of you guys.
Yeah, speaking of the non-chicken teams, right? I just hope till the end of the league itself we get everybody a chicken at least, right? If not, our customers' prediction might be the same team till they finally score a chicken. That happened before. I just hope this season won't be the case.
Yeah. So we got a lot of games, so they got to score in any of those, right? Like even like South important teams like Team Secret even got the chicken dinner for this. So if they can, anybody can. Come on, guys. 2 teams to go. It's just that 3 teams. So I'm probably gonna stick to that 3 until they score the chicken.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, at the same time, there are teams that can actually perform without any chicken to be up there, but we do have some, hopefully, new faces for today, some swap ins and out. But coming up from the side of MORPH, we heard their interview before. They have been trying to change a lot of things. Same goes for the side of Box Gaming. I just hope, we talked about Box Gaming again. They did mention about the past 2 days, they tried to change something drastically. So we get to see whether it actually performed well and better for the team, or will be sort of a double-edged sword for them, you know.
Yeah, it could be, it could not be, but if you don't try different, you might not know, right? Because, well, at this point, they are at number 20, so anything goes for them. Anything that they can put on the table, they should just go for it. So looking at 7-9's lineup, Mikael is back in the lineup. Manpa is not playing, so they are coming back with this lineup. Real is taking a break together with Mikkel in this time around. Probably we might see Real either later or later at night. Oh,
Yeah,
wow!
and also
Man, Mela is here! Man,
We have-
I'm
He's
so
back.
happy to see
He's
him
back. Hopefully he's okay for coming back though. I just hope he's really prepared. Since he missed out the entirety of week 1, I just hope he can catch up to speed. Since he come in very late and came in very late in week number 2. But it's Mela we're talking about. There's a reason he's one of the best players out there.
Very happy to see Mela back, and FaZe Clan, they do miss Mela. I mean, for first point, no chicken dinner so far, and they're in the bottom 4. So they need to get whatever push they can get to climb back up to the top 16, or probably even do better than just like borderline 16. Need to be somewhere in the middle to up there to ensure that they are safe at least for week 3 when week 3 comes.
Yeah, speaking of week 2, so far week 3 is a difference. Yet week 3 is gonna be the week where we have all the teams having their last final push. Week 2 will determine where do they stand and where to push from towards week 3, because again, grand finals is only going to be 16 slot and you don't want to miss it.
Oh yeah, 16 slots, and also the chance to be the champion, and also the chance to play in an off-flooding with the audience cheering on for you. Every player wants that kind of dream, so let's go who will be it, but that's still week 3. Yoodo Alliance, looking lineup, they're sticking with their original lineup. So Voki as well as Iftar, they are taking a break at least for game number 1. Whether we can change later or not, don't know yet. We need to keep an eye on that. But let's see here, week 2 game. Here we go.
Love how swiftly we get into the game now. Starting off week 2. It's a good day. It's a great day. It's a storm outside, by the way. And we're back into the first Sunhawk and the only Sunhawk for the entire day here. Starting off, coming up from the left side of the map, we do have the flight path more towards the left, but it's a very small map, 4x4, the smallest map of the mall. And coming up, which do we have early clashes? Do they have any change of drop spot this time?
Looking at the teams, well, the teams played today are not teams that normally clash early. Oh, except for PLAYBOOK Esports, but I found somewhere else to drop. They no longer drop in Sami, as you can see, and so Hami happen to be vacant. But MORPH GPX, I guess they will go there at point. For PB, I'll be interested to see where they go. Another area of contention is probably to be Paradise Resort, GE dropping that together with the Xavier. So keep your eye on that. That's going to be the first clash point.
I'm looking over Sam 9 and MORPH right now. Same goes for the side of Box. They'll be clashing as well, but Paradise Resort never been a paradise at all. DX versus GE now. Let's have it a go. West Carry a bit on the northern side, a bit separated from the rest of the team. But outside of PERSIJA, they start fire, and the circle pops. It might be on the right side, on the bottom right. But Box versus Sam 9 versus Boom, and we have Paradise Resort as well. What a lovely day.
Wow, the weapon suitable for Kenny in this kind of situation. Drongzin doesn't see anything. And Kenny is on his way, trying to get a good angle to knock down Drongzin. And Drongzin will be knocked by Yummy instead from the other side. So, like what you said, 3-way Boom Esports here to collect the points.
Drongzin, quite difficult to be reached out by the side of Box to save him up. But Kenny can actually secure the build by himself. The rest of Sam 9 is nowhere near him. He's quite separated. On the side of Boom, trying to steal away all those knockdown, but Kenny finally found it out by the side of Razy, and Dap finished off Drongzin just now, coming up from the side of Yummy May, now pushing to the side of Kenny, but Dap on the other hand is not looking this angle.
Yeah, Razy now on the high ground, so they are searching for the members of Sam 9. Dap side shoots onto Achul, but Sam 9 counterfire upon, and Achul still survived. I guess he got some help from the high ground instead. Mikkel is on his way as well, so this fight is not stopping yet.
Nope, nowhere near to stop here. Some of them not even looted enough for their gears, have been to force the fight anyhow. Tom waiting for the right time to open fire. Dap start to give a bit of a random shot spray. Coming out from the side of Boom. Pombi approaching towards that side. A chill finish off TN2K coming out from the side of Box. He just interviewed, but it's still going to be a rough start for them. Remaining with last player coming out from Box. Sam9 on the other end. Still have the fight in them, fighting back Boom.
Oh yeah, with the knock on that Jewel. So now Sam9 pretty much the odds. That keeping an eye on the pawn bed. Pawn bed went into the compound. So he'll be safe now. I guess they're backing off. But looks like the save is going to come in for Sam. They'll be able to pick up Kenny. And the moment they do so, I wonder if they want to go in for the chase to Boom. It might not be worth it since the area is pretty open and Boom has the high ground.
That spotted Outrazy from afar. Now this is going to be a lose-lose team. Coming from the side of Boom, they should realize they're going to lose this fight. This is a fight where they don't want to linger anymore longer. On the side of Sam9, they are dominating thanks to two teams, Box and Boom. The Boom Box happen to be greeted warmly by the side of Sam9.
Oh, there's one more. Oh, the Infinity now. Here comes the Infinity against GE with the first on the side of GE, but Boom will be the first thing to go out west. Will get a knockdown onto the lobby. Counterfire from the high ground. Ichi playing in the lineup right now, trying to find a member of the Infinity. Almstar on the high ground, but can't get a good view thanks to the piece.
Almstar also tried to spot out. Give a bit of a fire to a slim side, finish him off. And the rest of Infinity, Shertias and Logan right now bleeding out. Almstar on a different off angle entirely. BN United even start to fight against Sam9. Just won themselves 2 fights in a row just now. I assume they don't have time. Another three-way war because RRQ is fighting BN United. What is going on?
Wow, everyone's getting to the center of the circle, and that was where Boom and Sam9 was. So, gonna be a little bit complicated there. BN United probably long range shot because they came from, it's long range, the Quarry, onto RRQ, who has that high ground just above Quarry. So a shot from the other side. The Infinity, eliminated by GE. GE, another decent start by them, just like how they did on day 1 last week.
Right now, they couldn't actually be safe either, leaving really 2 men heavy casualty on the side of GE. RRQ, they're fighting back to the side of BN United, spotted out SOAS. Porsche, he tried to actually save SOAS, while in the meantime, the rest of RRQ tried to push in. Here comes the entire cavalry, greeting them warmly, but being shot down instead. Oh, Porsche, what a nice spray just now, precise spray.
Oh, wow. Porsche knocked down by one instead. Nepeko from the other side, knockdown break. So the only one member that's still active at this moment is going to be Max. He tries, he shoots, does not score yet, but instead he exposes his position. Now Nepeko going to flush it up in the volley. Exposes himself down to the last tick of hell. Nepeko on the chase with a DBS advantage, but before that finishes off his teammate. Max not able to heal up. Max will be taken out. BN United, the next team to go out.
From the high to the low, BN United having a really rough start here in week number 2. Video they scored themselves number 1, but they are the comeback team last week. So I assume when it comes to midway, half through week number 2, they might actually have a bit of a fight back spirit when it comes to getting those numbers again. But back to the side of RRQ, they scored themselves a 4, just like how Sam9 did. A lot of dominating across the board here, with GE taking 5 singles to Sam9, but heavy casualty against BN United for the side of GE and fighting against Infinity as well. While the side of Boxer, that last remaining member, I'm not sure where he's at, but here comes XERXIA. As per usual, RNJ always the one to open up the line for the entire team, being the one that actually be in the front line and try to scout out every corners and clear things up for the team. But right now, XERXIA, the entire team is close by, but we do spot out a couple of teams nearby, including DBD. They might actually score somebody. I'm not sure if they want to stay here for XERXIA, or will they just gonna wait it out or just move to another different checkpoint?
Probably they will decide that at the next circle, since it's about 5 more seconds before we will know where we will shift. But then they're pretty much in the middle of the circle. They'll definitely still get it. And with this kind of position in the circle, I think they would stay here. If they were to go, maybe on the outside of Kampong, and that's pretty much about it, since RNJ is on his vehicle, kind of deciding on what they want to do next.
If it happens to be in Quarry, it's going to be a tough one for these guys. But if you happen to be in cave now, that's going to be interesting circle, by the way. I assume there'll be somebody hiding down there. But FaZe, they have been very quiet. And Box, I don't know what happened, but definitely it's not working out for them just yet when it comes to the first Sunwalk of the day. PERSIJA EVOS start to migrate themselves. Misery not having any vehicles. It's going to be just Zuxi and Lynx. We don't have Luxy playing this time. Red Face, Lynx, Misery, and Zuxi will be the lineup coming out from PERSIJA EVOS. But so far, things has been a bit quiet after that early skirmishes. It's quite chaotic as the first start map of week number 2 here. It was a really, really fast start.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common in Sanhok nowadays, that you get the first few encounters, or teams got eliminated, and then you start to chill a little bit until the later stages. Or it also kind of depends on the zone, right? Like this time, at least the zone's in Peninsula, slightly down south, it's okay, but it's not as bad as if you put it way up north like before. Then yeah, as teams travel, then you get to see a lot of teams get aided. But now, I think most of the teams would have had their checkpoint. Maybe some teams in their move, but teams like XERXIA, teams like DBD, they're pretty comfortable.
How much longer they can be comfortable? Looking at RNG, even his Zelma almost shredded entirely down there, cracking quite a bit number of damage. But he spotted out possibly the movement of RRQ. RRQ spotted out MORPH QEON from afar, quite a distance. Ambitious spray coming up from Hexas. Couldn't clip on anybody, but definitely giving away their position to the side of XERXIA, who already start to hike up that hill. Now, the moment they will get those high grounds, they can secret RRQ, but still going to be a very long fight between them. Quite difficult for them to translate any knockdown into execution, unless No Mercy, on the other hand, start to break the formation of XERXIA first. He's very close by.
If we were to toss today, I think it's just too far though. So I think he's just holding it as a precaution in case they somehow charge onto him, because they seem like they know that he's in the sniper. So both of these teams keeping an eye onto each other. But maybe stage 3, and there's a possibility that they won't get the circle. That's where we'll see the fight happen. Speaking of it, PERSIJA EVOS and these David, two of the top teams now. Long range from Misery, almost getting Pyrogen.
Misery playing with the blue zone here, while the rest of PERSIJA EVOS still inside of the blue zone. Lucky still stage number 2, but it will still hurt them quite a bit of number of damage down there. All the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS will try to just advance, where No Mercy will be surrounded if it's not being helped by the rest of the team. He got stuck himself in the sniper tower. But back towards this warehouse where DX Purgins is nearby. I'm not sure where are the rest of DX. Interesting enough, they're left with only 3 players, and the rest of them is nowhere near even Purgin.
Okay, here we go. Purgin alone, and he kind of knew where he is. I guess they're just finding exactly now. We can see that Levi's on the other side. So quite far away from Purgin. That's why he's not starting the fight just yet. And looking at the circle, it shifts towards the left side. So Sir in the middle. RRQ pretty much in the middle as well. So I guess they'll definitely onto the compound for now. But for PERSIJA, they're not going to hold this area. They want to find their target before they move.
Control, here comes it. Pops. Hey, Zuxi didn't see him. Wait, what? No, Purgin didn't open fire. He didn't give away his position just yet. They have no clue. He's watching at the back line. He's waiting for the entire team to show themselves up so he can just backstab them. Here's now. And he got almost knocked down. Make it 2. Lynx in the eye of the tiger of Purgin right now. But Purgin, he left one more player at the back line. Picking up the nade. He's going to PERSIJA EVOS player. But Lynx, never mind. Fired back. And that's going to be Purgin's digging his own grave.
They got some help from Yoodo Alliance as well. Luxy being knocked. Misery on the other side counters onto Levi's, and Levi's taken out. That's casualty for D Xavier, leaving Chua alone now. And Chua 1v2 outside the circle, opening up the smoke, getting the vehicle. Chow time.
Last player for DX have to survive by himself for now. The side of XERXIA and RRQ, they do get themselves in the center of a circle, but XERXIA lost Shopper due to No Mercy finishing off in the last minute. And I'm not sure how RRQ stands united in the center while holding their ground, but DX is definitely looking very green for them. Smoke up vehicle on the Dacia, and not just that, down to never mind, gone. Oh yeah, and that was an easy task, wasn't it?
Yeah, the vehicle was up anyway, so all Yen needs to do is just hit the vehicle and damage, he gets a point in the bag. So that's going to be 12 teams left after the Xavier station. PERSIJA was last we saw, they're still on the outside. They're tanking on the blue now. But I guess because of Chwa's elimination, that gives them an indication that there's another team in that direction. So it's to their consideration if they want to continue there.
Well, for the one that actually continue to move on is going to be Yoodo Alliance with Box giving last player Kwang in the middle. Alter Ego found out one player of GEEK fam. It's going to be Micah down first. Nice will be Nax as Alpha dropped down from his vehicle. Finish off 2 players of GEEK by himself. It's going to be Alpha to make the space for Alter Ego. GEEK fam, they are thriving. Alpha and Nocta trying to actually go for the off angle. Well, GEEK fam, I'm not sure what their fate right now because we're hovering to the last player of Box is down into a box as well.
Yeah, the blue arrived anyway. So for Kwang, that was kind of difficult for him. So early elimination for boxing, but at least 2 points at the back. So at least not empty-handed. Now, circle time. You can see RRQ, XERXIA pretty much in the middle. They'll most likely get it still. Yes, including DBD. And the circle's not too far for PERSIJA EVOS. But for FaZe Clan, open space in front of them from the left to get it circled. And if they go any further forward, then they will be inside the quarry itself.
Honestly, I'm excited to see Mela is back, but so far, coming up from the side of FaZe, they've been super quiet. So you don't get to see a lot of actions coming up from Mela, who just jumped into the second week of the PMSL just yet. But back to the side of GEEK fam, leaving Audrey behind. The last player there is to deal with the entirety of Alter Ego. MORPH, Boo-Boo-Hoo, just being interviewed before. Can they make a comeback this week for MORPH?
Now their challenge is trying to get through 7 from the outside. Got Mikael keeping eye onto them, and the rest of 7-9 is coming by. But I think it's more like a pickup because he opened up the smoke. So it's more like, okay, release area and let MORPH do whatever MORPH wants to do. Or maybe they want to keep MORPH from the inside of the circle later on, depending on what kind of position they are in. I do notice that they're closer with the Yoodo Alliance as well. But looking at the current state, MORPH, yeah, I guess they will just kind of try to hold on until 7-9 somehow leaves the area.
I feel like a lot of teams start to change their strategy when it comes to week 2. Realize they've been participating in a lot of unnecessary fight the past week. So they try to change up their gears this time, playing a bit conservative at the first few circles and maybe start to open fire when it comes to stage number 5. Stage number 4 already almost ended with less than a minute, commencing when it comes to the shrinking of the blue zone. But on the side of Alter Ego, they almost lost 1 man early on, but still managed to revive as a 4. But Audrey, he managed to just pull himself away against Alter Ego. Just walk straight into it once more and finish off in an instant.
Yeah, I guess he was also kind of trying his luck because if he stops there and take that fight, then it's very unlikely he will win because he's sandwiched. So it's more of like, okay, just pray that the shot didn't hit, but unfortunately it did. So that was the last man for GEEK fam, and they are out this time, leaving us with teams.
Side of PERSIJA EVOS, Red FaZe will be revived with Misery, but the blue kicks in here. GE Master Smart waiting on the other end. Not sure where it's Master Ichi on the other side of the angle. But they barely get themselves in the safe zone here. If the circle just shifted down south, it's going to be a trouble for side GE. Lucky enough, they're still inside there. But the one furthest away is going to be MORPH. They have to cut across REGUM. Got themselves solid compound to gatekeep the side of MORPH here.
Oh, here we go. Circle goes up north. So teams at the south will need to pass. Teams like XERXIA, teams like RRQ, FaZe Clan now having a difficult getting across. So, like what we discussed, just in front of the open space, if not, they'll be in quarry, and now they're trapped inside of it. It's one of the hardest places to navigate because it's a and if you try to walk in the swamp, your movement speed is lower.
Yeah, there's no way out for them right now, unless if they have some miracle flying chopper flying on top of their head and just drag them out of it. On side of DBD, MORPH, these is a very famous stones. The rock here is where a lot of players having big miracle clutches from this POV, this particular angle. PERSIJA EVOS links bleeding out, nowhere to be saved by Red FaZe and Misery. as Jimmy OP randomly spray into the smoke, hoping it will clip on somebody. Usually the smoke indicates there will be somebody hiding in there. Alter Ego, on the other hand, also inside of the compound of Corey right now. The Blues start to shrink behind their back. FaZe trying to open fire. Unfortunately, we didn't see Mela in action be finished off in an instant. While outside of Alter Ego fighting FaZe, the one who will be winning it might be PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh yeah, PERSIJA with the high ground against teams inside the quarry, so definitely a big advantage. But between FaZe Clan and Alter Ego on the other side, smoke popped up. Ventora's keeping an eye, but Alter Ego getting the vehicle and looks like they're going to move the other way. But another team's waiting for them. If you're inside the quarry, it's always very, very difficult to get out.
Big nade by Aizen just now. Just decapitated on the side of Yoodo Alliance. And another one, Aizen! What a double nade down! Shutting down the entirety, almost the entirety of them. And that's just it, Yoodo Alliance gone. Blown up in smithereen due to Aizen. That one particular player will be the bane for Yoodo Alliance. But back towards the circle, it shrinks. RRQ stopping MORPH, like I mentioned before, almost impossible to take down RRQ. They have solid compounds, MORPH being gatekeep hard, but no mercy. Already stabbed himself inside of the circle just to clear the path towards for the rest of the team, giving them useful information, feeding them those intels, and give it a shot when it comes to getting those frags from afar. But XERXIA, on the other hand, they try to gatekeep Alter Ego. Whoever's in the quarter right now, not having a pleasant day.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego, one of the toughest positions to be in because they got FaZe Clan behind you with, and XERXIA is waiting on top. Raining down nades on the Alter Ego. Where they gonna go? Out, knockdown. But at the same time, they need to keep an eye on the teams behind. Mobile going in flank. Off angle shot. Onsens knocked down. Mega Mind. This could be their open, but they still need to deal with Alter Ego.
Onsens, even though they're down to only 10% or 15% of HP, still gonna fight back with those mollies and those hand grenades. Still climbing up, but GE coming up from the off angle entirely. I'm not sure if they can see through FaZe at this point, but FaZe kind of sandwich all around. There's no exit out for them at all. Back to the side of Z, dropping those Alter Ego nades. It might be actually a Kobe, hurt them quite a bit. Back to the side of Onsens, he's just gonna put himself an awkward grenade just now. Well, almost injured the entire team by himself. But back to his side, DBD dominating Alter Ego, pushing into his side of FaZe. Onsens in trouble. He tried to hold the ground by himself, but the entire team of Alter Ego is pushing to his side. He got two! Onsens still fight, but not gonna be enough.
Just too much for him to handle, but he still got 2 knockdowns, which is pretty impressive. But now Alter Ego with the 2 knockdowns, can they deal with XERXIA? Fire! On top of pants on fire. Alter taken now. XERXIA held that ground well. Now it's down to RRQ. Can they make it? But no, DBD is there to break RRQ's hearts.
This is it. DBD might be just getting this chicken at the first start of week number 2. They have a full squad while the rest barely have enough to hold on their grounds except for XERXIA with a trio. GE must smile. I mean, like, he's hanging on his life, but at the same time, he might actually try to exploit himself, dropping on those gas can. Make sure he will deny the point, but still taken down by Misery before he went down. He scores another. That's going to be 8 elimination for GE, but 3 for PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, now it's DBD and XERXIA. Could this be the chicken dinner for DBD? XERXIA wants the points in the back as well. Of course, they are not had the last day performance. Now they want to make a comeback. DBD not happy with last week's performance as well. We gain 4 this week. Now DBD 3v4. So it looks like our situation based on the numbers. DBD has the advantage, but circle-wise, well, DBD, they still have the circle too.
For DBD, all they need to do is just finish off the job. They do actually dominate over this circle, taking half of it on their side already, while side of XERXIA barely make it in. Aku already getting himself the furthest flank there is. Yen trying to push. They all are spreading out wide to make sure XERXIA don't have an entry to advance at all. They will deny whatever movement comes with XERXIA. It's coming up from afar. Yen got himself some rock to barricade. Z as well. RNJ kind of low to 50 HP. It's down to Aizen. Can he make a double nade down again? Feels like perfect spot. Aizen is just insane today.
Oh, 2 more to go. And let's see if Isaac continues to be insane. But Jimmy OP will be in the forefront. Jimmy OP will be knocked down. Yen coming in from behind. with the DBS, yet knocked down by Megamind. Megamind now is defending his team. Megamind knocked down. Only Herbs left. Aizen knocked as well. 1v1 Echo and Herbs.
Oh, but Earth is just in there, Echo! Aizen and Echo! What a play today! Aizen has been insane with those hand grenades. Kept dropping a Kobe multiple times back to back. While the side of Echo just closed the deal, finish off with a very flashy chicken dinner for our first Sunhawk map of week 2, PMSL Fall 2023. That has been very energetic of Sunhawk we witnessed just now, Cloud.
Oh yeah, and they got themselves more than elimination. So what a great start for DBD week 2 and for game 1. Very, very different performance as compared to last week. And DB Echo, it's not the first time that we see his nades like that. I mean, his nades always really, really good. Jimmy OP has done some as well. And of course, Aizen, like I mentioned, undeniable. This guy have been a revelation for DBD coming for the season.
There was 4 nades throughout the entirety of Sunhawk that we get to see on screen just now. That dropped right on top. 2-3 players multiple times a Kobe. And that's not just that. The entire team follow-up was super fast. Their reaction time was swift. They just respond accordingly. And the rest of the team just speaks itself. Everybody pulled their weight when it comes to damage-wise. Because of that hand grenade, that was insane coming up from Aizen. But Yan, Jimmy OP and Echo, every single one followed through with what Aizen have to offer with his hand grenades.
Fun fact about Aizen, before he joined DBD, he was actually eyed by some Indonesians. But at the end of the day, obviously DBD happened. So we can see why. I mean, he showing that he can perform individually, he can pull off the clutches, and also ever since he joined DBD has won the PMPL Malaysia. And now in PMSL, already 2 chicken dinner for DBD. Very different as compared to last season. But we gotta check out the team. So despite GE not being part of the top 3, but they are still up there with the full score time, only 4 minutes and 10 seconds because of their Paradise Resort clash. But it just shows that they collected a lot of elimination points that boosted to a 2nd place.
Yep, I think the last time we saw them, he got himself 8 eliminations just now. But on the side of DBD, they have been quiet for quite a bit. And we have seen a lot of RRQ, BN United, and we saw Sam9 being finished off Yoodo Alliance, who ate up the DBD Aizen nade before. PERSIJA EVOS forcing all those high ground fights, gunning down those inside of the quarry. PERSIJA EVOS is just couldn't make it through due to the circle. Sam9 and also GEEK fam, there's no way out, and then other than just driving through Alter Ego, everything just haywire when it comes to the reshuffle of the group, because the rotation will be very different dynamic this time.
Yeah, you gotta adapt, right? And that is adaptation. And not only like day 1 adaptation, like day 2, then different will be coming, different groups will be out. So it's going to change a little bit here and there. So it's like a domino. One team changes, everything just changes, because you got 16 teams, so you need to deal at the same time inside the game. So DBD dealt it very well with the first chicken of week number 2, 11 eliminations, 21 total points, but this time we got up to 5 total teams with a double digit.
Well, I mean, like, this is a fine-tuned DBD right now on top of that Sunhawk with 11 eliminations. And other than that, there's going to be only 2 teams with double-digit eliminations now, including Sam9, before they went down quite early. Even though they went down quite early, but they secured so many points due to how many skirmishes early on. But GE, can they maintain this sort of momentum throughout the entire day and entire week? Back to us, our RQD is definitely one of the highest fragger team, even back in week number 1. DX having a bit of a slow start when it comes to week 2 here.
We'll compare Aizen, the new player for DBD, versus RRQ, Napeko, who with the team for quite a while, has been the top eliminator in last year's PL Southeast Asia before, but this time the stat does favor slightly to Aizen with 5 eliminations as compared to 4. Damage output wise, Napeko did a little more work, but at the end of the day, it's about the eliminations in hand, and Aizen won the player award between the two.
But we're done with Sunhawk. It's the history, it's the past now. Now we're heading over to Erangel. So far, it's going to be United, DX, you know, Vimpire's not playing, so it's going to be GEEK Fam in there as well. But if you compare all the teams down there, the most aggressive one, Binary, is going to be United. But so far, we haven't seen the spark yet coming from BN United, Sunhawk. But maybe this is the map they've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, Sunhawk is always a very map, right? And if you're not favored by the circle, then naturally it gets really, really difficult. For DBD, they not only got themselves in the middle of the circle, but they also managed to elimination points from there. So they're not like really, really passive within that circle, just them getting that high ground and all that. But speaking about getting, you guys should get this. It's in game. It is the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. It's the Dream Chaser set, suit, mask, M16A4, all together can be yours.
Now, so I love this. The glide effect is there as well. And this is the first time we're showing this on the screen as well. This is going to be the first Axe suit with exclusive glide effect. The MORPH Axe suit. And this is just so serene.
Yeah, it's limited time, ladies and gentlemen. Just like this one, the PUBG Mobile exclusive color scheme is also limited time up until 13th of September. So make sure you don't miss out on it. Get this part your collection and collect it with all the other cars, or even the bike, the Ducati bike that you might add, and put them in because, yeah, I mean, it's a flex if you got it right, of course.
It feels like you're a millionaire if you have all the sets down there. Definitely, you're going to be the most unique player if you have, since the birth of PUBG Mobile, exclusive competitive skins until now. I swear to God, you must be a real OG and a legendary, greatest of all time player in the game itself. But back to Erangel, right? So far, this is where the map, where a lot of teams, in particularly, is going to be coming out from Indonesia's side. And even the Vietnam team, they prefer this over Miramar. The Thais, we do know for a fact they prefer that, including GE, do love Miramar more. But this is the time they want to have those comeback or try to gather as much point as possible because it's the first day of week 2. At the same time, a lot of teams not adapting and not adjusting yet. They need to open up the gap.
Oh, but for the teams, in my brain, still waiting for the chicken dinner. First game was DVD, obviously. So these teams still without the chicken dinner inside PMSL. Yoodo Alliance, Boss Gaming, and GE. Well, at least for GE, game 1 looks pretty decent for them. They still collected a lot of points, but our prediction is, of course, about the chicken dinner. So let's watch, like what you said, the bigger map, teams might be more comfortable with this. Let's see what happens here. We get onto our player shot now and see how they're feeling like.
Hopefully they're feeling okay. I mean, like, there's definitely a warm-up coming up after a 2-day break for these guys. So hopefully they're having a great start for their day. But on the side of Boom, not so much though. They're definitely hitting themselves quite hard in the first Sunhawk map. Being eliminated, caught himself in a sandwich situation before.
Sandwiches. I'm thinking about like whether Gaming and Boom will sandwich each other inside of Rosal, just like how it happened like earlier of last week, or will they still, just leave each other? Other than that, I guess for the others, they've gotten their own spot, unless the flight path is tricky that it seems to drop into unorthodox places.
Oh, speaking of flight path, just mentioned, will be an extreme circle, just like how we had in day number 1, week 1. It will be a gentle one this time because, I mean, like, these guys do need a wake-up call now. At the same time, after they rested for such a long 2 days long rest, they definitely need a bit of adrenaline rush. DBD definitely having such a great start. Isaac a bit shy, but he's definitely proud of himself. The entire team is proud of himself. It was a splendid, a remarkable play, formidable play just now coming from the side of Isaac. Just hope they can actually pull that off for the entire week. Yeah, on the side of 79, they are in the same fate. They were winning before, but singers for the side of Box and Boom, they were fighting and forcing the fight, and then there's too many teams to handle at one time.
Yeah, I mean, it started off hard and fast. Everyone wanted to get into the middle real quick, and that's where they got caught with like 3 teams, or maybe even 4 teams. So yeah, that was a situation that was pretty tough to handle. For FaZe Clan, it was tough to handle for them as well. The circle kept going away. They had to cross the inside of quarries. Either way, as gun skill as you are, like the circle is just brutal for them. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to this round, and they're done with Sandhawk.
GEEK fam also sharing same fate just now, being cornered up to a point that they can't fight back other than just crashing into the fight and just going down easily like that. Less than 40 seconds to go. We're heading into our first wrangle of the day. I don't see all 4 players up there. Maybe he went to the toilet for one of the players. So far, do we have any swap? I think it's a bit too early for swaps here.
Not that I notice it, unless the empty seats will be filled in by somebody that will supposed to be swapped in. So not too sure about yet, because like GEEK we saw as a PC, it could be either Mika or it could be either Sonic. So it could be either one of us. But we should be starting our game really soon. We get to see that the teams are up as we head on to our first Irego for week number 2. Here we go.
I love this. Thank you so much, production. You guys are awesome. But this time, you do have a flight path MORPH towards the southern side. Before we start, by the way, I spotted out QEON just now. Definitely just woken up. But on the side of the flight path itself, we do have more on the southern side. Now, will this circle be up north?
If that's the case, it's going to be... Okay, South Chocobo is going to be empty though, but I don't know if any team really wants to go there for now. Maybe Boom, if they choose to still leave Ross up for GE. Because I think that since they got eliminated first with only 1 point in Sandhawk, I think they want to try to avoid the fight with GE. So I think they would try to go somewhere else. And with the knowledge that Vampires were playing, they could go up there. Or perhaps, yeah, somewhere in between. And they could also go to... Kamesh is also up there as well, because PBE is not playing today.
I have a feeling FaZe as per usual, they're going to drop around Hospital, Choco Pool. But I don't know. I think they're still hovering around the sky just to see and wait for the circle to pop. Is it worth, you know, just to push up north? Because if the circle just moving away from it, it's not going to be worthwhile. If the circle happens to be around SMB, they don't want to drop themselves way too far off the map, because it's going to be a tough journey for them to go back down south. But it's going to be a yes, no, a circle as a start. Oh boy, I just hope nobody will bridge camp or even try to camp out on the southern side and just stopping all this place from moving, pushing up north.
Yeah, we gotta ask that question to Boom, because they take a beta spot inside of Milta instead. So by taking the spot, they can bridge camp BN United from getting across, and potentially with the Infinity, but very likely they will take the left bridge, in which GEEK fan might be the one to try to stop them if they want to spend some time outside the blue, which they can, and they have done that before. So Boom chooses to be on the right, the Infinity chooses to be on the left bridge, two teams are coming in, then, well, the Infinity and BN United, they need to speed on how to get onto the main peninsula.
Speaking of the main peninsula, this is going to be a happy circle for most of the team that love themselves, dropping right on top of school. We do know a lot of school lovers when it comes to this particular map. Back to the side of FaZe. Now they're still going to go to the side of West as per usual. But GE Lambo, wait, wow. Levi is there as well. Oh no, this is not great. This is not great for both teams. GE lost 1 man. Levi down on the ground as well. DX lost 2 men in the process. And GE must have smiled, definitely smiling. Got himself some sniper rifle as well. The factor in his hand to spray down Levi as easy as possible. Where are the other 2 of DX player?
I guess they're still rotating. So with the signal that, oh, GE is there, it's like, okay, we'll stay away from this spot, what PERSIJA is doing right now. I guess they wanted to go in for the splat earlier on. I see them charge, but yes, buggy, fast, speed, very good, but open top. And that's where the opponent shot hit first, and that's where they survive and win the counter against D Xavier.
Yeah, for the others, I mean, like, definitely for side of PERSIJA, EVOS, they try to get into on top of Yesna as fast as possible. You can see they're trying to find themselves vehicles as soon as they can. Corey will be occupied by the side of DBD right now. I don't think there's going to be any top contenders side of DBD's hand because FaZe already pushed upward. There's nobody on the left side already. Maybe just GEEK Fam will be the one that crossing their path against DBD if they happen to be stay longer. Now don't forget the Aston Martin limited skin for your vehicles, which is going to be the sports car up to the 13th of September only. So make sure you guys do have time to check it out and try to get yourself one. But on the ground, back towards the side of MORPH, I think it has been peaceful so far. Nothing too much, nothing too extraordinary, other than just DX just now fighting against the side of GE. PERSIJA, EVOS happen to be the neighbors of Box as we speak. But I think they kind of mark their own territory by now. They all have this invisible line that you should not cross.
Yeah, even like during the preseason, like when this two kind of tried to contest for Yesna, it was always PERSIJA winning against Box by pushing Box to the end, to the other end where there's that tall building, and then just finishing off for that because there's like open space behind, so it's impossible for you to run in the open space with teams chasing on you. But this time around, like what you say, it seems to be quite a truce between them. But if somehow PERSIJA gets desperate, I know day one, so no one's really that desperate just yet. But at some point, if they really get desperate, maybe like day 5 or something like that, then it will be interesting to see them really pushing to the end. And that's where Box, if they anticipate, depending on how the chart is time, the desperateness of PERSIJA might have, that's where they will need to be prepared, since they still choose to go to Yasnaya anyway.
Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS, they had themselves quite a high number last time before being pushed out in the very last minute. Definitely they want to redeem themselves when it comes to week number 2. But I spotted out, like, when it comes to the Yasnaya circle, we do know the hotspot will be around school Roshog. So we spotted our RRQ around school just now and still is around there somewhere. If they want to gatekeep this, they have to make sure they are prepared all angles wide, because there's so many teams who pass around school. It's definitely going to be a messy one. They have to make sure they have to select particular angle, unless if they don't want to fight way too early on, you can just drive up north, up to Starboard even, just to loot out first and go down south if needed to. I mean, like, we've seen this kind of circle shifted all the way to Starboard even, right, Cloud?
Oh yeah, and considering that Vampire isn't playing, so there's pretty much no other team at the north side, Starboard area, and so if like any team just chooses to like go straight up and loot in whether it's Starboard or whether it's in Savani even, then I think it's definitely a good. Oh, and plus, just to add on, PBE also isn't playing, so Kameshki is free, so area can be looted as well. So far, we don't see any team really taking advantage. Maybe they want to try to play it differently to loot fast at where they drop, and maybe take on early fights instead of spending time to go up and loot, and then when they try to find fights because they need the points, nobody's free there.
I mean, like, it's kind of understandable. A lot of players, I mean, like, some of them, I have a feeling in the next one, maybe we have some teams dropping in the northern side, since there's a lot of the northern teams in Erangel are not playing today, which they are belonging into Group B this time. So because of the flight path itself, it's almost impossible for them to just drop right on top of the northern side entirely. But maybe when we have a very fair sort of a flight path as a start, maybe that's going to happen anytime soon. But on the side of DBD, it's taking the Pachinki Potato Hills for now. I'm not sure if a lot of teams want to cross by there by then, because last time we saw a lot of teams learned their lesson that it's best just to avoid Pachinki Potato Hills, because it will be a popular spot. If you want to, you know, not to involve with unnecessary fights early on, might as well just dodge it entirely. But I think FaZe kind of coming up from shooting range, since they're already coming up from the left side. But they are cutting across shooting range right now, going straight into Rostock possibly. BN United, knowing for the fact the circle is so far from them, might as well just take the advantage of what's happened in the north, what happened in the south, right? Just loot up whatever they can on the gears. Definitely there's nothing for them to actually rush about, since it's quite early when it comes to the blue zone. Still not going to be that painful, but feels like we might do have Yasnaya circle after all.
Not the first time we see Yasnaya though. Let's see if we go Sarah Yasnaya or on the outside. So that will be something to be on these teams. So far we don't see Yasnaya City being the popular spot. Most of them is taking the Medusa intersection, more of an open area, and maybe some of the critters on that area as well might be the center of attention for now. Not if they want to come in a little bit slower, then from north side of Milna, high ground, past prison coming in, it's not too bad as well.
Just hope it's not too overcrowded for now. On the side of BN United, so as just barely actually make an entrance on the southern side of the circle. FaZe just parked themselves barely into it. DBD and DX having a bit of exchange of fire. Now, side of DX, they don't have the luxury to force this fight too much. They're down to only 2 men here due to their early skirmish against GE before, and it came at a cost for them. So they need to stay quite a bit low and just try to avoid unwanted attention. Make sure they can get into the circle safely first. GEEK fam moving as a 2-2, going straight into the circle right now, while DBD spotted them out. Just going to create them warning shots from afar. Nothing much going on except for RRQ waiting at the other end, of course.
Oh, here we go. Look at around here. GEEK fam not in a light, but they're in a heavy firing area. Looks like we got a first knockdown here onto Ollie, and Nepeko will be the one to take him, and that is going to be RRQ still moving.
Oh, he's trying to clear the corners. Got one. What a nice shotgun. DBS make it work. One bullet, what takes him to just take down almost the entirety of it. RRQ having a bit of a backfire. Plenty of nomads bleeding out. Finished off. Nepeko, he did so much work for the team. My God, Nepeko. 3 elimination by himself, wiping out the entirety of GEEK fam. What is happening to GEEK fam? 2 times in a row now. Feels like they are kind of suffocated so far to get into the circle, or just hold their ground.
Maybe they want to do like how they did last week, like being the second half team week. Like it will take them like maybe a day or 2 before they find their rhythm. So let's see what will GEEK fam be able to pull off, because very unusual to see GEEK fam with 2 rounds 0 points. But yeah, this time around rotation is tough for them. Are going to get the first knock, and it's pretty much straightforward that Nepeko rushes onto GEEK fam, and that will be that was the end for them. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's like the warm up thing, just like last week for them.
Yeah, maybe they're still in the mood for, you know, trying to take it slow at first. Still the first day of second week though. But we do have the circle shifter on the right side. Will be mentioned, it will be a sniper Poliana. A lot of teams try to decide. A FaZe spotted out. Mela down on the knees again. Boo boo hoo. Just gonna shoot down the entirety of FaZe. Ventura sticking back on Yoru. Finish off in an instant with that DBS. But Boo Boo Hoo will not leave them go by unscathed. Still taking another player down. Boo Boo not on 2 of them. Mormon and Ventura already bridged into their compound. Rocky is here to help Boo Boo Hoo. He doesn't have much time left. He needs the 8 now. But boom, Yummy May RRQ, what is happening?
Oh yeah, here we go. It looks happening against RRQ, but Yummy knocked down. Hexas counters upon them. Boo loses Yummy, but no mercy could be eliminated as well. Hexas will need to win this fight, and Hexas knew that. 1 more to go for Hexas on the outside. It's going to be Pombet. Hexas with it. It's going to be 1v1. Well, wait a second. BN United is here too.
Oh, this is too overcrowding. This is just too much. Maybe 2, but not 3 and 4. PERSIJA, EVOS, and BN United, and RRQ, and Boom is here. Who else wants to join in? We have another one. I think it's going to be DBD watching from afar as well. Oh, this is not great. Razy on the other end, hoping it will be deflecting those angles. Perfect on Porsche, and it calculated well, perfectly fine on the side of Boom. Porsche is out. It's down to the rest of the team of BN United to fight back. They want to go for the rush. Are they prepared for this?
Oh, PERSIJA might be monitoring the situation now. So let's see what happens here between REGUM and Boom, and as well as being United. Okay, they're all still in this compound. Q eliminated, but they still managed to get 7 eliminations. That is insane with the team finish. 4 of them from GEEK fam. Now being United and the last member of that's going to be Crazy in this compound, while PERSIJA was still monitoring.
PERSIJA EVOS, they know for a fact not yet. They're waiting for the right time. But maybe because their focus being redesigned to switch over to the back side. Because somebody else is pushing them from the back line. I think that's going to be GE right now. Boom taking on BN United. And BN United have to go down either way. They're not prepared after such multiple teams coming and passing through this area. They're done. But on the side of Boom, they're not just yet raised. They still have to fight against DBD there. And hopefully, PERSIJA EVOS is not going to butt into this business because he needs some time to reset.
Somehow, after all that chaos, Razy still survives. But this is going to be chaotic for Razy since the circle moved away from him. 7-9 in it. We got Boss Gaming coming in from Yasta, so there's going to be space for them to rotate into the circle without an issue for now. He needs to be careful of Boo Boo who behind, who might backstab them. Alter Ego is somewhat in the middle as well. But for DBD, this time no circle, so it's their time to move to.
This smoke buggy really bugs me, by the way. I have a bad feeling for PUBG. We've seen this before. It didn't end up so well. They lost Levi and Lamborghini way early on. They need a swap or replacement for that buggy. A box is just across them and having a full squad this time. Box, not too reckless, not forcing too many early fights. They're taking their time, patiently waiting for the right time to open fire. Infinity lost Miller once more. Sorry, it was FaZe. Infinity just down to 3 players. I'm not sure who they lost. Never mind, still have a 4. But they spotted out the rest of DX. 7-9. Trying to challenge them from afar. Logan got stuck. They tried to hike up while Kenny kept pressuring them. It just attract with the intention. Here comes the entirety of DX. The 2 players come up to Kenny, but he tossed the hand grenade first, trying to divide them, not making sure they're not getting up the staircase here. But can he hold this ground by himself? The rest of the team coming up nearby, but will it be on time?
Wow, despite only 2 players, but the Xavier still playing like they're a full squad. Now in the same compound as Kenny, Depp as well as Tam smoking up. They want to go and give him support. Parjin on his knees. Nailed down by Depp, leaving Chua alone, percent of health. There's nothing much that Chua can do. 10%. He will reset back to 80. But it's going to be only Chua against the world now. Oh no, it's not looking good for Chua though.
Oh man, the Axe. They're not willing to go down without any fight. Chua running low on resources. Everything is going dry. Sam 9 even got the eye to his side of the Axe here. And it's just the entirety being cornered to his side of the Axe. Chua, how to fight this? Kenny, yes, is bleeding out. But Chua still holding on his ground. Isaac start to fight against Razor of Boom. That's going to the last player of Boom. Coming out from the side of Chua. Oh, there was a close nade, by the way. Lob over the other side entirely. Here comes another. Chua barely hanging on. Trying to negate all the damage away. But back to a set of Alter Ego versus Yoodo Alliance. And it looked great at Wally, but over. But that's the last of Alter Ego.
Yeah, the original lineup for Yoodo Alliance took down Alter Ego. And this time, no points for Alter Ego. But we're back on the Chua fight. Despite him being all alone, but Sunline still not able to finish him off.
Okay, Chua, we got you. But Izane does now. The entirety of DBD just got himself a chicken. But slowly now they're losing limb by limb of their players. Trying to take down PERSIJA EVOS' compound. But they cannot penetrate through this fortress of PERSIJA. They're holding the ground so well. All left, right, center. Jimmy OP next. They're willingly throwing their bodies one by one to PERSIJA EVOS for the side of DBD.
Well, that's probably their only point, so they're taking a little bit of a risk there. We look at the current situation, Yen is pressured by the blue, and even if they want to get across the road to the other side, it's going to be a free shot for PERSIJA. So I guess it's either go big or go home, they say. But speaking about going home, PERSIJA was next because GE has arrived.
Here comes GE smiling and master smile. Going for the side of PERSIJA EVOS, cleaning up crew, but red face He dogs on 2. Finish off in an instant. There's no where is the rest of GE. They just came in. They just say hi. And now they're saying bye.
Oh no, GE wanted the points. That's why they made this rotation and this all crash. But all of a sudden, the tables have turned. Now leaving Zai. Ken is on the outside of the compound. Zai knows that he's there. So that's why he's still keeping an eye on him. The DBS. Here we go. Yen goes into the compound. Lands the shot onto Zai. And Yen will win the...
Oh my, GE. A bit subpar when it comes to that approach coming to us, a rush of this compound. But Red FaZe now trying to take down on Yen. He knows there's going to be one more player remaining. Yen barbecued and being shot mid-air. And that's going to be the last of it. Outside of PERSIJA, EVOS trying to find vehicles. But it's going to be a painful blue zone now. We're heading into stage number 5. And Red FaZe have to get out. And oh, he got stuck even. Not the best time to get stuck down there. Back on the where everybody else still alive. On the side of XERXIA. Trying to fire down all those nades towards the center where we have... If I'm not mistaken, Sam9 waiting there. Yoodo Alliance still well in love as well. We're down to 7 teams in stage number 5.
Yeah, teams are running fast this time. 23 players to be exact. And Sam9 still alive as opposed to trying to take down the members of XERXIA from afar. But XERXIA should be okay as they're currently on the clear. But they will park themselves somewhere in the middle of the circle. They will dip this slope.
Make a mind. Sharper aiding his friend XERXIA in the middle of nowhere with nothing to cover himself. RNJ off angle. Kenny, as per usual, Kenny just so good with those off angle. Yoodo Alliance taking on Megamind. Back to his side of the rapper boy. Yoodo Alliance taking on XERXIA. XERXIA, everybody pinning them down left, right, and center. And they have nothing to barricade themselves. They have not much of a cover except for those terrain. Dap and the rest of Sen9. What do they do next? Do they just rush in, try to finish off the job? Quite a risky one because PERSIJA EVOS is here to fight them.
Oh, nade from Box onto Infinity. Both of them in the circle. Now Box Gaming quite spread out. Did it in a ditch though? So it's going to be easier for them to hit the nade, but it's going to be All-Star to hit on the Gosu, knocking him down. Tian will knock down All-Star with a nade. It's what we expected because the Infinity's area of play is not as big as Box Gaming.
Kenny and Mikhail try to buy time for Dap to be revived down there. Lucky the smoke will buy them a bit more time. Red FaZe on the other hand. This last player, PERSIJA EVOS, has been carrying the entire team alongside with another player, which is going to be Lengths now. Oh, 1 HP. And not even 0.5 HP left on the side of Lengths. He survived. Can he just reset himself now?
Oh, speaking about resets, looks like they need to reset fast. But time, that is it. Sam9's waiting for him. And they will be eliminated. Now Sam9's move. Oh wait, there's still leaks? What? Okay. Somehow he's there. So looks like he will be the one to try to hold on. And maybe with surprise 9 at some point.
Yup, he got 0.5 HP percent, just I mentioned before. Managed to just finding hiding spot temporarily to reset himself. But time from afar spot out XERXIA. But at the same time, I mean, a PERSIJA EVOS gonna be a direct contact to XERXIA if they happen to be charging in. XERXIA, they don't have that much covers. At least the smoke will buy them a tiny bit of time. But they have to be aware they are the center of attention right now. Lucky they got some trenches and some pits to work with. Megamind have to open up the angle for the rest of the team to make sure they won't be ambushed. But Legs, that's going to be the last of it. And Kenny, that's a brutal way to shut people down.
Yeah, they happen to go that way. So taken out just like that. And now the Infinity, that's it to move to together with Box Gaming. Since they don't have the circle now. But in the middle of the circle, set against XERXIA. Time as well as that, opening up an off angle. But speaking about off angle, it's going to do Alliance from afar, trying to steal the points away, and they managed to get the knockdown to that. But Olio counterfire point by Bobo Hook from afar. At least Yoodo Alliance on the right side, they're much clear to reset.
Tam hoping the spray and pray will hit somebody. Style knocked down by Yoodo Alliance. Sorry, never mind. It's actually that finish off by Yoodo Alliance. But Tom, where the shot came from? XERXIA finish off the rest of Sam9 just now. That's the last player out.
Oh, that is it. So with that, with stage 6, earlier we got stage 5, we got 7, now stage 6, we got 5. This time with 16 players left. Man, all these teams Week 2, they're just going insane. Box Gaming could be the next insane, but now XERXIA needs to be insane in defending their ground against Yoodo Alliance, charging onto.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance, this is ingenious. They just drop a huge bomb to the side of XERXIA, putting 2 players at the back line as a support, with 2 up front to charge straight into XERXIA. They won the middle ground. They got it. They won the center of circle. They finished it. And it's a secured compound for them to be in the center as well. We will be worth it for side of the Yoodo Alliance. We're going to have to wait and see. But Infinity now fighting against Box. XERXIA being eliminated at 5th. MORPH remaining as 1 player. 2 teams as a full squad here. It's going to be Box, but down to 2 within just a blink of an eye. Infinity still have a full squad. Can this be it? When the debut of Mela finally bring the spirit back up to the side of Infinity, his old teammate, to shut all the team down. Even though Mela is now on FaZe, Amsal, Shirty, Logan, can they close this game up?
Oh, nade from lobby, knocking down goes to key players for Box Gaming. Drowsy could be the next target. Opens up the smoke. Boom from the other side. Is the one to steal away the point from Gosu. Now Adil coming in, representing Yoodo Alliance, knocked down lobby. They are butting in from far. They points on top of the chicken dinner.
Trongzin inside of Box will be the least concerned for these teams right now. Nobody actually giving him enough attention. But look, didn't even get to scope yet. Logan just in an instant finish him off down on the ground, bleeding out. Flax opened up the off angle, going on the flank side, tried to force him out. Flax within the smoke, he just follow his instincts, going ultra mode, finish off Infinity, who had the entire squad. They decimated, but they 1 player.
Wow. Speaking of entire squad, Yoodo Alliance is the only team with an entire squad now. 4v1. Looking good to secure the chicken dinner. But let's see who will be the ultimate. It's not over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. But it's for Yoodo Alliance right now. Drongzin on the left. Bobo Who with the compound on the right. The next target could be as he opens up the smoke.
Now Trongzin, all he needs to do is just make sure he stays alive across the street. But the street feels like a living lava of hell for him to cross over. It's going to be in an open field the moment he stepped out from that smoke. Boo Boo Who tried to reposition himself in a very off angle, a very awkward angle as well. Cornered himself back up all the way, but Trongzin found it out anyways. We're down to 2. Yoodo Alliance, there's no way they cannot secure this with 16 elimination by the end of this map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Or maybe it's 15 if Boo Boo got to the blue. But he's caught on the outside of the circle anyway. Now they're going to charge in onto him or will be knocked down. But Boo Boo is super duper low. He has first aid to reset. He has the time. They're rushing onto him, but they're all on foot right now. Olio being the bait. They look could be the next one, but no, they're not going to deny it. This is going to be Yoodo's first chicken dinner, and this season's PMSL finally made it.
Wow, something is going hot on the side of the Malaysian teams here. 2 chicken after 2 maps of the day, both taken by the Malaysian teams of DBD as the first one, Yoodo Alliance on the second. They definitely have their secret sauce spinning and just everywhere over this week number 2.
Oh yeah, Yoodo Alliance hot as well. Weren't that hot last week, but this time hot. DBD, they were okay last week, starting off hot too. So looks like from the Malaysian region, so some sort of buff in week 2. Adil Look, the OG player for Yoodo Alliance since the Foreign Legend days, now the MVP, 3 eliminations, 800 damage. Adil Look is back.
And I feel this is going to be a total buff to the side of Yoodo Alliance right now. They are vamped up to go for the next map. And that was not an easy circle as well for all the teams. If I'm not mistaken, Yoodo Alliance had a long way to go as well when they starting off as their initial drop. And there's so many teams in the center just now. They fought their way in. Look at the damage. Look at the numbers of eliminations. The average of 4 for all the players with 5 for both Repoboy and Olio. Everybody been putting so much work in this one.
Oh yeah, you still need the OG lineup to come up with an OG performance. So Yoodo Alliance not only chicken dinner, 16 eliminates. That is going to be 26 points for them in this round. And like what you said, it's spread out across. Everyone's been pulling their weight. Amazing play. Not only that, that travel distance a lot as compared to the others. So, they did a lot of work. They traveled a lot. They had to fight a lot, and they got the chicken dinner very well deserved for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, they're dropping themselves right on around the farm area, just down south all the way at the main peninsula, but back around just around across the bridge. And they fought themselves all the way up north. And we saw how many teams dropping in between that. And it was incredible how they fought. They literally pincered themselves and just strive all the way to be in the center. And that was something that's not an easy thing to do. Back-to-back fights. And not just that, this is going to be a graveyard, by the way. So many teams here. How many teams in total? I think around 6 happen to be passing just in this particular compound we're watching right now.
Yeah, one of it, boom. Then you have BN United, and then you have a couple of other teams. I mean, that was insane. One of the reasons why the teams just went out hard and fast in this round. And 7-9 as well, they did fairly well, I must say. They even tried to take a fight against XERXIA, but XERXIA, at the end of the day, still defended their ground really well. XERXIA hold on to this middle part of the circle quite long.
Oh man, but for Yoodo Alliance, I mean, today has been a lot of good grenades game. I'm not gonna lie. I totally feel like today, they have been calculating angles like Einstein for each of the players. Every single time they make a remarkable play, it's always down to the nades.
Definitely nades are important utilities. Always have some with you. There will be a lot of situations that you'll be able to use it, and it showed with this, right? But looking at the stats, so RRQ, interestingly, no points, but I think we saw that they were eliminated at number 15, but they bring home 7 elimination points with them, bringing them up to number 4 in the total points collected this time. On the other end, however, unusual teams down there, BN United, Alter Ego, even GEEK, even the Xavier, in the bottom 4. That is not a spot that we're used to seeing them.
This is quite concerning coming from the side of GEEK fam. I think they didn't score anything on the first map as well. I feel like something is off about them this time. I'm not sure, is it something to do with their rotation or their timing or both at the same time. But so far, like I mentioned before, 2 chickens and both come out from the side of Malaysia region. 7-9 got himself 4th so far. It's quite too early for us to say too much and to conclude too many because it's still quite early in week number 2. But so far, coming up from the side of FaZe. I mean, like, I still cannot get out of my head Mela's in FaZe. Please get it over your head. But yeah, speaking of FaZe, we haven't seen Mela even perform yet because every single time he just starts to doing some action or trying to just scope, he got shot down. That's where he got shot down.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, it is his first day in action, and before this, maybe he didn't get much practice time, but I'm sure he will come back at some point. But speaking of coming back, going back to our host of Flavor for interview with DBD. Let's go.
And thank you so much to the amazing commentators / casters for the amazing commentaries for that round number 2. And of course, we're back again with yet another interview segment. And this time, I'm joined by the coach of Team Don't Break Dreams, or DBD. I'm joined by Moscow Ku, right? Mos, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations to Team DBD for winning that winner chicken dinner on the first map of the day. Now, the question here for you is that how is the team's condition coming into week 2? Especially after winning the first map of the day. Jadi Mos, tahniah diucapkan kerana berjaya memenangi winner chicken dinner. Bukan kau menang lah, tapi tim kau menang chicken dinner untuk yang pertama tadi. Jadi apakah kondisi pasukan DBD memasuki kepada minggu kedua ini, terutama sekali setelah baru sahaja memenangi winner chicken dinner?
Daripada segi condition team sebenarnya, team prepare more better lah untuk week 2 ni. Daripada segi strategi sebenarnya tak ubah sangat. Kita orang ubah daripada segi mentality. Strategi more kepada fix yang salah je sebenarnya. Itu je lah.
All right, so basically right now he was saying that yes, the team is actually in a better condition right now coming into week 2. One of the main things that they actually changed right now is actually the strategy coming into the competition and looking strong after that chicken dinner. So thank you so much, Moz. Now, of course, you did mention about some of the things that you did improve for your team. Now, talking about that, you being the coach, what kind of rigorous training that you have applied to Team DBD that they have prepared themselves for PMSL? Jadi apakah latihan yang Coach Moz telah bawakan kepada pasukan DBD untuk menyiapkan diri mereka untuk PMSL kali ini?
Sebenarnya daripada latih itu sebenarnya more kepada latih diri lah sebenarnya lagi penting daripada strategi. Sebab kalau nak cakap daripada segi permainan, player semua memang power, tapi dorang perlu latih daripada segi mental, daripada segi dorang punya lifestyle, sebab daripada lifestyle itulah yang akan membawa ke dorang pada satu game dorang lah. Contohnya daripada segi training, dorang punya mental, nak tengok dorang ni strong ke tak. Daripada kita tengok week pertama tu, memang hari pertama tu agak memang down sikit kan. Tapi kita orang dapat kecap balik benda tu, kita orang fix something yang kita orang perlu fix, and kita orang dapat kembali ke kondisi yang terbaik lah untuk season ni.
Alright, so basically what the coach of DBD, Mozgoku, mentioned is that the team, one of the main things that he actually focused on his training for his teammates is not more towards on the strategy side, more towards the individuality of the team, mainly on their mental preparation as well, because those are one of the main elements that will be translated into playing the game together as a team, and with hopes that that would actually make them perform even better here for this particular season. All right, thank you so much, Moz. And of course, last but not least, now this is a very special question, right? Now we all know the DBD has always been a kryptonite in Southeast Asia in SEA. Now, what has changed this time? Now, kita semua tahu bahawa DBD biasanya adalah satu kryptonite di dalam Asia Tenggara ataupun Southeast Asia ini. Jadi, apa yang berubah kali ini?
Yang berubah sebenarnya ialah daripada segi preparation kita orang, and daripada segi player, kita mula tukar player, and daripada segi preparation memang jauh lah untuk daripada season sebelum ni.
So basically, Moz mentioned that for this season their preparation has been way better than before. And of course, there have been changes and additional players in the current roster, which translated into their good performance so far here at the first day of the competition. Now, thank you so much, Moz, for joining us here for the review, and all the best to Team DBD. For those who are currently tuning in to PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023, be sure to tune in, because right after this, we're going to be kickstarting round number 3 in a few short moments. Don't go away, because we'll be right back with more PUBG Mobile action.
Thank you so much, Flavor. And I love the jab early on he gave in Malay language, where he said, you didn't win the chicken, but your team win the chicken, towards Moz. It's been a while we saw Moz actually play. I miss those days. But yeah, I mean, like, I love the interview just now saying that we both know for a fact DBD always struggle when it comes to South Asia, but this time they came prepared.
Yeah, he is a registered player though, so who knows, right? Who knows? He was registered last season, but he didn't play. Yeah, but maybe he will pull off a surprise, just like how Man Papu was surprised on this end of week, right? But interesting answers from Moz, different sort of preparations that he did. I wish that he could have elaborated more on what preparations, but I guess that's just secret. Team's secret. Yeah. DBD's team secret.
We should change secret into a different word, since we do have team secret.
DBD's secret strategy. Okay, yeah, thanks.
Is there any word that can actually replace secret?
DBD's you know. KYK.
I'm sorry, I can't laugh too much. I start coughing. But you know that. You know. If you know, you know. But yeah, speaking of which, we do have up top performers here coming up, which is going to be, I'm not surprised if this is going to be a lot of Yoodo Alliance player. But Boo Boo, who Ripple Boy, Olio and Hexas. I mean, like, Yoodo Alliance, I feel like 5th and 6th place is also one of the players just now. It's just we cannot fit all 6 players in here. We can only have 4. But MORPH, Boo Boo, who have been playing so well today, but it's just really unfortunate for MORPH.
Yeah, Boo Boo, the key player for MORPH GPX, still managed to take home celebrations for himself, which is pretty decent. And if you gotta think about it, it's a good start for MORPH as compared to how they have performed last week. But we're done with the second Errangle. So far, 2 teams from the Malaysian region, EPD and Yoodo Alliance, taking home the first 2 chicken dinners. And the third Errangle, before we go in for the market break, well, is Malaysia going to go all in?
Now, speaking of all in, you guys should go all in for this first ever exclusive PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. This is the first time ever. So if you have this and you show it off to all your friends across the globe, they might actually not having that.
Well, you got to show this to your friends across the globe as well, because I don't know if across the globe other people might want the Dragon Ball is, but hey, if you get this, you definitely know what a ball is. So Dragon Ball Super currently in game. Check it out now.
And also the Dandy Groovester. I wish Cloud can actually cosplay this and just put a hair on top of it. It would be really fun to watch.
I
Can
would
you
so
do that? I feel like it kind of. I mean, like, you're a tall person. You definitely can pull that off. You know?
I would so do it if we get the cast crowd. So I would so do it.
That would be great.
Yeah,
I want to see a neon, as in really neon, like maybe sparkles, like maybe put an LED on your hair as well.
Wow. Okay. We're upping
I
the
mean,
bar
like, that
now.
would be super. It's super fancy. I mean, like, we have to go the LED level of cosplay. I mean, it's been a while we actually put up costume. It's been such a long time. Maybe next time we got it on ground for us. But yeah, speaking of which, Cloud, other than secret, we can call it as undisclosed strategy.
Oh wow, very the formal, very
Yeah, I mean, like,
secret agent sort of style. But you know what? It has paid rewards. So my prediction for Yoodo Alliance, they already got the chicken dinner. Yay! Today I'm supporting the teams who haven't got the chicken dinner. So that means Box Gaming and GE, you guys next.
that's true. That's really true. Now, I have a feeling GE and Box might actually have a shot here based on their today's performance, because we saw how GE plays quite fairly well, but it's just the entire team. GE, their biggest problem is always having a full squad to be alive around stage 4 and 5, because there's always somebody being picked off early on since stage number 1.
Yeah, and lost that fight against PERSIJA EVOS when they really wanted to get the plan. I've kind of felt that, you know, you don't really need to force that fight because it's somewhat on a not good place by the circle, but I guess it's just a point that they want, which is absolutely fine. 2-each team strategy, right? Hope we'll be able to do better this time around. We so far still see most of the same lineup from the previous round, including Yoodo Alliance, still with their old lineup, Xavier as well, still with the same lineup. You got the OG player there, so Lamborghini. So yeah, Lamborghini, one of those players that honestly, it's very hard to move him.
That's kind of true. I mean, he's pretty much a pillar for DX. Just like how we mentioned before, FaZe for Mela, right? But Mela have been not in action. I mean, like, after he missed the entirety of week 1, he definitely need more time to adjust and adapt. Hopefully they're not benching him out just warming up his seat just now. But looking at the players, Cam, you know what? I'm looking at some of the older players like Zuxi or Luxi, example. I feel I'm so old watching them grow from young kids and then to adulthood and now growing up as a very charming man. And these guys, for the past years, all their life has been devoted to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, soon you see a posting that what are they married, and then you'll be like, the whole cycle, and then the kids come by, and it's another whole cycle. I mean, it just doesn't stop, right? I have a feeling that, you know, they will still be playing and they're married and they're still be, I think it will still be around that era because I'm pretty sure they can afford it now. But as how the teams afford to lose this round, namely my GEEK fam who has not scored a single point yet. Come on, get something before the long break. Let's go.
And we're back into a wrangle. This time we have quite a decent flight path than the last time. It's more towards the south before, slightly just a bit towards south this time, but not as much as before. We do have it cutting across towards the side of Milton Power, crossing Pochinki Gatka Farm. So is it going to be sort of similar? Circle will be a very centralized one. It's all depending later on. It's also based on the circle for the players to actually navigate themselves how to rotate into the center. We saw just now, due to this sort of flight path, and the circle happened to be on the northern side, so a lot of players just cut across straight up to Yasnaya Poliana. That's why the game start as fast as possible. I mean, like, the fight has been going on everywhere. Stage 5, usually we have around, like, what, 13 teams usually, right? Just now we had only 7 teams in stage number 5.
Yeah, and like teams just really want to get the points in the bag today. So it's going to be an exciting week if this continues on. I mean, I look forward to this kind of excitement. It's that will keep us at the edge of our seats. And for you guys at home as well, don't think you can miss like the first few circles. Nah, that is where now the trend is take lots of fights, and that's the part that you don't want to miss the most. But if we have got a circle that goes up north, then we're probably going to see the same thing again.
This is more brutal than the last one. Way up north all the way, and it's in the center of the north. At least this is in the center of the north and not tucked into the corner, because if it does tuck into a corner, then it's going to be getting worse, because right now we're looking at 360 degree of teams can push themselves up there. And I think this is going to be a happy circle coming out from the side of FaZe.
Oh yeah, finally they will have a okay start because they're like Jogo Pool, right? So for them to up is going to be okay because there's no vampire, so nobody will be at North Jogo Pool side. Should be an easy entry for FaZe Clan. In fact, if they want to, they can do that, but since they already started to loot at South Jogo Pool, that's absolutely okay. They can make their rotation go up north. The only thing that they will hope for is that this don't become scammy and just somehow pulls down to Rozhok.
Oh, I mean, like, don't bet on the circle, bro. You can never assume the circle will be on your side any single day or any time of the day here. But I'm looking at that some teams are dropping around SMB, including Infinity and SFB and United. It's going to be a long journey for them. But if they're being wise about it and taking their own time, like how BN United came in so late just now, they know for a fact the circle is already far in the first place. Why not we take our time to just use what we have the best that we can? But Infinity feels like they are rushing towards the circle, maybe even. But other than FaZe, GE already dropped himself on top of Rozhok. So we might actually see some skirmishes between GE and PERSIJA EVOS because they're not dropping that far from each other.
GE, PERSIJA, EVOS, yeah. But the last we saw it was Bulk Gaming sharing Yasnaya with PERSIJA, EVOS. So if any conflict, then be a potential as well. Based on the last round, we don't boom interested to do the BTR and try to block BN from coming through. So with that sort of information, maybe BN United will be okay too. Infinity, same goes for them. Normally it's GEEK fan trying to stop them from coming to the ledge, but because of that last round's performance, or the last 2 rounds performance to be exact, for GEEK fan not getting a single point, probably their confidence level is not as high to try to block the Infinity for coming past by too.
And back towards the interview just now, and you mentioned about confidence. I agree with the most Goku's opinion. I mean, like, when it comes to individual skills, mechanically speaking, of the players in the game itself, there's no question anymore. Definitely they are top tier notch players out there, but it's all down to the confidence level. It's all about the mental state for the players, how to overcome their fear, how to overcome those overthinking before making those decision making. You know, it's the overthinking that actually kills the player from the inside. And the moment you start to doubt your team's movement, even the shot calling, that's going to be the end for the entire team. There's not even a second of doubt can exist for the players during this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our best example here today was the RRQ one against GEEK Fam. The moment like Nebeko got the knock against GEEK Fam, like they already on the move. Like, okay, no hesitation, no doubt. They just in and they cleared off the entire compound and got all 4 points just from that one. And when other teams come in, well, then it's going to be a second story that they managed to collect a couple more points there. And in total, they got this at 7 points, despite coming up at number 15. So if you have that level of confidence and you can take the fight, you win, and still go up 15, 7 points isn't too bad.
That's kind of true. And by the same time, you know, you cannot just settle for not too bad. It's down to, when it comes to PMSL, things get really aggressive and brutal, and they have to really fight themselves. You're just breaking their own limit here. It's either make it or break it during this PMSL, because it's really one of the toughest regions as well, if you compare it with all the other part of the world when it comes to this tournament. And speaking of which, back towards the game here, I feel like GEEK fam try to slow down things a little bit here. They have been very quiet so far because of how the past two maps have been abundantly misfortune for them, and they try to keep it low for a bit. On the side of MORPH, not so much though.
First knockdown, and Suru seems to be alone for some reason. I guess he was doing the scouting work and happened to come into where No Mercy's at, and he was ready for it with the DP. So, gonna be a straightforward elimination. Just Yoru somewhat buying some time, maybe on the outside, so his teammates can somewhat cover fire him. But yes, they're there. But I think RQ, they're not in a rush anyway. They can allow No Mercy to just use him as somewhat like a bait. But MORPH is not that pain, it seems.
I don't want to waste any bullet. I don't want to waste time. I just want to get those scores done and dusted. That's pretty straightforward coming from the side of RQ just now. But the side of MORPH, surprisingly, not even one of them tried to just challenge the side of RQ, knowing the fact it's a bit too early for them to fight anyways. Just happened to be MORPH players, one of them stuck in there when trying to open up their spread to find those looting done. But Boom, on the other hand, now Boom, when it comes to week number 1, a lot of teams are having high hopes on now, even looking them quite high up there. But it just didn't work out too much for them when it comes to week 1. And even week 2, I mean, at least it's still in the middle pack, kind of a good momentum, but will be enough for them to push more.
Well, it's Boom that we're talking about, so expectations are sky high for Boom, definitely. Let's see, it's only the 2 games or what, but although last week wasn't that great. 3D, their campaign last week was kind of saved by their last year. If not, they would have ended up at number 17. And of course, being at number 17 for a team like Boom, just I'm sure it's unacceptable for the fans. Hopefully they don't need to struggle again like that this week, because if they end up like struggling this week again, it will be crucial for them.
It's kind of true. And there's a big fan base as well coming from Boom. But the circle, wait, well, this is a crazy one. We're back to a school in Yasnaya when all the teams going up north already. It pulled all the way down south. What is this circle? It just couldn't make up its mind. And we do have Infinity and BN United came in super late, but it's just second stage. Still hurt them quite a bit because it's quite a distance. Still far away. Far more long way to go for them, for both Team Infinity and BN United. But at least they're not that far all the way north circle, because it's just pulled down just a tiny bit. But school was quite empty until the circle shifted just now.
Yeah, I can understand why teams interested for the north side, because of the absence of PBE and Vampire. That is enough reason for like, okay, let's go up there, because the 2 teams that normally play up north, they're not there. And so happened that majority of the teams think that way, and now they'll go shift down. And like what you said, the surprise to all these teams, well, they need to make their way back down south. But for BN United, because they came from military, so naturally they would reach wherever they want to go up north a little bit later. I guess they'll be kind of happy that, hey, luckily we're in military base, so now have the easiest entry into the current circle.
Yep. But will it be that easy? You have to wait and see, because the shift just now happened to change the momentum of all the other teams to go back down south. Will somebody go all the way down towards the southern part of a circle just to gatekeep the teams that came in, will be coming in late? DBD, on the other hand, spreading out such a wide angle between them. Quite risky and dangerous game they are playing, but if they can gatekeep during that angle, it will be well worth it. Infinity, I mean, each one of them do have their own respective vehicle. not going to be enough for their first hit the moment they step into the circle, because we do know they'll be greeted by a lot of hand grenades and gunfires as well. So I have to make sure they have all full HP in when they're nearby towards the circle, so they have some safety stops here and there. GEEK spotted out GE. I did mention them being a bit low profile, but this is something risky that they are doing. DBD is just behind them, GE across them. If they just attracted all the attention, they might be him down. Max, why is he here?
I guess scouting really worked for him. Or, okay, maybe he's holding his ground right now. Alright, he is. Yeah, United on their way, so Alter Ego, Max is not alone. But at the same time, Xavier and FaZe Clan fighting somewhere else. But we're focusing on this fight with his two big teams. And United wanting to get back their number one throne, but Alter Ego might be the one to stop them. The DBS from Alpha looks like he's not pulling the trigger as he turns his back on the box onto PN Unit, and he immediately got knocked down from there.
Octa also toss out the nade. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade between PERSIJA and also Alva of Alter Ego. BN United, they're down to last player. Break didn't make or break it. Definitely broken down there. And Alter Ego trying for this fight, and this time they came in quite stronger than the last one. 4 eliminations in the back. The first one out will be our last week number 1 team, BN United, going down with a 0.
Nice attack defense there from Alter Ego, switching from an attack to a defense when BN United, the rest of the team in, taking all of them out, not losing a single member. Nicely done. The circle shifts onto the side of Ross Hawks, the Waterhouse. So it's definitely going to get crowded here because there's like northern side, maybe about 20-30% that no teams want to play. So the 70-80%, that's where all the teams will be concentrated onto. Stage 3, still 15 teams. It's going to be messy after this.
It puzzles my mind how Hexas managed to get a buggy on top of that rooftop just now. Where did he flew from? He got the buggy on top of the rooftop and just go back into the warehouse casually. But on the bridge, this is going to be one of those choke point here. DX spotted out players of MORPH, and MORPH trying to run away, but they couldn't scout out the rest of these Xaviers. I mentioned before that the Xaviers player opened up their angles so wide, it's so hard to pinpoint them down. MORPH scouted out Lamborghini, and another player, which is going to be Levi Rocky with a DBS. But it's going to be a bit of a trade down between these two teams. Alter Ego have to fight Boom next, but DX, they try to shut down on MORPH rotation, and they will deny their entry towards the circle as well. But shifting back towards the regions of Indonesia teams here, Alter Ego and Boom chasing tail to tail. Heavy casualty on the side of Boom.
Oh, 5 points, but already left with players. I mean, Alter Ego not the situation they want to be in. Because moment, yeah, 7 points, definitely not going to carry for a team like Boom. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance picking up that point out of them. So probably another one though, because one of the members are currently on his knees, or one of the members of Alter Ego currently on his knees. So it could be 2 here as a start for Yoodo Alliance, currently at number 1 spot. The rest of the teams, a lot of them taking the school area, which that makes sense with this current circle. Now the team chooses to be on the outside. That's the Infinity onto Boom. They will lose Achul from here.
And 2 teams is going to be XERXIA as well taking on Boom at the same time. There's no way out for the side of Boom down there. And Boom, that's going to be the last of them. 15 plays. At least they score 1 elimination for consolation side. But the circle will shift up to a side of Rosa, and that is why DX taking that bridge as a choke point for the teams that try to pass through. And now they try to gatekeep FaZe and DBD. 2 of DBD going up north, the other 2 are a bit busy against GEEK Fam and Infinity at the same time. Now DBD, I feel like they're playing as try to be an opportunist as much as they can, but if not being careful, a bit too greedy, overexpose themselves way too much, since they're separated quite far apart from each other. 2-2 formation instead of DBD. They have to wait it out to be the third party, then only they can get the scores.
Alter Ego definitely hitting about. Oh, what a players! Car puncture, Potato in trouble out in the open. Shirley will knock him down. That is it for Potato for sure. In Alter Ego, try to go into the middle of the circle, but this is the risk that they're taking. But again, They know that the Infinity is there. They're taking advantage of it now with 2 nades, knocking down the Infinity. GEEK fam will rush in.
Both sides are eyeing to a side of Infinity and nowhere for them to breathe in and out peacefully here. Logan really low right now. The last player is still alive. Managed to reset himself. Audrey taking him out front, but he still fights back. It's going to be Logan pinning down on 2. Can he secure the third? And the last one. And this is going to be it. Close enough. Logan almost clutched the entirety of GEEK fam by himself.
Oh, that was close. Luckily, Damrud. At the right time. Wait. What?
Nasty Logan. Nasty Logan.
No, it's Octa. Octa took down Damrud. Oh, what? Just as when they celebrate. GEEK fam eliminated. But this time better with points.
At the same time, Logan finished off some of the players as well. So I'm not sure how the scores will actually blend in between those two teams. FaZe spotted out the rest of Yoodo Alliance from afar, but lucky they got themselves those smokes. The moment the smoke dissipated, they got nothing else to cover themselves with. FaZe keeping the pressure on the side of Yoodo Alliance, while Rebel Boy, the one that he should be concerning about, because he will be the one that will be on the off-angle flank side to shut down on FaZe if not being careful. But DVD Echo actually do have that covered for this side. I mean, Yoodo Alliance happen to be in the center of attention right now.
Yeah, 2 angles onto Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA, EVOS, and DBD. But at least the good news is that they're somewhat within the circle, so they're okay. DBD might be the one wants to move, but PERSIJA, EVOS in the circle, not letting go of Yoodo Alliance. Look at that spread against them. Yoodo Alliance need to hope that another team shoots PERSIJA, EVOS from the other side, distracting them in order for them to have time to reset and plan where to go next.
Vicious spray coming from Echo, tapping it out this time. PERSIJA EVOS decided, you know what? We might actually have somebody else behind our back. It's going to be RNJ. You've been sneaking behind me, RNJ. And FaZe not happy, but they're definitely trying to fight them back. But the thing is, they are in the middle of a war zone. They cannot be complacent about this. They have to make sure they got themselves safety cover before start to open fire. Because Yoodo Alliance breathing behind their neck. Same goes for the side of XERXIA. DBD on the other hand have a very comfortable terrain to work with. But the circle shifted away from those actually staying in the southern side. It will not be an open field. Back towards Rozhok we go.
We go, Rozhok. Most of the teams are already there inside Rozhok itself. But DBD and Yoodo Alliance, obviously they're really far away now. They're not letting go of Yoodo Alliance just yet. The nades onto Yoodo Alliance, putting pressure onto them. Alter Ego has a ride out of Rozhok, but the team's waiting for them, including 7-9. This nade from Tom hit it, but Octa is still alive after that.
Nice trajectory coming up from Tom, but definitely being dodged or avoided by the side of Alter Ego. Kwang spotted out XERXIA of RNJ just now, who trying to reposition himself after fought against FaZe of PERSIJA early on. Yoodo Alliance on there, they're still being overcrowded by all the other teams. But back to his Alter Ego, that one nade finish things off. It's going to be 7-9 Tom. Finish off the job for the entirety of Alter Ego. Decimated down there. Yoodo Alliance earlier, nowhere to be safe down here. DBD, they have to flee. They have to move. 5th stage is not a joke.
Oh yeah, 5th stage definitely gonna hurt. So DBD, they left Yoodo Alliance alone. They're focusing on to getting into the circle instead. They don't want to be caught on the outside. But they have FaZe Clan to hit. Now Jimmy circles around. Jimmy jumps out of the vehicle. Just a little bit knocked by FaZe Clan. It's going to be Mela's first knock. But who is going to secure that elimination point? Matter at this point, as long as FaZe Clan, they defended their ground.
Onzen popping up all the smokes as much as he can, knowing the fact it's going to be more than just Dan B here. And it's going to be a lot of team passing by as well. Yan just going to drop this big nade. If it happened to be the perfect angle, he got 2 teams in a discount of 1 nade. This is going to be huge. But DBD MORPH being finished off by FaZe. And now multiple nades lopped right on top of them. They're not showing any sign of mercy coming from DBD. Nowhere to run, no hide, not to even start to reset. DBD, they don't even try to have a glimpse whether they're getting any knocks or not. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, managed to secure Yoodo Alliance. A bit of a trading done before they went down for Yoodo Alliance. But PERSIJA EVOS still trying on that one. But the problem is, PERSIJA EVOS, they need to two other men to just revive the other two that's being knocked down.
Which could be the curse of the chicken dinner. Yoodo Alliance only 1 point this time. But for FaZe Clan, 2 eliminations at number 10 as Xavier drove by. Managed to collect 5 elimination points so far, but DBD is still around. Now DBD's turn to fight against these. Got Isaac going up to the high ground. Red Face on the other side, providing cover for Xavier by knocking down Yen, leaving Isaac alone.
Isaac, can he do another jaw dropping? Oh, never mind. He's been dropping himself this time. And you reap what you sow. He was a nade gotten in the last map. This time he'll be naded down instead. Lamborghini and the rest of DX, they are back in the league.
Ooh, Xavier now 7. Oh, that's PERSIJA. He was with 7. Xavier, on the other hand, so far they managed to get 6 elimination points, looking to come back from the bump. But they still have to travel at Circle. Went up north, where G is at. Rozhok, their home ground, should be their comfort zone. RRQ in the middle of Rozhok as well. But on the right side, we got Sam9 Boss Gaming and XERXIA. There's going to be another.
Here comes Red Face again. Trying to just giving some fake information by tossing that nade before and just waiting at the back line, hoping they will take up the bait and try to peek over this side. DX, they try to confuse PERSIJA EVOS by giving 2 different angles of grenade dropping inside of PERSIJA EVOS. But they're not taking the bait anyhow. PERSIJA EVOS want to get into the circle. They know for a fact if they extend this fight, they will be not winning at all. Misery spotted out Megamind while they are transitioning to the circle. Spotted out XERXIA player down on one knees. But the rest of them still alive on the side of XERXIA. And Red Face caught Chua off guard. DX in trouble.
Oh, DX. Lamborghini making his move. But Red Face, he could shoot it down. Okay, this is going to be a clear shot. Try to knock him down, but not able to do so because he's going to be pressured by the blue as well. So it's his own move. Xavier getting into the circle. Chua eliminated by E. And that looks like the point to GE instead of PERSIJA EVOS. The teammates of Xavier somehow made it alive.
Lucky they still have some covers from those airdrop and a couple of rock and their vehicle. Misery have his target locked to the side of Levi. The moment he pick out, he will start to shoot. He spotted out one of the players first. Back on the where everybody else is at. He's going right on top of Rozhok. XERXIA coming in super late, but they still make it through. Back on the side of DX here. PERSIJA, Red Face in the corner, tucked towards the side of the blue zone, while MORPH and the Reservoir Q open up the spread. Try to find DX from the back line. Red Face still buying himself some time. With a very small buggy to barricade himself to take covers. Misery playing around the smoke. This is going to be who's actually outsmart the other.
Oh, 1v1 Misery win this fight. Jump shot onto him, but Misery loses to the jump shot. Together with the D of Levi's. That's going to be Levi's defending his ground. 7 elimination points now Xavier. But Levi's is the last man though. He has to circle, so he has to be as good as possible in this situation.
Have to survive for the side of DX. There's going to be the last of them. Sam19 on XERXIA. XERXIA left, right and center. Being sandwiched and hammed down by all the teams down there. Nobody's taking this rooftop. Spot out some GE players running around the corner. But the problem is there's too many structures in between. He cannot land any shot from here. DX on the other end. Lucky they're not being spotted out by these guys. He got himself some time to reset. A bit of upgrade of loot. Maybe try a couple of death boxes laying around. Try to find himself first aids while working himself towards the center slowly but surely. RRQ love this rooftop. They even brought along their buggies on top of it. But Sam9 on the other hand split it into 2 different compounds. Have to fight their own life down there. We do have a diver in the game too, which is called MORPH.
Yeah, it's going to be Boo Boo Hoo taking a dip there. Again, he's the last man. But not going to be happy as the circle went up onto land. So he has to dump himself at some point. But I think now the focus will be on the right of the circle. We got XERXIA moving in. We got Kenny still alive. So that could be another point of contact. Box Gaming, on the other hand, still on the outside of the circle, may come in, waiting for the right third party.
Now, if Sam9 still waits here, this is going to be a bass choking point for all the other teams because they can actually farm a lot of kills. But the problem is they don't have enough number of men. They don't have that much firepower to fight the entirety of 2 teams coming in from this particular angle. But they still manage to gatekeep to the side of box. Huang on the ground bleeding. Goes to pop the smoke to help his teammate a bit too late because Mikael will not show any sort of mercy. Finish him off in an instant. But RRQ try to steal whatever work put in through the side of Sem 9. But XERXIA, nobody's actually looking on that side. This might be the time for them to actually exit out.
On the low ground though, but okay, they got Kenny there to deal with. Kenny with the micro Uzi. Chopper there. Chopper with the DBS. Okay, we gotta see who's gonna win here. Micro Uzi. Yeah, Chopper or Kenny. RNJ is on the other side, so he's not going to be part of this for now. Chopper trying to bait it out. But Kenny not pulling the trigger yet because he heard the footsteps. So Chopper knows that somebody is there. Okay, now he has a visual. He has information. Toying with Kenny now. Comes out and Kenny knocked down by Chopper.
We're done with that peekaboo I see you game. So XERXIA finish off Kenny in an instant. Yeah, that's it's gonna be DBS as per usual. XERXIA on the other hand, they bridge in Sem 9's gatekeeping, leaving Mikael alone for the side of Sem 9. Box on the other hand, left and right of Mikael. GE will be the next contender for the side of XERXIA. They take those elevations at work and they will work wonderfully well because GE will want this chicken. They still have a full squad shutting down XERXIA, but if they're not being careful enough, their flank side is open up for fires.
Oh yeah, they gotta be careful of RRQ behind them who has some sort of elevation as well, but I guess they're dependent on this building to provide them that cover from being shot from behind. Or okay, for Sem 9 to shoot them, okay, they not even boss gaming on the lower ground. So all XERXIA, all that let's see here. GE needs to be worried of mostly is gonna be RRQ from this high ground.
That's true. The one that actually at the back they're not looking at, the one that's shooting them down is gonna be RRQ. But boo boo hoo. You know for a fact you want to go for it. You're tempted to do so. Just go for it, boo boo hoo. He's waiting for the right time to open fire. Oh, he saw more. He definitely see it clear enough as a day. Want to shut him down. Oh, Boo Boo is thinking so much right now. Not willing to give away his position just yet. It's okay. It's not his time yet. On the side of Boo Boo, he knows for a fact he's the last remaining player for MORPH. He's playing this as safe as possible. RRQ tried to bait all the teams to just focus on him and give the rest of RRQ to do all the work. But DX and Boo Boo having the same spot here. RNJ and Chopper working as a duo to fight against the other duo of Box Gaming.
Okay, this is time. Chopper, not sure if it's within the circle or he's just by it. I think his teammate RNJ is still on the outside though. Now RNJ might need to move. He revealed his position, but it's not like the teams on the high ground don't know where he is because he fought earlier on. And we got 20 more seconds. And this is where Boo Boo still move. Looking at the minimap, he's probably the only one on the outside still.
Sort of a lot of corners you have to cover. RRQ, there was a fast reaction coming up from the side of Telco. As per usual, the Telco will be the pillar. And I'm waiting for Asa and the rest of them to actually do work as well. But we don't have Asa this time. Back to the other side of Box Gaming. Chopper really low. Chopper is down. And that's going to be the last of the X as well. But on the side of RNJ of XERXIA, they still have one more player. Box on the other hand will have to fight against XERXIA. But I'm waiting for GE to start some action. They can because they can stop both teams at the same time. There will be a big frag amount of points for the side of GE if both XERXIA and Box is just too busy against each other.
Yeah, probably want to do that because they worry that RRQ will be the third party to come in. So they need to take care of more angles, including the high ground. So that's why they are taking this cautiously. With that caution, still brings up the points by taking out the last two members of XERXIA. They'll be out. Now RRQ is in action against Box Gaming. And here we go. High ground will get out.
Box managed to climb and hike up. But GE, they're being hemmed down for Box. There's no way out for them. RRQ must be on the ground. Nepeko as well. Is this it? We have 2 squads left. 3v3 between these two teams. Between RRQ and GE. Can they score for GE? RRQ on the losing side. And that's just it. GE is back here in week number 2.
At the home ground of Bronzehall, this is where they won't let it go. This is where they started the game. This is where they will end it as well. GE representing the wild card And for people looking at this, looking at GEEK Chicken Dinner, the PLGC points further and further away for PBE.
Oh man, this is arguably one of the fastest day yet by far since day number 1. I feel like there's a total game changer when it comes to week number 2. And GE, it took them a bit of time to pick out to the side of XERXIA. They know for a fact RRQ also focusing on side of Box. And that's where they start to pick out. That was a perfect timing coming up from Smile. I don't know if it's just luck or it's just perfect timing. The moment he panned to focus to the side of Box and XERXIA in the last minute just now, he just happened to be swing over straight in the smoke. We can see a faint silhouette of RRQ play in there. The moment he saw that movement, he started to open fire, and that spray just bring them the entirety of the chicken dinner.
Yeah, so happened to be in the sight for him to secure those elimination points. And of course, it's chicken dinner together with his team. So this is GE, RRQ, D Xavier, PERSIJA, EVOS. RRQ, who held on to the high ground for the longest time as well as a full squad head-to-head to GE towards the end. But of course, it's GE that wants to claim Seoul as their home ground, not allowing RRQ to get that chicken dinner. So RRQ had to settle for a second place finish, which isn't too bad if you ask me.
That's kind of true. They actually do have a shot at that chicken as well for the side of RRQ, but their focus was actually 100% to the side of Box Gaming and XERXIA, because they do have a clearer view of those two teams other than the side of GE, who do have the compound and the building to work with. So RRQ cannot penetrate through those walls. But back to the side of RRQ, I mean, like, they have been in action since the start.
Oh yeah, I mean RRQ, they had to travel as well, so they would naturally see a lot of action. One of the elimination points that they collect at the end, I think is a good number as well. Probably not as much as he, but it's still pretty decent. But we saw a lot of fights from the southern since the circle did move up north. So teams like Yoodo Alliance, like DVD, even GEEK, they were kind of caught with this kind of circle.
Yeah, I mean, like, it caught all of us, including us, even casters, and you guys watching at home definitely off guard when it just shifted down south all the way just now. But when it comes to elimination, this is definitely a good start coming from the side of GE. And RRQ, they have quite a decent amount of total points, but so far I think the only one with the double digit here, definitely on GE side. They traveled all a long way to get where they were at. And they even got quite a number of eliminations. This is the GE that we saw during the PMPL wildcard.
Yeah, I guess because of the flight path, that's why they had to travel. The moment they were there, then, well, Rosal is their natural drop spot. So it's the GE of knowing the area like the back of their hand. And with that chicken dinner, GE shoots up to number 1 now, joining a Yoodo Alliance as well as RRQ at the top 3. But RRQ up there, no chicken, no problem for them.
It's quite tough for sort of GEEK Fam and BN United. Surprisingly, BN United, after their high in first week here, definitely struggles in week 2 when it comes to the first day.
Yeah, so let's see if any muggling will happen with some of the teams, because there are some unusual names still down there. Yeah, GEEK did look like they're doing okay because they won that fight against DD, but they got eliminated right after by Yoodo Alliance. So it was only like 4 points for them, so not really pushing themselves up like the fan that we know of.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I mean, like, that was our third match of the day, and surprisingly, it was way too early before the usual timing that we actually ended up. Because when it comes to the first week, maybe everybody's trying to adjust themselves with the tempo and rotation of all the other teams. Hence, usually we ended up around the last circle or around the stage 9. We actually do have our chicken dinner. But the entire day, first, second, and third maps, all when it comes to stage number 7, is down to only like 2-3 teams.
Yeah, we haven't seen the stage 9 at all. It was like by at most 8 or maybe 7, the game ends. So yeah, that's why it's a little bit earlier this time. But as usual, we're gonna stick to the schedule of heading into a break. So we'll see you guys after this Margaret break.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Welcome back to all the PUBG Mobile fans out there. You're currently tuning in to the PMSL PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. You're joining together with me, Flavor, and of course, right next to me is none other than Asa from Team Rax, REGUM, QEON, or RRQ, and joining together with our amazing translator at the other end on the right, which is Jangs. Now, Asa, so far, amazing performance right there for the number one. You're currently in one of the top teams in the competition for the week number 2. Now, let's talk a little bit about last week's performance. Unfortunately, RRQ, despite being in the first page in the whole leaderboard, but unfortunately, you guys didn't have really good placement points in week number 1. You have the firepower, but placement point wise, you guys were lacking in that department. So, is there any particular reason behind this backdown on this?
Jadi di week 1 performa kalian itu begitu bagus, dari segi kill pointnya kalian dapetin sangat banyak, tetapi kalian kurang di placement pointnya. Adakah itu gara-gara spesifik, maksudnya strategi tertentu dari RRQ ataupun itu cuma bad luck aja?
Sebenarnya cuma bad luck aja sih ya, karena kan kita pas misal udah circle akhirnya itu kita kadang kejepit 2 tim setelah kita dapat gitu kan. Terus kadang keculik juga kan, jadi menurut gue itu gue kurang puas juga. Menurut gue juga kurang puas karena harusnya bisa lebih dari 70 poin pada saat itu.
Okay, so actually it's because of bad luck, because when they about to enter to the last circle, they always get trapped by each other. So they always get like lost one of their members earlier, and it's a bit hard for them to play. They thought that it's not good for them is because of they don't get to achieve what their objective, which is 70 points a day. So that's what he think about the first week.
All right, that is your response, ladies and gentlemen, from Asa from Team RRQ. Now, of course, despite all of that, how would you describe your team's performance in week number 1? Are you happy with the performance so far? Are you dissatisfied with your current performance? So, what are we looking at right now?
Jadi untuk performa, apa yang kau rasa tentang performa minggu 1 kemarin? Kamu ngerasa apa?
Gue ngerasa kurang puas sih, karena kan harusnya kita bisa top 5 lah, top 5 atau top 3. Ya menurut gue yakin minggu kemarin bisa nyampe top 3 sih, cuman kan karena bad luck aja, jadi kita pos di peringkat ke-8.
So basically they don't feel satisfied is because of their target is they feel that they actually can get top 5 or maybe top 3, but then it's because of bad luck and he don't feel satisfied about it.
That is very unfortunate, Team RRQ. And of course, last but not least, now, do you have any plans, anything new that you will bring here in this week number 2 to compensate for those bad luck that you've had in week number 1?
Jadi apakah kau ada bawa strategi baru di minggu kedua ini supaya kau bisa menambahkan poin yang kamu hilang di minggu pertama?
Strategi nggak ada sih, paling kita lebih objektif sama berani perang aja lah, walaupun kita posisi nggak enak ataupun enak, kita harus tetap berjuang lah sampai siapa tahu bisa dapat WCD.
Okay, so basically they're gonna try their best, trying their hard so that they can actually get a lot of points. They don't care whether they're having a tough spot or what. They're just gonna fight.
Yep, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. To all those PUBG Mobile fans out there, especially from Indonesia, keep on rooting for RRQ because they're definitely going to be bringing their A game right here for week number 2, starting off with day number 1 right here. So all the best, Asa, to you and your team. Thank you so much, John, for the amazing translation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into round number 4 in a few short moments. Don't go away. We're going to come into the round.
There's a lot of determination, and I can see that Asa is not happy. He didn't play yet for the first half, right? So I'm not sure if they're going to swap him in for the second half now.
Yeah, but so far they're doing so well. Currently at number 3, doing a lot better than last week. So maybe they might want to maintain with the current lineup until someone feels maybe drained or maybe towards the later week, because we still got a lot more days to go. So it's nice to see that some of these teams, they refresh their lineup, and with this sort of refreshment, RRQ is working out for them.
Yeah, when it comes to the first week, I'm surprised that he's not happy with their performance. I think yeah, they have their best day, they have their lows as well. But instead of RRQ, definitely they're not happy. Their aim was actually to be consistently top 5 every single week. has been said, and I just hope this week they can actually deliver it. And we talked about week 1 performance coming out. Vampires not playing it today, but still they are record holder when it comes to the most elimination by a team and by an individual player, which was 20, so not breakable by yet. And also we have 11 elimination by Shrubs of Vampires as well. Now RRQ will be one of the closest team to be able to break that based on how crazy they can get even in last week.
Yeah, we can see like what Asa said in the interview, right? Playing a bit more aggressive, and true enough, I think it's not only RRQ playing aggressive. We got a lot of teams doing pretty much the same thing. So that's why like our first 3 rounds just breeze by like that. Like the round is already over by the time we know it. So if this is going to be the case for the rest of week 2, it's going to be really exciting. But it also means that for those teams who are maybe not as confident in taking fights or does not have a good success rate in winning fights, then this is where they'll need to be prepared. The big game show us enough.
I agree, especially when we talked about okay, last week BN United was amazing. They were brilliant. They were on the top notch when it comes to the league entirely. But this week though, it translates a different story entirely. But when it comes to head-to-head, we do have Box Gaming Gosu in here with Misery as a comparison between these two. But so far, when it comes to throwables, you have to give it to Gosu, and Gosu is pretty darn good when it comes to the hand grenades.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, right? For Box Gaming, only got, after the 3 rounds, only 5 eliminations in total. That much. But when it comes to placement, they got 2 third-place finishes back-to-back and 2 in round 3. So it's not too bad for them. At least a lot more better than how they started last week. But if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the summary of whatever that has happened today. So first you consider DVD in Sanhao, and the first Rango Yoodo Alliance, and then we have GE to take on the chicken dinner before we went out for the break. One more Rango to go.
Yeah, but speaking of more, which is going to be more for you guys watching at home, because this is your tournament as well. Don't forget the exclusive, the first time ever PMSL skin for you guys to grab, and this during this exclusive time. But also the new Beach and Pool team party for you guys who love the summertime, which is now.
Yeah, which is only available until the 13th of September. So time is running out, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta get it fast. And speaking of fast, this is definitely going to be fast. Aston Martin X PUBG Mobile exclusive colors, which is also in for a limited amount of time until the same date, which is 30th September. So in order for you not to miss out, get it right now. So don't need about it because it's already in your hands or in your game.
Yeah, it's already yours if you just go for it, you know. But I do love the new exit, by the way, the jellyfish that stings. But speaking of our next map, Erangel, now this is going to be the last Erangel map of the day, and we do know how crazy things can get when it comes to this particular last map of the day as well. So I assume there's going to be a lot of team going aggressive. I'm hoping RRQ to do so. I'm waiting for them to do so, because like you mentioned before, they do focus try to focus on both, try to balance out their placement and their elimination, but it's just so difficult for them to get those chicken dinners to work. XERXIA surprisingly has been downplayed for a bit. Same goes for BN United. I feel like, am I jinxing these teams? But RRQ is doing okay. On the other end of Circle, things are doing great for your end.
Yeah, bottom teams, let's go, right? So far Yoodo Alliance with the chicken dinner. We still got 2 more to go. So
GE
at least 2 more.
already
So let's see if I can complete it with the last 3 games. But so if you gotta think about it, right? So actually is not too bad because they collected 22 points so far with a decent placement plus some elimination. So they're pretty okay. I'll be a little bit more worried for BN United that the fact that they are now 16th place.
Yeah, I mean, they barely scores any. Same goes for the sort of GEEK fan. Both teams scored 2 points for 3 maps. There's average of 0.5 even, maybe even in a map. But speaking of your predictions so far, I have a feeling if Box Gaming did actually score a chicken dinner, you strike all your predictions today because you scored twice, Cloud. GE and Yoodo Alliance finally got themselves those chickens to work.
Oh yeah.
But on the side of Swaps, here comes Boom again.
Yeah, Boom, the team that has the most substitutions since the last PMSL, and looks like it's going to be the case this time around, and we're gonna see if this changes the fate of Pool, because as of now, Pool only got 8 points after 3 games, which still looks like the kind of like a slump, we can somewhat call it, carried over from last year to at least as of the first 3 games.
Yeah, I'm worried for these teams, right? I'm not sure what hit them. Is it a mental block? Is it the exhaustion starts to kick in? Or are the players unhealthy? Because we saw some of them might actually do have caught themselves in a flu. But we have Beer this time. Our style is out. We saw Beer last week when it comes to the final day, if I'm not mistaken, of week 1. We saw a lot of those veterans players coming back into the game. And so far, Beer is doing okay. I mean, I feel like he's adapting, he's adjusting pretty fast since he did play since week 1. So I do want to see how they will fare this time for Infinity.
Okay, somebody needs to wake up now. Is this thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was maybe it was like getting that 2-minute power nap. Something kind of works. But we also have Surge here. I was expecting to see like Mega Mind somewhere, but yeah, okay, that's it. I was expecting to see Coach play like how he did last week, which is pretty decent, sort of showing Die Hard, not the most data sort of debut, but it was okay. They could also make the substitution at point as well later this week if they need to.
Yep. I mean, like, it's down to the final week to see a major swaps coming in and out. But at the same time, if the players, we saw the trend here, if some players didn't actually do play like week 1, they will have some tough time to adjust themselves in week 2 here. So they definitely want to swap in and out with the players they want to have in the final week since week 1, or at least starting off week 2. Coming up from a side of Box Gaming, they start to rise up the occasion. They have been progressively growing, but it will be enough for them.
Depends how they end the week though. If they end the week like in the first half, then it should be next week. As long as they remain somewhat consistent in the middle, they should be fine. But if they still end up like in the bottom, then in the last to be super hard. They need to be really up there, and that's like general based on how we have seen like seasons. But Box Gaming, of course, they've been doing better last week so far, so they seem to be on the rise. But that also means that other teams will be pushed down, like GEEK, BN United, the Boom, FaZe Clan, still with a single so far.
Now, speaking of the only team without a chicken, leaving us to only 1 for the past week 1 and including week 2 now, can Box Gaming score themselves that one chicken they've been dying for every single time? Will they finally score it? On the side of XERXIA, we're waiting for them to come back. They've been super strong in week 1. Now it's kind of slowly just dropping down their performance. Sam9 on that and be popping a lot of early fights. Can they grow stronger? Because right now we're heading to our last Erangel in week 2, day 1. Don't waste any more time. Let's jump straight into it.
Yes, this is going to be the final Erangel for today. It's going to be the 4th game, ladies and gentlemen. This time, the flight path's going to be a little bit different. We're going to start off with Jogo down to Novo. So this is where most should be able to get to their draw spot. Yasnaya might be a little bit further for PERSIJA and Box Gaming, but it shouldn't be too bad. They should be able to glide into Yasnaya.
Now, speaking of Yasnaya, early on we do have Yasnaya, Poliana Circle. The second one right on top of school round mentioned as well. I mean, like, mostly for today, the entire day, our circles comprise of the right side of main peninsula, which we do have Rossok School, Farm Shelter, mentioned Yasnaya, those kind of circle for the entire day. But MORPH dropping around Zaki. This time a bit unusual, maybe because the flight path a bit more on the northern side than per usual. We do have a lot of southern side of the circle today. I do want to see if Rossok have a lot of contenders again this time.
GE is definitely going to go there. That's their home ground for sure. Another change of draw spot. So Boom moved to North Jogopu instead in the Vampire Esports, leaving Milta open. But we're going to get a similar starting circle this time. And like what you said, whether Rosa will be the place of contention or will it go up this time. I do expect like the teams to play up north, knowing that some of the northern teams are not playing, and then it really what happens to Circle next.
Oh boy, we have a lot of Northern Circle here the entire day here today, where the flat paths prefer down south all the way. But on the side of Boom, definitely they need to bump up their games here, because this is not the Boom that we used to know. Feels they are being dimmed down, being quiet for the past few matches of the day. On the side of FaZe, same goes for them. We do have Mela this time, but Mela is still adjusting. It's so hard to see Mela actually survive. But hopefully this time it will work out for the side of FaZe. It's been a while we've seen FaZe up there. And even last week, FaZe having a bit of a tough time to the very last minute and being pushed down as well. Side of Sam 9 though, this is one of the team that really love early skirmishes.
Because I guess if it look at like Sam's reputation, or previously majority of this lineup is from Ravenwood, their play style is like what we see here for most of it, like play aggressively, crash into other compounds and try to get elite points. And if they continue on like this, it's something that they're actually accustomed with. They're comfortable with that, like what they're doing right now against Box. Then by all means, have the confidence and go.
Definitely they have the confidence. It just shows this time Kwang on the other hand, not so confident to take the shots out. But he definitely give them some of damage output. On the side of Sam 9 time, I'm not sure what is happening. He drove himself out there. Kwang finish off knockdown on Sam. Dap, sorry, can he finish off Kwang? Twang's come out from the back. Can he with a jump shot across that wall? Inside of Box, we had an interview again with them early on today. They mentioned about they changed their strategy, well, for the past 2 days here. Will it work at this state? I mean, like, we're halfway through their day number 1. It definitely didn't work out right for them just yet.
Well, for me, it's okay. I mean, because if we do compare like only to look at it for overall, right? Their points that they collected is more than how they would have been last week in this stage. So at least that is okay. If you have that one round that you get this sort of thing whereby you got eliminated early and so on and so forth, I mean, a lot of teams will face that kind of start. So if it's just this one round, I think it's still okay for Boss Gaming. As long as the next round they're back up, that's fine.
If it's not this round, maybe in Marama, will something change for the side of Box? But definitely I agree with you. When it comes to the progress, if you compare it with week 1, which they scored around 57 for the entire week, there's definitely a huge progress, a huge leap compared to week 1, day 1, definitely. But some of the players resort to the bunkers right on top of range right now. It's going to be MORPH. I'm not sure if they plan to stay down there, since the circle still comprises of some part of bits around where they stand. Infinity, on the other hand, we do know BN United and Infinity always drop himself around the SMB area, but XERXIA, last time we saw them, also did drop around this corner, just around Nova Repnoy. So I'm not sure if they managed to get out of there, just go to its side of Milta, or are they still around Novo?
Well, since we have BN United and the flight path was like not too far from Novo, so I guess BN United would have been the team that lands inside Novo instead. And then if you talk about like military base, it's the Infinity. So normally like you will have these inside of it, unless if any of these two teams not playing, then maybe XERXIA will be playing them. But looks like they start off in their natural home ground, which is Milta Power. And even better for them, now that Boom moved to North Jogopol and Beats obviously not playing, so they have the entire stretch from Milta Power up to Milta for them to loot.
I assume we're going to have a really massive fight, a bit scrappy ones, when it comes to stage number 4 perhaps. It is all down to the circle, how harsh if you want to get. But on the side of Alter Ego, because we have this sort of circle very similar before, there's a shot we might ended up just around Rosshawk possibly, if it hard shift down south all the way. So maybe they're waiting for the players and teams. For Alter Ego, they're waiting on that gut command. They're hoping for the teams that are coming up from the southern side to cut across. But I have a feeling it won't be a lot of teams that passing by that got come out as for now. On the side of RRQ, we have Asa playing. Asa is still not playing this one.
Yeah, Asa is still taking a break, and will be playing on his behalf. And so far, RRQ is not bad. 30.3 rounds. With this sort of achievement, at least based on the numbers, no reason for them to change. So not too much of a surprise that I still taking that break. Whether he will come back from Miramar, maybe they're prepped Miramar, that could be the case, but we'll need to wait and see. It also depends on what happens this round. But if they're still consistent, then probably it's time for Asa to take a break. I think, as far as I recall, last week MORPH did not play at all.
3 teams fighting against each other with a buggy now, and it's gonna be Alter Ego, DX, and FaZe. Having a bit of greeting down on the side of FaZe just now, straight in the face. Octa got shot down quite a number of damage. Alter Ego, I'm not sure what's the plan here. They tried to bait out FaZe to fight them, challenging them. But FaZe, instead of, you know, try to jab them back, they just, we're not gonna take your bait anyway. They're playing patience game for the side of FaZe for now.
Yeah, I guess after whatever happened in the previous round, that the circle did scam. So some of these teams is like, okay, we're gonna stay put at where we are. We're not gonna make that hard rotation yet. Maybe we'll wait for like stage 2 or stage 3, just to be a little bit more sure of where exact circle is until they make the move. So where they stay put, they would just be there and try to shoot whoever who's making the rotation in front of them.
Boom, take it down on the side of DBD. It's gonna be our Chul taking him out. DBD, it happens to be 2 teams. Now we get to see what's really happening here. And it happened to be DBD caught a lot of attention in the center as well. Because it's not just the side of Boom having a glimpse of them. FaZe taking them down. While we have the cluster going to us from the northern side down to us around school area. School is where a lot of things will happen next. Yummy May taking on Izane. FaZe on Alter Ego. What is going on? Why is there so many three-way war happening?
Well, I guess by now, 4th game. I think we shouldn't be too surprised, considering like all these teams, they want to take fights today. And unfortunately for Ego, they've been caught by FaZe Clan, and that's going to be a point for Mormon. And not only that, you saw the movement of Alter Ego. They want to see if they can take advantage to like try to chase them. But they cannot go too far in case Alter Ego stops at one of the prime positions, just like we are at now, and they turn their back on the FaZe Clan, they will have that advantage. So that's why we can see FaZe Clan aware of that position from Alter Ego, so they stop in the compound just out Rosa.
I have to say, from the early start when they tried to jab, giving a bit of a jab to the side of FaZe for Alter Ego. Alter Ego and FaZe has been tailing each other out for quite a number of times here now. On the second stage, but we have a couple of teams losing a lot of men. Sam 9 rotating a bit later, where they do have to take the blue zone quite in. Boom, cutting across shooting range. Probably just gonna cut across all the way north and coming down from Starboard, possibly.
At least Boom, earlier we saw Yummy being knocked down, but this time, yeah, he's still okay. It's not the player that they want to lose. Yummy, multiple times, they pulled off clutches for Boom, and even in their last chicken dinner of the last game last week, he pulled off an insane in Miramar as well to clinch their chicken dinner, the only chicken dinner so far in the PMSL. Make sure that they're not in the bottom 4. So that is how important Yummy is, despite not really performing as a team, but that is still that one player that I would say is unmovable for the team, and they need to keep it alive as long as possible.
I agree. Yummy's always been the one that fragging out for the entire team. Always the one that have a bit more confidence when it compared to all the others to open up the angles. Just do something unorthodox, aside from just waiting for the time to pass or waiting for the other teams to start to move against them. But right now it feels like he's on a leash at the moment, and we don't see the best of Yummy yet coming up from Boom. But XERXIA as well being tamed for this week 2. We haven't seen them going all crazy just like we saw them last week. Maybe they're just warming up to this week. But GEEK fan finally speaks out where they took down one of the players of GE in the center. Roshok it is, I guess. Never mind, it moved away from Roshok where BN United scores in the center. PERSIJA, EVOS, Redface always 10 steps ahead from the rest of the team. Already in the center as well.
Happier circle for some of the teams that we saw on the right side of Roshok before. Namely 7-9, they are still there, so that seems to be their common rotation. But speaking about rotations, so Yummy, second time around, knockdown, but this time, he might not survive.
They traded 1-1 between MORPH and the side of Boom. Boom already getting to MORPH's face, and they compare Pombit playing a dangerous game, trying to save on Nachul. Now Boo who's just finished off Yummy May. Now this is going to be detrimental for Boom's side. They don't have Yummy May anymore. But Pombit, this is just too low for him to have another go. Just hugging about the corner, hoping to reset himself. Vichano on there, then cooking up the nade, hoping he will drop a big one against MORPH.
Okay, here we go. Speaking of big one, Boo Boo drop it onto Pombit. And now, Ichan is the only one standing for Boom. Oh no, could this be another early elimination for Boom here? Boo Boo with the nade of his own, but the nade from Boo Boo lands on Pombit first. That is sayonara for Boom without a single force.
It's not great, but the Axe and Yoodo Alliance is going to be next. Flax, spot out Lamborghini, Levi on the other building. They spot him out anyhow. Flax and the rest of Yoodo Alliance now going to charge in. And Levi prepared and greeted them with those DBS. Getting on one knockdown to a side of Yoodo Alliance players. They're down to 3. But at the same time, those high ground contenders start to eye out what's happening on the low grounds. Flax finish off Levi. Where are the rest of DX? They're done.
Yeah, it was Levi's actually the last man in that comp. So it was 1 against Yoodo Alliance, and the numbers just overwhelmed him as they got eliminated. So Xavier, again, another round that was tough for them. As for Yoodo Alliance, in the middle of the circle with a compound, definitely can't complain.
Oh, you will start to complain when there's too many teams to deal with at the same time here. Porsche just knocked out on Beer. He just steps in for Beer and got straight away knocked down. Infinity have to save him now. He's bleeding out. Logan and Asherty try to buy space for the revival at the back. Logan opened up the flank, being spotted out. He didn't know where the shots came from. We have no idea where the shots came from, because there's so many teams around this corner. They got himself in a bit of a pit for Infinity. But the problem is, there's nothing to cover them. It's quite an open field. Everything starts to unfold for BN United if they can take the opportunity here. But Infinity will not take the risk anyway. They start to disengage, move themselves into the circle, and we have a glimpse of what's going to happen. MORPH came up from north. PERSIJA EVOS will be stopping them. PERSIJA EVOS got the center.
Oh, and they will join up together into that little bit of a high ground, that compound. So that's definitely going to be that fortress now. PERSIJA was in a very strong spot, say, as long as he still got the circle, of course. And looking at the position for MORPH GPX, it's probably going to be a difficult one for them, because almost certain that they need to pass through PERSIJA.
But they are a trio right now for PERSIJA EVOS, and the thing is, they have to cover 360 degrees since they are in the center. If teams happen to be passing all at the same time, that's going to be a lot of problems for the side of PERSIJA. But those actually not playing in the center, they're playing the outer circles. But usually it's going to be the blue zone edge. DWD lost Yen early on. Lucky they didn't actually wipe out another one, because it's going to be tough for them to starting off as a duo. BN United got those high grounds. This elevation will work. But the problem with this sort of elevation is a flat fill up here. The moment they have another team sharing the same place, they definitely have to force it out.
Yeah, there's no sharing in the dictionary in this high ground or in this elevation. So if anyone comes, it's definitely all out fight. It's probably not going to sound nice since they have a compound, but some teams we do see still rotating on the outside circle might have interest in there. There's somewhere that they need to be careful of the outer side circle, in which Sem9 also has interest to try to defend the ground, fending off FaZe Clan, forcing them away and bump to BN United.
side of the top spot in BN United. Like we mentioned, they got the flat field high elevation, but FaZe is there to take it away. And the moment they have another team sharing, there's no way they cannot avoid the fight. Moment 1-2-1 Max won this over, but at what cost? A heavy toll on the side of BN United, but heavier on the side of FaZe. At least he didn't go empty-handed. It's got himself a 3 elimination. But for BN United, they need to take covers. They cannot afford to stay there any much longer. They don't have enough resources. They don't have enough men. And it was a wise move for Break to move away from there.
Yeah, I suppose they also that 7-9 were crashing onto them. That's why they immediately retreat to the house down south. Now, speaking about 7-9, they have the Infinity instead with the knockdown. Minute 14 from Shirley. Still waiting for the moment for 7-9 to pull off another elimination. Paul Beer with his debut today, knocked out by Tam as well. Only one more to go.
This is just ridiculous angle. Tam just spotted them out for Infinity. What a clear sight. He might take the entirety of Infinity by himself here. He's not even putting up much work with those taps of minute 14. Definitely paid off for him to just open up, widen up the angle between the teams. But Flax! Oh, Lobby fights back. Infinity will not go down easily. Beer will be picked up by his teammate. But Sherty, Lobby, and Logan still stands. Even though they got knocked down early on, they have a bit of a revive. Feels like a zombie squad there. Tom, on the other hand, knocked down on Sherty once more. And Infinity Lobby! Will they be moving back to the lobby with Blues are closing in for side of Infinity? Definitely not the game they hoped for.
Wow, the crash from Adilu connected. And now he has that little bit of elevation, but unfortunately, still too open for the rest of the Infinity to shoot him down. And look, PERSIJA EVOS still has it. That's definitely still going to be their fortress. Logan comes in. He wants the points. He wants to seek revenge as he tosses a nade onto Olio's knees.
Oh, Infinity. Tom has been such a pain in the back for Infinity. He's been taking those off angles. Surprisingly, nobody gonna go and punish Tom at this state. Infinity, on the other hand, that's gonna be it. There's no way for them to actually have more points than this. And it's just Tom making it such a difficult task for the side of Infinity.
But Flex actually saved Yoodo Alliance with their last hit. The last member of the Infinity. Nicely done, Flex. Not his first time clutching up for Yoodo. But now, speaking about clutch, can Alba do it? Because he's alone here. He's the last man. That's the ego.
But for Yoodo Alliance, they got temporary revival, and that's just it. BN United taking the fight against RRQ. MORPH on DBD, while instead of Alter Ego. RRQ, their next contender. RRQ has been running and gunning and forcing people out of their homes and out of their compounds. DBD, on the other hand, that's going to be the last player of DBD remaining, which going to be Jimmy OP. Scouted out the smokes from RRQ. Now, he can stay as quiet as possible, but Sam9, things are getting louder this side because they do have a new visitor coming in, which going to be XERXIA. Uzi on the ground bleeding. Tom, can he do another off-angle shots from afar again?
Oh, he switches to an M4 now. Mikael from the side, putting pressure onto XERXIA as they will lose us, and that is it as well. BOP on the other side of the circle. Now focusing on Sam9, fighting their way through. XERXIA, they don't have a full squad, but they're going up against a full squad of Sam9. So Sam9 has this advantage. It's just that they need the vision. They need to be able to see the members of XERXIA.
Sam9 not going to back out from any fight right now. They scored themselves 7 eliminations. We're at stage 5 with only 7 teams remaining. Once more, it has been really wild when it comes to week 2 here. Tom, on the other hand, has been trying to make sure they cannot advance any further for XERXIA. Look at those nades you've been dropping down. He's forcing themselves to stay in the blue zone here. And Tom, he will be running out of resources. He keeps on going, missing all those nades. But for the side of XERXIA, they responded with smokes first. Tried to blind their teammate, making sure they were not knowing their position, exactly where they stand. Mega Mind spotted out the rest of Sam9, but there's just too many of them. He tried to back out, but Tom, again, this guy, nothing stops him.
Wow, after taking a break and a lag, now he's showing up. The IGL for Sam9, leading by example. He's still not done with his nades. He got 3 more to go. Make that 2 after that toss. Now Mikael's going in. Mikael is going in for the frontal fight with XERXIA. RNJ The Chopper is knocked down. RNG now needs to defend the ground together with Mega Mine, but Mega Mine taken out as well. He's the only one standing. One more to go. Down. Out of name. Moving with the close quarters combat with an M4. Spraying into the smoke. But RNG 10 health. He just needs to hit that one last hit. And it's time. 6 eliminations for Zone.
10 eliminations for the total, but coming up from the side of Sem9, and they have been bulldozing so many teams up at that certain particular compound for such a long time, holding their ground so well. After taking BN United, after taking Infinity out, after taking whatever there is teams in front of them, they keep it going. RRQ on the other hand, try to flush out the rest of BN United to get out from here. Now on the side of BN United, lucky they still have 4 walls, but the problem is they don't have the circle. By the end of the day, they still have to get out from these houses.
Oh yeah, time is on their side because the zone will start to close now. But RRQ wants to finish out the fight. There are only 2 left. Break now tosses a nade, trying to defend this ground. The Break took it, so he will evade that nade. Max in the inside of the house. Break gonna come in from the other side with the DBS, but we're able to connect his shots. At the same time, RRQ, one of them knocked down. Nice to see.
QEON Boo Boo Hoo just gonna get out from the blue zone right now for the side of MORPH. They have to advance, getting into the circle. Will meet to the side of Sem9 and PERSIJA EVOS, waiting at the other end. Oh, he missed Rocky. Rocky didn't get in the car. Now he have to move himself for the side of Boo Boo. At least he got some ghillies, but why is he still standing?
Well, I guess he saw an opportunity to shoot, maybe. But let's see here what trying to do. So it looks like a little bit out in the open. Now shot by Tam. Now Trouble Vehicle's blown up as well. Oh man, stuck in a difficult situation. Probably tried to crawl back to the back line where Rocky is at. But Q, nowhere to crawl at as PERSIJA EVOS with that fortress that we talked about. We'll take them out. It's going to be 5 points for PERSIJA EVOS now.
It's all to the teams that are remaining here. All have a shot at getting those chicken. They still have their squads to rely on. Canny couldn't get out from the blue zone in time. He tried to reset himself, but the blues is just way faster. And from afar, Sem9, they got a double-digit elimination, but they couldn't get into the circle. On the side of GE, leaving only West Carry to do all the work. That will revive Tom, but at the same time, West Carry, ZERXIA, what a set of eyes he has. Sharpened like nothing else, seeing through all the enemies that actually move. Whatever he can see that's moving, he definitely will shoot it down. But MORPH on the other end though, PERSIJA EVOS, they have to be alert. They are super cautious. They definitely try to cover all the angles possible. Lucky they do have this compound to work, but Rocky, those proning down will not be noticed yet on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, because Sem9 now aiming to the side of MORPH. PERSIJA and the side of Sem9 all focus on the side of MORPH.
And PERSIJA's the circle! Still with the high ground, still with the compound. It is still their fortress. It's fortunate that they don't have a full swap, but they can still defend this now. The chase for MORPH GPX to go up to the high ground. So same goes for Sem9 to get across. Sem9 will have the vehicles so they can still zoom past by. But they need to hope that PERSIJA EVOS are busy enough with MORPH GPX to be distracted so that Sem9 can come in.
For side of Sem9, they couldn't stretch their formation any more further here. They need to reunite and push forward as a unit. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand, nothing can stop Redface. This guy's just wild. Redface is just one different beast entirely, and ZERXIA is another monster to deal with. Sem9 can make it through to go in the front line, but the problem is he is there by himself. Tom tried to give support fight at the back line, but the problem is they have to give it out one by one. And lucky enough for both Sem9 players, they made it through, but those elevations will make it hard for them to spot PERSIJA EVOS player, which happened to be on top of them.
Yeah, there's the fortress that we talked about for PERSIJA EVOS. But now with Sem just right in front of them, they're forced to go back unless they can get a knock onto Sem9. Sem9, Trilla tossing the nade onto the high ground without any vision. So far, not connecting onto anyone for PERSIJA just yet, but this could be an opening for MORPH GPX to come in. Tam moving out by ZERXIA from so no long range cover fire support for the two members of SEM9.
I have a feeling this is the best time for MORPH to get into this business as well. They have a full squad. They're not being eye out for both teams here. ZERXIA prepare himself with those DBS in case they try to climb over these walls coming up from the side of SEM9. MORPH still being at the sidelines. They're waiting for the next circle when it stings more with their blue zone start to pressure these guys, and the circles still haven't shifted yet. SEM9 losing more men now with Tom already got finished off, leaving only Mikael and Dab. PERSIJA, EVOS, if they go in for the rush, MORPH will start to push this side.
ZERXIA pinning numbers of SEM9 Dab now. Just below him, Mikael unfortunately will be knocked down by Lynx. But Mikael stolen away by Yoru from MORPH GPX. SEM9 is out of number, but this time 11 elimination points for them, not too bad. Now it's between MORPH GPX and PERSIJA EVOS.
It's going to be 3v4. QEON taking the lead. Red Face taking the front line to defend. Yoru just randomly toss over that small shack to clear up all the corners possible. Lynx getting those high grounds, but he needs to jump down to help his teammates. Slowly going down to the second end of his floor. On the side of MORPH, on the other hand, how do they approach this? Which entry they want to get into? If they make a wrong decision now, it's done. They cannot get this chicken. They still have a shot at it. Now going for the lower ground instead of those elevations. They know for a fact they still need to stay in the circle. Rocky on the other end trying to find an entry to get on Red Face first. Red Face will be the one that's stopping them, and ZERXIA open up the flank and widen up the angle for PERSIJA EVOS.
Now that's an off angle MORPH GPX. They have two angles to take care of. Unless they can get knocked down to ZERXIA, but they straight enter the compound where the members of PERSIJA EVOS is at only to go, and they know the numbers at this point. So they're fighting where the members of PERSIJA EVOS is Lynx on the other side. QEON tries to clip him, managed to do so. He's kind of low right at QEON, 70% of health as well. Red Face on the other side, providing cover from the other end, but QEON knocked out by Lynx.
Oh, MORPH. It's going to be a bit of a trade. Back to 2v3 here. They do have the numbers. Yoru, he tried to finish off Lynx, and then instead he still secures one. Boo-boo-hoo. And that's it, MORPH. They are finally having a great start of the week. They waited. They played a patience game. They didn't want to disrupt the flow between the side of SEM9 and PERSIJA EVOS. But the moment they stepped into that business, it was impeccable timing where everybody was super busy. You just backstab them and finish off in a fashion. And winner chicken dinner, MORPH finally having a good start of the week.
Second chicken dinner for MORPH GPX now. They are on a roll so far. With the man inside the IGL, Boo Boo, the MVP with 5 eliminations and 637 damage. MORPH GPX, they knew they had the numbers, and they know the moment they infiltrated into that house, they know that was their moment because they already had the numbers. And plus, with ZERXIA rotation on the outside, they already know that there's only 2 players inside the compound left, and that's it. The confidence heightened, and they all just need to rush. The moment they got lit, they know there's only 1 more left in the compound, and that's where they finish up the job.
It was a job well done coming from the MORPH side, because some teams, usually what we saw when it comes to the last few fights there, they try to force the fight on the compound, but instead they get out from the compound, yo-yo their way in back again, knowing the fact there's gonna be a flank going all the way towards their off angle side, and they shut him down in an instant. They see 10 steps through what PERSIJA EVOS is planning, because they have been fighting them for the longest time since their PMPL days. But so far you have to give it up to Boo Boo, who has been pulling so much work for the team. 5 eliminations and a lot of yellow highlight on top of his name. But MORPH, this is definitely the start that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, the MORPH GPX, who normally starts around the area of Severny, because of the flight path, they had to up and come back down, but less resist for them, at least at the start. But towards the end, they just mowed PERSIJA EVOS of the numbers that they have. Other than that, SEM9 got themselves a good amount of eliminations as well this round, so they secure some of the top spot here, top 3 to be exact. PERSIJA was of course second place, but RRQ still maintains a level of consistency that puts them still in the top 4.
Yep, and just so we saw how the Indonesian teams do prefer to play in Erangel, a lot of them in those top performing team in this particular map. This is the last Erangel map of the day, but the ties has been super quiet here today, Cloud. We haven't seen a lot of the ties.
Maybe because that High Esports isn't playing. That will be the big power. That will return tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So a team that a lot of people will fear. Of course, they are back-to-back PMWI champions for something, right? Overall, the next one might be XERXIA, but XERXIA isn't the XERXIA that we had last week, so I don't know. Is it fatigue actually thing to kick in onto them, because they're not a team that has like 2 offline experiences, maybe only once from the KL Esports days.
But I personally feel like the ties do prefer Miramar over Erangel, so maybe for the next one we can anticipate it will be more towards the ties heavily preferred map. But when it comes to double digit, we have so many 11 eliminations. My god, these 3 teams wipe out almost the entirety of PUBG mobile population just now. 11 for the side of MORPH, 11 for PERSIJA EVOS, 11 for SEM9.
Yeah, if they took the points, that means there will be teams that will suffer from not having any point at all. GEEK Fam, Xavier, boom. Team seems to be repeatedly at the bottom somehow. Maybe a little bit more, but GEEK, I don't know, maybe not those first 1-2 days thing, just like last week, that they needed like the first phase before they start to warm up and they go all the way from there. So hopefully we get to see the best of later, as we still have 2 more games to go.
Oh boy. The only difference between GE and PERSIJA EVOS is just that chicken right now. Everything else is almost a tie, except for the placement, definitely because GE already scored a chicken dinner. Now it's only day number 1 in week number 2, we already have a spicy start.
Yeah, very spicy indeed. Look at the amount of eliminations. We got 5 teams, already got more than 20 eliminations so far. So these 5 teams, even if we look in-game, they've been playing very aggressive. They've been getting a lot of eliminations from start to finish, so showing their power indeed. And among all these teams, it's SEM9 with the most eliminations so far with 20 eliminations. 1 more to go to hit the 30 mark.
So for top performer in the last map just now, you have to give it to Tom. He was incredibly crazy just now. And Zuxi, Boo Boo, and Flags. I was hoping to see Ratface on top of this as well, because Ratface has been luring all the teams to assist. So well, Zuxi do all the work from the off angle. I love this duo coming from Zuxi and Ratface mindset think alike, how they just complement each other. But when it comes to Miramar, this is where we see the ties love it more. XERXIA definitely have one of the top stats when it comes to this particular map. DX, we haven't seen a lot of them today. Some of them are doing okay. Boom, BTR. Now, I don't think BTR is playing here today, is it? They are playing, sorry. Are they? I forgot which group they're in. They're not playing, right? Yeah, they're not playing.
So based that, I guess Boom and Xavier won't be missing Erangel. So I guess they can't wait to start Miramar after this. Hopefully change their fate. Despite Miramar is only played twice a day, but what we're playing every day is going to be this exclusive skin, which is the first PMSL South Asia, and it is limited. It is called the Dream Chaser Suit Fast Gun Skin. 1 set for you to take home.
We do know the Dandy Grooster, and Cloud said he's gonna wear this one day, so I'm waiting for that to happen. Right?
If we have an offline.
Yeah, you promise now.
Yes, if we have an offline. But I don't know how I'll manage the hair though. But what I know what to manage is that, I know how to manage this. If I will to be able to cause the Dragon Ball Super, this hair, maybe some of them, doable with a headset.
Like how much hair gel you should have to make sure that it stays up like that for a Dragon Ball hairstyle. But speaking of styles and everything, we do see some teams change their approach towards the game when it comes to week number 2. For the side of Box, surely but slowly, they are starting to get those momentum up. It's way better when it comes to comparing first week performance, and they are the only team without any chicken yet.
Yeah. looks like I'll still be keeping them on my prediction if they don't score the chicken dinner today. But at least they're doing a lot better than the start of last week. Maybe not in this round, but in general, they are getting better. So, like what you said, maybe it's about time for them to get that chicken dinner as we head on to Miramar. Hopefully, it'll change their fate as we get Bombs Gaming as our first shot.
My god, the game is going by so fast. I don't think even the players can get a bit of a break here. But speaking of which, of break and everything, everybody's chilling. Definitely on the side of Boom, they have to rework their strategy. They have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what went so wrong. Always, we talked about how important, how significant to have Yummy in there. Happened to be the first one to be out. But this time Infinity, I feel like they are swapping arms up with Lobby, so Beer will keep on playing, I assume.
Yeah, Beer will continue on in the lineup of the Infinity. Star will be coming back after that 1 round break. So let's see if that changes their fate. Because we haven't seen the best of Beer just yet. He has played a couple of okay, but it's not like, you know, the Beer you know of last time. But anyway, maybe he's one of those players that needs more games into warm up, and that's why he's still in the lineup.
Maybe that's actually a good start for the side of Infinity to change something up, because we haven't seen the best of them just yet. But also coming up from FaZe, so we don't see a lot of them just now. So I mentioned about the Tides have not been showing off how they usually do when it comes to the first day of any week. They start to really put all up and stretch out the numbers. But Zaya and Mane will actually have a bit of a swap on the side of GE. Maybe this is Mane's specialty map when it comes to Miramar.
Yeah, he's giving the rock on side, so he's definitely to rock and roll. The player on loan from Yangon Galacticos, he's quite a decent player as well. So I would say that for GG's lineup, it feels like whoever you swap in and swap out, they can still do it. It's quite a balanced team among them. As for GEEK, down F, but still trusting the process, still staying with the same lineup with Snipes, Audrey, Mika, and that route in it.
Speaking of trusting process, I just hope the process didn't actually betray them. It definitely didn't score that much when it comes to the entire day. Yeah, they need to figure out something, or whether to take it late or whether to take it a bit too early when it comes to rotation. Definitely something needs to change here, but maybe they are experimenting, because this is the middle week. We have actually scored quite a lot of points when it comes to week number 1. They have the luxury to test things out in week number 2, because we do know when you're playing in the league, it's a very long time. Plus, you cannot repeat the same thing during the grand finals, because you'll be figured out and counted by all the other teams. They have to be creatively thinking of something new along the process of the league itself.
Of course, that is the challenge for playing such a long league, and plus the grand finals. So adaptation, being versatile, able to change is very, very important for these teams. And with change comes the substitute. That's why some of the teams, they choose to change up their players as well, just to make it less predictable. But is it going to be predictable result for us? Let's see Miramar.
Finally heading into a different map entirely, coming out from the northeast of side of a map. We're gonna go down southwest, and it's down to La Ladrilera, cutting across St. Martin, as it is the Patron, Cruz de Vel, come out from Campo Militar. There'll be a lot of teams dropping early this one, because some of them do want to try out maybe around Campo Militar. We see some teams want to try something new today. Some of them want to change their drop spot. Some of them want to play a bit safer, and Campo Militar is not one of the places that not a lot of teams want to share with. And back towards the side of a circle, so far today we have seen almost the entire day 1 of week 2. The circle all north. How about Miramar?
Let's see later. If it does go there, then it happens to be out of fly path, so it's going to be advantageous for these teams at least. But I'm keeping my eye on Box Gaming. Looks like because they have to leave. They have to leave. Let's see. They have to definitely leave San Martin because GE is there. They did that last week. So where will they go this time around? Looks like they are still heading towards Power Grid. But then Yoodo are not too far there as well. Hopefully they don't get surprised by Yoodo Alliance. But since they landed before Yoodo Alliance, so they will still have the advantage at least. And so happened that the circle is on top up, and we can see a lot of these teams already starting off in the circle. So from going down south, maybe some of these teams would decide to like, okay, let's loot somewhere nearer instead.
Yeah, but speaking of which, don't have early skirmishes. Yeah, I feel like every team is kind of respect each their own territory for now. And on the side of Boom, they're dropping next to Campo Militar, which BN United already occupied themselves there. It's a smart move coming out from BN United. They want to avoid as much as possible, but the circle has been very generous for Miramar map this time, dropping right on top of the flight path itself. And instead of XERXIA, they're dropping far away from the rest of the other teams on the outskirts around Valdemar, possibly. It will take them quite a bit of longer time to get into the circle later on. I feel like a lot of teams that performed last week having a tough start when it comes to week number 2 here. Try to avoid all those early skirmishes when it comes to the second half of the day. But it didn't work out for them because these teams, some of them start to hunt people down, including Sam9 in that case.
Yeah, Sunway showing their Ravenwood days of taking fights, and now they have the most elimination, at least as of now. So, and not only that, they have Deb that has a lot of power. So even though he's not like originally from Ravenwood, but you would definitely still want to have Deb in your lineup as well. So his play style, his game philosophy of how he personally plays the game would suit Ravenwood's old play. So even if the big overhaul of Sam9, bringing in the entire Ravenwood up, they still can perform as they had done before during the Raven days, or at least as aggressive as they would. Maybe putting aside PMWI, that's probably an outlier. It's their first outing, but since PMWI, they know how the other, or how the other outside of Malaysia teams play, they seem to be adapting pretty quick.
And the one you should give credit to is definitely going to be DBD in that case, because they never perform well when it comes to South Asia. This is the first time ever. I actually do love their performance. I mean, they always choke when it comes to South Asia, maybe because of a self-pressure and overthinking, like I mentioned before. Most of the case, when you actually ask about the players, it's all about the overthinking. They were kind of worried. They kind of pressured by the fact, oh, these are the big teams. These are the legendary teams. They have big titles. They have big achievement in the past. They were in the PUBG Mobile competitive since the dawn of it. So they have this kind of pressure of overthinking. But like it or not, I mean, like, even though you have been since the PMCO days of PUBG Mobile, it has been progressing over the years. There have been changes of era throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile competitive side. Because back in the days, when first starting off PMCO, it always been like, oh, the Thai has been strong. And then take over by the side of Indonesia, and then the Vietnam took over, and back to the Thai. Has been going around and around. Same just like how Sam9 starts going around with FaZe right now, forcing them to take the fight. This is what I mentioned about Sam9. Some of the team don't want to get into the fight. They want to have an easy passage in, a safe one at that. But Sam9 will not let them to do so. 2 knocks in that one UAZ. That's a big one for Sam9.
Yeah, it's rush time for Sam9. Kill at the forefront. He's going there to claim his trophy, but he has to do it fast because they are now on the line. He should be able to make it in time, but Ventura is going to come in from the other side. Okay. Looking good for FaZe Clan though. So it looks like MORPH failed to revive his teammates, and Mel and Cole in the compound. Ventura has just arrived, so this is looking bad for FaZe Clan. They could be the first team to be eliminated.
Woman, pretty low on HP, down to only 15%. Mikael, Ben, and Barbecue. The Tam trying to do what he can and what he does best. He's going to drop in those nade on North Angle. Oh, Tam! This guy's mind is so out of the box that nobody can spot him where he's standing.
Well, he's the IGL, I guess. So instead of deciding for his teammates, it's like, oh, okay, I'll just do what I think that's best for the team. And true enough, it worked out. Not only can he shoot far, he can shoot from near, he can toss the nades, he can also take an off angle, somewhat unpredictable by the team, and he's definitely showing he's a big all-rounder.
He's on rabbit mode today. I have to give it to sort of Tom. This is the best version of Tommy I've seen yet by far in this stage at this caliber of play. RRQ spotted out Rocky, which is coming out from MORPH. And as per usual, the Indonesian teams love to tilt each other out. It feels like they are very comfortable of this similarity of rotations. And hence they'll be chasing the tails out of each other out. Like PERSIJA EVOS will fight out RRQ fighting out MORPH and BTI even sometimes when they're playing. But instead of XERXIA, he's trying to shut down Rocky. But MORPH making so much sounds, he's kind of cautiously waiting it out first. But Rocky finally finished off by no mercy. They would not even try to save him and just bail this one out, knowing for the fact it's too much of a risk trying to save his fallen teammate.
Yeah, they don't have the position, they don't have the numbers, and probably not the best of confidence as some of GPX as they're still trying to fight their way through. So that's why they're like, okay, is it worth it? Let's just leave it. And I think that's absolutely fine. They can focus on to rotating and trying to get into other positions that might give them a better advantage rather than trying to take that fight against another team that has a full squad and might end up losing from there.
Back on sort of RRQ. Now they definitely got themselves that score one, but trying to hop towards a different compound entirely for the second checkpoint. DBD having to drive himself across this uneven terrain. For Aizen, feels like a bit of a headache now. He's trying hard to do so. I mean, like, he's been incredible in a Wrangle map, but when it comes to driving, I don't think that's going to be his strong suit for now.
Well, since everyone has their own vehicle, so it's figure out how to drive anyway. But you'll be fine, you'll be fine. I mean, just looking at the map, they're on the clear. They can even go up to the high ground on St. Martin. That's okay if they want to make their way through. They can still go up, despite the circle is not in St. Martin. They can still go up to the high ground just to scout out, to see who's around before deciding where and when to move in. Because this is a circle pop, then you will see a lot of movement. So if they can reach that high ground in time, they can get information to decide on their next move.
But out of GEEK fam, they do have a very clear pathway in, so it will not be a hindrance for them to get into the circle in the first place. But GE spot out Box Gaming. Gosu trying to flee, and there's going to be ambitious spray coming up from Master Ichi, but he can try once more. Oh, bit of a drift. I think that's going to be a flat tire on the side of Gosu. That will be pinning him down. But the distance between Smile and Ichi, they will try to wrap around Box. And they caught themselves in a trap of GE that had been set up quite a long time. But Trongzin flee out of the scene. Another drift over due to flat tire. I guess it's all about the flat tire. Might as well just put up nails on the road for the side of GE here.
Oh, and it happened to be the flat tire at the wrong position in the open. And Gosu, where's he going to go from here? I mean, you got GE overlooking him. And there's pretty much nowhere to go. Like Ichi right in front of Gosu, and they know exactly where he is. There's not much space for him to work with. If only Ichi has the nades in hand, he would definitely toss onto Gosu. Luckily enough, he doesn't. So Gosu can still hold on for now, but this volley could flush him out.
GE. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but this is definitely another creative way to wait out your prey and just put them in a trap. Definitely hunting traps. But DBD, they are going from the southern side. Now, southern side of the circle, there's not many teams occupied around down there. The last time we saw a couple of teams, maybe around 3 of them out of all 15 still alive. GEEK fam definitely got a clear one on the right side. Now DBD coming up from the left side. But Sam9 caught a glimpse of GE. I want to see what's happening on the other end. Because GE just now, we thought they were alone. The only one they're pinning down is going to be a Box Gaming team. But as they do have those elevations, where is Sam9? Where did those shots came from?
Well, wherever it came, Box Gaming has Sam9 to thank. Because if not because of them, then the members of Box get pinned down. So now GE only left with 2. I don't know if they're in the position to still hold on to Box Gaming, but looks like the answer is we can see Smile on the other side. And Ichi is the only one, because he was always with the member of Box Gaming now. He has to win this because the blue has arrived. They're talking about stage 2 to stage 3. And not only that, the moment you move, look at the minimap, there will be other teams coming by.
GE on the ground, Box knock him down. And there's gonna be you reap what you sow, you taste your own medicine. Instead of GE, they set a trap against Box, and Box got them back for that sweet revenge. I give you back what you deserve. They lost Strong's before in that case, and they were trying for this minor victory, but it's not done yet. They need to get out from the blue zone. There's XERXIA waiting, there's Sam9 waiting on the other end. While Yoodo Alliance, they're definitely collecting some junk while getting themselves a couple of loot. But they do have a visitor, which is going to be a DBD. I think it's just going to be around 2 meters away from them. Yep. Yeah, but they don't have those elevations. DBD definitely know what's going on, but the problem is they cannot just shoot from afar because they have to rush in anyhow.
Yeah, DBD probably going to take that holding approach against Yoodo Alliance, since they do have the high ground advantage, and they can just wait for Yoodo Alliance to come to them. It's still okay, since Yoodo Alliance need to climb high ground. Or Yoodo Alliance, if they have the information, they might want to choose to rotate away, since it's going to be a disadvantage for them if they try to take the fight against DBD. And other than that, no other competition on DBD side. But for Xavier, early on they were on the side of Box Gaming and GE. Now they share attention to the Infinity on the left, but I guess they're in the mood to take fights, so they're going towards RRQ instead.
The XRQ next. I don't know how long will they finally clashes each other out. GEEK Fam spot out Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be too ambitious for Mika to drop the nade coming up from the other side of the hill entirely. Because Yoodo Alliance do have those warehouse to work. Definitely will take covers quite a long time in this, as they're still in this inside of a circle. Well, the last time we saw DX, they just naxed RRQ, but apparently maybe they are parting ways now. So nothing is happening on the other side. But Yoodo Alliance, never mind, back to Box. RRQ hexes down on the ground. RRQ losing men now, bleeding out. Where are the rest of them? They just arrived. Box, if they have a trio, they already start to fire against all the other teams. They don't have a care in the world. All they want is just focus on one objective, and the only objective they have right now is just get some eliminations. They don't care about the positions. They don't care about anything else.
Yeah, and somehow they managed to get into the circle after that fight outside with GE. And now it's their turn to defend the ground. But speaking about the grounds, Xavier failed to defend it against MORPH GPX, with Levi's eliminating, leaving Xavier only with 2 members. But we got Boom Esports here in that against the Infinity, tanking a little bit of the blue as they charge in onto the Infinity.
BA bleeding out. Infinity down to 2 players. Shit, yes, no more to be found. Boom, they are battling with nothing that they can win off, which is going to be the blue zone. But Yummy May is here. Oh, Logan is down. Achul helps along the way. Finally, Boom can get a bit of some elimination this time. Looks like a bit more promising than in Wrangle maps before. But Alter Ego's right on top of them. They have RRQ. All the Indonesian teams happen to be clustered in the same corner of the circle.
A small redemption for Boom. Can they redeem themselves against RRQ with Ichan knocked down by the Peko from the nade? 2 more to go. Now they're surrounding Boom. No Mercy gets one for himself. And it's going to be one left on the side of Boom. But No Mercy comes in from the right. And that is it. Boom Esports, after that small victory of collecting 4 points, RRQ had to spoil the party.
It was a clean wraparound coming from RRQ, but back on GEEK Fam, Yoodo Alliance. Now we do have a clustered Malaysian teams as well. GEEK Fam taking on Yoodo Alliance, Rapper Boy Gone Laugh with Olio and Flax. Audrey and Damn Rude. Now cooking up name for both Audrey and Olio, but Audrey dropped them first. Coming out on the second nade to a side of Yoodo Alliance. But if not being careful, DBD is just right on top of them. Maybe a bit far, but still can hear what's happening on the other side. Now Audrey, they have to get into the circle. The blue zone shrink even further. They don't have time. But Yoodo Alliance, do they have vehicles as well? GEEK Fam going the other way around, knowing for the fact they don't want to fight Yoodo Alliance anymore. But the problem is they don't know what's waiting on the other end. It's going to be DX waiting the moment they entry in.
Okay, let's see if they go straight on Xavier. At least they play around the high ground. D Xavier, not with a full squad, but spot up by Damru immediately, but the counter comes in from Parajin. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Damru eliminated by Parajin, still able to pick up Chua. Now left with only Audrey, but bought out BN United. So look at the minimap. There's like 4 different squads in the same area.
And all the different squads don't have too many numbers on their side as well, which is not great news because none of them will be surviving in the moment PERSIJA EVOS start to step in there. Audrey biding his time within those smokes while DX managed to revive Chua again. Parajin, lucky they still have those shack to take covers. One side of Audrey, GEEK fam, this is going to be the last player. He got himself that UAZ but almost exploded entirely. He hops down once more, realizing this is too dangerous for him. BN United scouted out GEEK fam. Yoodo Alliance scouted out GEEK fam. Ice towards GEEK fam by the side of DX. 3 squats on Audrey now.
Where is Audrey going to go here? And he's kind of low as well, with 40% of health. The best thing right now is just to stay quiet, hope for the other teams to just eliminate each other for him the way to move.
Flax. Spot Audrey, you can see Audrey jumping. Try to predict his next movement here. It's a clean one from Flax. He counted well and that was well prepared. But the circle will shrink now. Will it be favoring PERSIJA EVOS? Why not? They are there in the center again.
PERSIJA EVOS looking good so far with their current position. And all the other teams, we got a lot of other teams are on the outside now. Okay, we got MORPH, RRQ on the north, and we got BN United as well. Man, the moment all these teams move into the circle, like, together, that's where a lot of fights. So this time, stage 5, we got a lot more teams. We got 11 teams. So it's going to be havoc when the time comes.
Well, lucky the terrain is uneven here. They do have a lot of valleys and high grounds in between. Whoever got those elevations definitely not safe either, because the circle will move away from you. Max spotted out Yoodo Alliance from afar, but sadly he didn't get himself a better scope. 3 times works as long as he can tap it out, but it's quite ambitious from that distance. Box, on the other hand, open up wide, stretching out their angles to see RRQ going away. But at the same time, they were not willing to challenge them just yet. Might caught them off guard by surprise. Thien definitely have the intention to start the fight here, but it's being a bit more careful, waiting for the right timing. What? Just pulled over. Here comes the fight. Tien missed those nades. Going with the DBS. Being upfront about it. And going in the face as well. But Tien got clipped quite a number. But that UMP just gotta hurt. And hurt some more. The receiving end on the side of Box Gaming didn't actually fare very well. But at least they got some trade done by Gosu.
Yeah, the very dependable player, Gosu. Knocks down a member of RRQ, and RRQ only has 1 active player left. That's going to be the Telco, and it's still on the outside of the circle. 1 for Boss Gaming. They still have the time to reset, but after that, it's all about crossing the road. All the way from downtown, it's Alter Ego taking on Telco.
Speaking of being sneaky, Alva, that was nasty business, just getting into somebody else's fight entirely. But it was a brilliant one at that. Chua taking on Soas of BN United. Box gonna move away from Alter Ego. But BN United, Parajin and Chua lost it in this shack for the longest time. Honestly, nobody can take them out just yet.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're like the walking undead right now. How many did they survive? I already started to lose count. But, and not only they survive, always get to be in the circle. So, I mean, they've been finding the way through. It's not like they got a circle. That now Alter Ego in the same situation, needing to find their way to the circle. But next, it's going to be MORPH. Yeah, challenging them, almost getting a knock. Global pressure by the blue. He has 5 first aids, but he can't tank stage 5.
The circumstances are not profitable for the side of MORPH right now. Definitely not favoring to his side. Not just the moment QEON get out from here will be spotted out by Alter Ego, but all the teams down there. The Blues are even closing on their side first. Alter Ego Rosemary now be knocked down, but Alva can revive him with no problem. Porsche, on the other hand, still not willing to open fire towards the side, even though they can see the other side of a hill. And Sam9 happened to be in between of everybody else. PERSIJA EVOS happily just waiting everybody else done with their business.
Yeah, they're playing the same strategy as before. Like, for teams to come to them, and that's where they collect the elimination points. But for teams to come to them, they need each other first. So now, we're putting focus onto XERXIA, and DBD has a little elevation against XERXIA. And DBD has that information. Okay, Jimmy OP, Spotters, tapping on with the Mini 14, will not be able to connect, but at least he will pin us and stop him from coming in. Okay, second time around. Can he blow up the vehicle? Not in time.
It's gonna take him some time to blow it up by himself. Balva taking on MORPH. That's gonna be the last player. QEON is down as well. Alter Ego scored 4. And so far, nobody got himself a double-digit elimination just yet. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, only got 1. But they're playing this patience game. But on the side of XERXIA, not doing well. Izane is back with those slamming down hand grenade. And he's going away unpunished with his crimes. But DBD wrapping around XERXIA. Is he in trouble? Is he panicking? He knocked down. And nobody else can save him because that's going to be the loss of XERXIA.
Oh, XERXIA. I believe they have one more play to go. Okay, yeah, there's one more to go. So, not sure how it's going to do this. But Yoodo Alliance now coming in. Already got the successful elimination points and stopping Disable from getting up to the high ground. But looks like XERXIA didn't really long, so no points this time.
The Axe with 1 player, Yoodo Alliance 2, full squad 7 PERSIJA EVOS, and Alter Ego. Yoodo Alliance got elevations for WN United. A clear sight, a clear shot. Close enough.
Here we go, but flags high ground. PERSIJA United, Yoodo Alliance, despite playing as a duo, it's like they're playing as a full squad. 5 elimination points now, and they're in the circle. Okay, next is going to be up north. Box Gaming again. But this time, it's Sam9 that they need to face off.
Box goes to spot out Semna Mikkel, but he couldn't pinpoint how to shoot. There's a tree in between. DBD on the other hand, leisurely just spraying over this side without any contenders to stop them. They got the highest elevation. What a vintage point they secure themselves. One of the best spot there is to see what's happening on the other end. Mikhail and the rest of Sam9 now sitting ducks. They can't move out because DBD Izane is just a hindrance for everybody else out there.
Okay, DBD. Wow, showing a level of consistency here with already 6 elimination points in hand, and they're out inside. Not going to be challenged by other teams for now. But speaking about a challenge, okay, good next challenge for PERSIJA EVOS as other teams starting to get closer and closer. But I'll be a little bit more worried for the teams up north. Like, there's 3 teams on the other road, and there's not that much space to play with.
Izane a bit overexposed himself. Rosemary took him down from afar. It's quite an interesting angle coming from Alter Ego to manage to shoot him down from here. But PERSIJA EVOS still not moving an inch. They're not willing to give away the position just yet. They still quietly stays in between the war zone, listening all the gunfires across their heads and on top of them. Box, on the other hand, playing this low as well. DBD trying to just fish out all these eliminations while they can, taking advantage of the situation. They got themselves 6 in the bag. Box Gaming landed themselves 7 eliminations. There was Sam9 got a 6. I'm not sure where are the rest of Sam9. Is still at the foot of the mountain right now, trying to not overexpose themselves. PERSIJA EVOS not doing anything. While finally, Ratface couldn't take it anymore, and Misery follow up. They spot out the entirety of Alter Ego.
Oh, there's that time to collect point back. Already 2 for PERSIJA EVOS. Alter Ego caught in the open. They had to clear, but that also means that their position is known by PERSIJA EVOS. The nade connector from Alter Ego. Luckily enough, nobody got knocked. But speaking about knock, Gosu is the wall to Yoodo Alliance.
Misery. Hoping for Box to stand up, but Olio do have higher grounds than Box right now. It's a clear sight for them to actually just pin them down. PERSIJA EVOS, knowing the fact they do have those low grounds, that's why they've been staying indoors all this entire time. But Olio, the slow taps give them a slow death for Box Gaming. Nobody wants to be at the receiving end right now. It's going to be totally painful. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they do have this mini event to take covers with. And Yoodo Alliance It's gonna be you taking back what you deserve after poking their business too much into alter egos and Box's matter, but Box finally being eliminated from afar. DBD Yoodo Alliance just next to each other. Yen jump down, spots it out with a
If he got knocked, I mean his teammate had to back him up. But for Alter Ego, even if you have a teammates, I'm not sure how they're gonna get out. It's gonna get even worse in case they don't get the circle. And for PERSIJA, EVOS, they still have to pin them down, try to get that knock onto Alter Ego. Not only the knock, they hope to secure the elite point. Alpha with an AR zone tries to counter onto PERSIJA EVOS, but can he find a good toss it? But before that, it's going to be Potato falling to Yen.
Rosemary a bit low right now, down to only 40% of HP. PERSIJA EVOS start to fan out, but DBD right on top of them. And the circle still hovering around side of DBD. ZERXIA taking down on Alva. And leaving only Rosemary alone to deal the job done for the side of Alter Ego. Barely hanging on his life here. Rosemary hoping nobody will discover him out, but DBD and PERSIJA EVOS eyes onto him. 7-9, knowing the fact they do have the low grounds, not willing to be part of this, just what happened. DBD, if the circle moves away from them, that's going to be them losing it. But if the circle moving with them, DBD can actually just score this chicken.
But the bad news is that we are stage 8, so next is going to be 9. No circle to discuss. As for this team, it's all about take out each other right now. Aizen knocks down Dab. Not much space for 7-9 to work. That means 7-9 only has one player left. And I guess with that one player left, just going to hold all of our positioning points. It's going to be tough. Okay, Aizen, off goal. He sees the shoulder of Tam, but he's not going to pull the trigger just yet. He wants to get a real clear before he does.
Giving false information with the purple smoke just now for Aizen. So he can go for a bit of slighter flank side. Rosemary, you don't want to pick now. You don't want to pick now. ZERXIA got his eyes on you, but the blue zone hurting and burning him off alive. He just sacrificed himself. I will not give it to ZERXIA for the points.
Yeah, rather donate it to the blue instead. But now, DBD and PERSIJA, it was the two teams still with a full squad. However, only has time. DBD wants to end the job with 7-9. But can't seem to find a clear, good angle. Aizen tried, but I guess the space is just not enough. So Tam still buying time for himself, but time is definitely not inside as he's close to the blue. So he will be either forced to move or maybe give himself to the blue, but Tam still trying to put the pressure onto DBD. Tam somehow still managed to evade this.
He's just avoiding the inevitable right now. Down to 1 HP here. Tam, either the blue zone or the bullet. Just choose one. DBD on the other end, they don't have time to lose as well. They need to get out of here. They need to get down. Because PERSIJA EVOS is hardly to be visualized on top of them. Because of the steep of the cliff itself, the angle is impossible for them to see PERSIJA EVOS. But Tam finally goes down. He goes down with a fight anyway. Valiant effort, but Misery shot down on Yen. It's down to 2 squads here. And between these two, who will score the chicken? As DBD losing more men than PERSIJA EVOS will be paid off for the patience. PERSIJA, can they score the chicken? And they did.
Yeah, they came in as a third party. DBD was very focused on the Tam, allowing PERSIJA, he was a creep to them to take them down from behind. And that is how PERSIJA was got this chicken dinner given to them. The first chicken dinner for week number 2 drama is in the hands of PERSIJA EVOS.
PERSIJA EVOS, I mean, like last week they were brilliant. They were one of the top contenders up there. It's just the last day they're not performing, so they're being pushed down. But still, nonetheless, they got themselves the top 8. This time, I mean, like, it's been a while we saw them this happy. I love to see the jolly moment coming up, cheerful faces across our screen right now. ZERXIA, even though his points to get those Rosemary at one point being denied, but still, they got themselves the entire chicken for themselves. Who will be the MVP amongst all these 4? They're all pointing out towards the side of ZERXIA. Everybody deserves to get this MVP in this round.
You know, it looks like who decides the MVP? Is it like production? Is it the marshal or is it the player? It's like, oh, you point there, you point there. It's like, oh, that is ZERXIA with the chicken dinner, with the MVP. 2 eliminations and 724 damage. That is a lot of damage for 2 eliminations. Yes, he's been doing a lot of work for PERSIJA EVOS.
Him and FaZe working as a duo is incredibly scary because these two guys just complement each other so well. It fits the puzzle, how flawless it can get when things really work on their end. Talking about XERXIA and FaZe both having the same mindset. If I'm being the bait, you being the one that fragging on the flank or the off angle, and vice versa. This duo is just so flexible, while the other teammates do actually being the front line and being straight as a attention, tracking all the attention of all the other teams. But when it comes to overall of the teams, DBD, I have to say, week 2 is way better than last week.
Oh yeah, a lot better. Second place finish with a good amount of elimination points. Still can't complain of that. And but PERSIJA EVOS, I mean, they got the circle for the longest time. With the compound, they were truly unchallenged. But we talk about challenge, DBD faced a lot of challenge towards the end of this round. So it's showing that DBD has been working hard for them to get that second place. To me, DBD, they are up for the challenge. They are in this to win this now.
Now, today has been the falling of the tide. This is the first time ever. I'm looking at the Thai teams really struggle in the maps. We barely get to see them in the top 5. And it's just a rare sight to see them this much of challenge, you know. We don't have any Thai flag flying here, despite we do have 3 teams playing. I mean, where is XERXIA? Where is Infinity? Where is FaZe? We can't see them popping off at all today.
Well, this is where the tables turn, right? If you see like DBD doing well, Box Gaming doing okay, and someone has sacrificed. And so happened in this round, like XERXIA had to be sacrificed. 4 points, okay, but because of the last few runs not good, so that is still a big question mark there for Boom. Even like the FaZe Clan as well, they're down there. If we look at this in overall, all the Thai teams that are there, with only the Infinity getting 1 point.
Now, I will be concerned more to a sort of GEEK, honestly. They barely got any points for today. Total up, they only scored 3 across 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to see GEEK fam being in this kind of situation. Like, all 3 points is through elimination points, nothing from placement points. So, I don't know. It's really something they need to go back to the drawing board, because like, now they are the only team that has a single-digit point. Others is a double-digit and above.
It's surprising, honestly. But for a top performance, I think it's well deserving. Zane. Also, Misery is in there. I wish 79 Tom is in there as well, because he's been playing out of our minds today. We do have Echo and Nyan joining in when it comes to top performers in the previous map. But of all across DBD players, there's only one of them that make it through this one. I think that's going to be Jimmy OP. That's not on the board.
Yeah, somebody has to play the support role, right? So fair enough. It is still points on the board for the team, and that is where it all matters. So overall, despite he getting his second place, not getting a chicken dinner, but it is still okay. They're still fairly consistent today. And it is only one more round to go for today for DBT to show if they can be consistent. But you guys can also be consistent with the players, as you can see just like them, by getting the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. That the Chaser comes together with a full suit, mask, and M16.
And we will be consistent too, reminding you guys what's happening in game. But we do have the new beach and pool party team Royal Pass. I mean, like, if you want something to invest, this is the one that you should have the most value out of it. But I love this axe suit. It stings like the jellyfish. It's beautiful to look at, but don't touch it, because it will be very painful if you fight against this axe suit.
Yeah, so you chance until the 5th of October to touch it before other someone else touches it, in which you don't want to give them the chance to touch it because it stings. Like, I'm trying to get
I
somewhere.
stung by jellyfish before, by the way.
Oh, and how do you remedy it?
You just, it will go, if it's not a big stung, it's fine. But usually we use, what you call it, I forgot, a vinegar to actually rub it off. It helps. Some of people say piss on it. I don't know if that works, but yeah, try to do that. But coming back towards our prediction of today, Box still haven't scored any. Mine is just totally debunk. It's going down the drain for all my prediction. Definitely none of this team that I predicted will get anything out of it. But RIQ actually performed okay today. But really, I'm concerned about GEEK Fam right now.
Yeah, maybe need to put it in your prediction tomorrow because some teams like at the bottom and then all of a sudden they just go all the way up. So maybe tomorrow is the day for GEEK Fam, or hopefully the last game, because you don't want to go home feeling down with that amount of points. And yeah, the only team with the single hit, yeah, I mean there are a lot of fields for GEEK Fam time with only like what, 3 points in 5 rounds. That is not the GEEK Fam that we know of.
If we recall what happened in week 1, right? I remember Team Secret also one of the team that really having a rough start in week 1. What's the least amount of point by a team that managed to get in a day? Was it Team Secret that day?
Probably. You're testing my maths now. I need to go back again. I'll answer that later.
I think I try to recall it as well. If I'm not mistaken, Team Secret scored around 6 or maybe like 5 to 6, like 1 point an average for each map in day 1. This is lesser than that, Cloud. Something must have gone wrong somewhere.
I'll give a devil's advocate. To be fair, there's one more round to go, so we can't seal the deal yet. Can't seal the deal yet. Who knows? Maybe this chicken will come and then it'll be like, oh, okay, now we're no longer the team with the lowest points in the single day.
Oh, fingers crossed. And just pray and hope for the best coming out from teams at the very bottom. I mean, like, it's important for them to actually have a double digit in the first day. We do know for a fact there's one group that's not playing here right now, which can be Group B. We do have Vampires, BTR, and who else in there? Team Secret and PB not playing. But Zai is swapping back in and out with West Carey. Do we have Boom swapping players this time?
But you're asking me a question that I'm waiting for whether we are shown the image or not. So far, no. That maybe not. I'm still waiting. Okay, so far maybe with 1 minute left, I don't know. But the team that confirmed swap. Oh, we don't see this swap time. So the IGL Damroot is taking a break and Sonics is coming in. And so this time around they will be operating, likely to be among these. I would say probably Snatch to be the next IGL.
But honestly, when Sonics actually do play, regardless of Damroot is in there or not, I have a feeling it's giving a better dynamic for GEEK Fam, because last time we saw GEEK Fam not doing well either in the first half of the week. But when Sonic actually do steps in, that's why they start to gain those momentum. Maybe Sonic do have a different vibe entirely that give a bit of a grooviness for the entire lineup.
Let's see, because when he debuted in the PMSL, he got 3 eliminations from the start in Sanhok, so maybe this will change their fate. Looks like another IGL change as well. Ventora's out and MR5 in. So also the first time that Ventura is actually taking a break, substituted out. Anyway, we're gonna start the game in about a few more seconds. So the last game today, let's see if GEEK Fam can at least home with double-digit points this time.
And we're back into Miramar. And this time we're coming out all the way from the north, Trailer Park. I wish we do have one Trailer Park circle just to see if Trailer Park actually do exist. But that's something that we will never get. But down south all the way to nothingness, where we'd never have a name for the south of Los Leones yet, do we?
not now. Unless if we get Miramar 2.0. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe, right?
If you can put out a name to the south of Los Leonas, what would it be?
I have the answer actually. You just give me a minute. I have that answer. So it is called Resort if it happens.
Oh man, that's...
And it
so-
will be
such a
reworked,
downer,
of course,
I'll be like-
if we do see PUBG Mobile implementing Miramar 2.0, that is.
Yeah. I mean, I was hoping for you to come up with something really silly, but you didn't do it. But yeah, okay.
Oh, because I had the facts. So, yeah. I mean,
man.
I'm just referencing Miramar 2.0, so yeah.
Oh, come on. Don't be a textbook person now. But at the same time, we do have a very different circle from the flight path. We're just moving away from the circle. XERXIA and Alter Ego, they decided to take down all the way to Los Higos this time. So it's going to be a bit of a journey for them to get towards the center later on. But so far, if you compare with all the trends of the circle and how to read them out, I noticed PERSIJA EVOS has been pinning down quite an alright center. And Sam9, GE, well, hello.
Well, I would have expected GE to be around St. Martin, so they would have known, okay, if they drop here, they're definitely going to take that fight. And now, true enough, it's going to be the fight GE and Sam9 having a lot of confidence after taking multiple fights and maybe that's why they're challenging GE for this spot.
Oh boy, this is going to be nasty, a super messy one as well. Master Ichi, a bit of trading done between them and Sam9, but Mane, what can he do? The rest of their roster is not here. While the side of Sam9, they do have the numbers, overpowering to the side of GE. Oh, this is not doing well. Mane, known for the fact he will not win this fight by the end of the day. Just gonna part his ways, but can he make it on time to leave out of this vicinity? He made it safe, he made it fine.
So despite GE started the shot against Mikhail from Sam9, but countered by Sam9, as we also expected, their momentum today when it comes to taking fights is like Sam9. They're definitely up there in terms of confidence in terms of taking fights, and they're lucky enough as well to find the right weapon. So it's like the stars of Sam9 to get the first blood.
A bit of miscalculation coming up from the side of GE. Thinking the fact there's nobody else there, thinking that it's going to be just a solo scout to drop himself a bit later, parachuting down. But Yoodo Alliance, interesting. Just happen to be sharing with a lot of teams around here as well. On top of Los Leones, you do know for a fact it's more than enough to supply 2 teams and possibly 2.5 teams. But boom, PERSIJA EVOS and Yoodo Alliance happen to be in the same corner. But don't forget about Alter Ego. Alter Ego might actually creep them from behind if they're not being careful.
I'm glad to see PERSIJA was coming back Los Leones because before this, they tried to take that northern side against Vampire, and obviously we all know what happened earlier last week. And back to Los Leones, which I think it's pretty good. You got a lot of loot, you got a lot of space to play with, and it's an urban area, so as a start, you're able to kind of evade your opponent. Not like Yoodo Alliance is the type that really pushes PERSIJA EVOS to the corner. So coming back there, I think it's a great decision for PERSIJA EVOS. Hopefully tomorrow they do the same when Vampire is playing.
Hopefully. But it provided that they're not being locked by vampires, there is. Wherever they go, when you're being locked, you've been locked down. But Tam, Canny, support fire at the back as well. The Tam will finish off the job. Well done. Sam9 is just a different team right now. They're on a rabbit mode. They're just hunting all the teams down. They don't want this position. It's like a bonus for them if they get the chicken. But the thing is, FaZe fighting back. Onzas knock him down from afar. Tam is going to be having a lot of trouble if not being picked up. They need Tam on their side to be aggressive. They lost 2 men in a row now. Sam9 is not going as they planned.
It's actually a simulation by FaZe Clan, so Sam9 anticipated that. But same goes for FaZe Clan. They're prepared for it this time. Not going to make the same mistake as before. And with that, Sam9 loses players, leaving only Dab and Mikhail So we only 2 players now. They're gonna chill for the moment, parking themselves in the areas of Hacienda. While FaZe Clan, at least they managed to defend their ground, so they can play a bit longer this time.
MORPH trying to hike up. You know, I kind of miss Miramar with those high grounds, really. It's been a while we saw somebody try to take people out from those high grounds and getting this elimination farm up just from afar or using the sniper rifle. It's been a while we didn't see that, but thankfully it's because of the circle be shrinking way faster than before. It forces the player to get into a CQC, but QEON and Rocky trying to help his friend while they're fueling up their vehicles. Infinity on the other hand today has not been that day at all.
Yeah, I guess that's also the fight taking meta nowadays. It's like people just like to go hit, pull off a DBS, and fight, and get those points. Rather than, it's like from afar, get a knock, and potentially be stolen away after that. Because right now, with point system, elimination points bring a lot of value. You can get 0 places, that's fine. But if you get like 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, that's absolutely hey. As compared to like the previous point system, a chicken dinner brings a lot of value, and you will see that a lot of teams try to pick that high ground, very, very high ground, because it's much safer than to hold on for positioning, and you get more value out of positioning instead.
True that. All I'm waiting right now is the implement of a new system where, just like PL, like example, the first stage, you double up your points if you get eliminations. That would be way, way more fun to watch. Just during the first stage. Imagine all the teams, the moment they jump down, they loot up just a tiny bit of pistols and a couple of UAZs to find quite early on. Even not even trying to find those vehicles, just go straight for the micro Uzis and the rifles, just start gun people down. That'd be really fun to watch, to force those fight early on. But still not implemented yet, so I'm waiting for that to happen. On the side of DX, I did mention about taking those high grounds. Luckily, somebody heard me, and they tried to do their classical Miramar plays.
And let's see how long do they stay, because last we saw on image they were on the move, so maybe it's more like a scouting point for them instead of like trying to get eliminations from there. Since they were full squad, yeah, they can kind of like split out and do some scouting and then move on to it if they decide to. And if there's someone, they can still take fights because they still have a full squad at the end of the day. But you know what? As you spoke about like the first 2 circles getting double points, BL, I would want the emergency pickup to be implemented in esports or tournament mode for PUBG Mobile. I think that would be amazing. I believe PEL already implemented that.
We casters so greedy, so demanding. But yeah, I mean, like, that's you know, that's the thing about a game. Sometimes it just progresses over time. It makes it more interesting. But at the same time, back into the game, GE, they lost Master Ishii, right? But at the same time, I feel like they want to hunt people down. They're 1 man down already. So what do they respond after this? Do they wait in the center? Because I noticed some teams, example, right, like Sem9, when they start hunting people down, when they start to lose men here, they try to slow things down a little bit and just go for the center, wait it out for the right timing to pick out. But I'm not sure about DX, side of even like FaZe, Sem9, GE right now. Especially GE. I really hope that one day a wildcard team can actually lift up the trophy of PMSL.
They are definitely on the rise, not gonna lie. I mean, a lot of improvement compared to the last PMSL that they didn't even make it to the grand finals. Based on performance, at least, still looking good. Of course, we are still not even halfway through, but what they're showing is that they have that high potential of actually lifting up the trophy. I think that's really far-fetched, but at least they progress. And maybe with a couple more seasons, they'll be able to be the one to lift up the trophy and prize everyone and put a lot more attention to the wildcard teams.
Not just that, maybe the other region will start to feeling the pressure that, you know what, every other region start to catch up now. They need to push themselves a bit forward, a bit more than the usual, breaking those limits to see something extraordinary happening in the game. Because right now it feels that everybody restrain themselves from doing what they usually do. Maybe the pressure coming up because a lot at stake for this tournament is not just the PMSL trophy, it's about the PMGC, their next and possibly the biggest stage there is right now.
Yeah, if we talk about like the wild card, G now, I would say that they have quite a significant gap with P for the wildcard ticket to PMGC. So very, very likely they will be the one to represent. If there's any additional wildcard, it's going to be PBE taking the top 6 in the grand final. And then you have both of them. But if not, then I would say you would definitely have PSG unless a disaster happens for them and PBE just goes insane and gather like 300 points ahead of GE to overtake. Yeah, that's the gap.
Back on this. Circle will shrink now. Sam 9 waiting in the center. This time PERSIJA EVOS still inside of a circle. You have to give it to PERSIJA EVOS. They're so good at reading circles for this season though. On the MORPH side, they spotted out the scattered GEEK fam. They want to get at least one down while forcing them to stay in the blue zone. But GEEK fam, they're already like tremendously losing a lot of points by today. The only team with single digit is not even the high single digit, by the way. Have a lot of catching up to do by tomorrow. But maybe they're just going to catch up within this game. We have no clue if that's going to happen. Because there are cases where that one team managed to push all the way up just within one map. And we've seen that before, right, Cloud?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's why, okay, lowest point collected in the single day by the single team. Okay, one more game to... Okay, we'll hold our horses now. They still have a full squad, so anything can happen. Full squad. Even as a trio, anything can happen. We've seen like multiple chicken dinners as a trio as well. So that's also giving some hope to FaZe Clan, GE, teams that already got casualties to probably even pop off with the chicken dinner of their own.
Box. The only team without any chicken for this entire PMSL right now. Spot out the entirety of XERXIA. Behind XERXIA, they do have an airdrop. I'm not sure if they loot it out or not. The box do their tapping, they're attracting all this attention, all focus on towards them, and they're being surrounded by now. If not being careful, something start to push in. Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego. They hurt those vehicles coming towards this side. Adik hiding himself out. FaZe spotted Alter Ego. And I think this is the time for Adik want to pick out as well. Because Alter Ego happened to be transitioning into the circle, caught in between midway through. And FaZe Clan, so there's a lot of peekaboo moments in the game as well. The moment they spray, they knocks and they got some damage done, they just hide indoors and not willing to give away their position. I love those strategy coming up from this team for the past few years. But Boo Boo, can he get out from here?
No circle, surrounded by XERXIA, and not only XERXIA crashing onto him, but at least PERSIJA kind of helped him by knocking out us. The MORPH MPX, MORPH GPX actually coming in, and at least they put up the odds right now, 3v3. As Chopper dated down. Ooh, that was a beautiful. Where did that come from? It's from Boo Boo.
They're fighting head on. You thought he's been cornered, but he bites back. But the one that they cannot bite back is going to be the blue zone. Because nobody can fight the blue zone. It's not your friend. Mega Mind want to wrap things around, but he's going to be jumping shot. MORPH couldn't make it through Mega Mind. He couldn't hit up. Oh man, XERXIA. It's a loss between those two teams.
Too bad. He was too low to reset in time. And for check it out by the blue. So 3 points for him. PERSIJA EVOS. Wow. Last we saw they had the circle, but they got eliminated somehow, and they got eliminated by GEEK. 4 points in the back for GEEK, but now they got to reset quick. Yoodo Alliance has arrived.
No time to reset for Mika. No time to reset at all. Yeah, Adik already breached in, and Yoodo Alliance taking over this compound, capitalizing over GEEK fam. Slowly but surely, clipping down one by one, leaving GEEK fam to only one last player sniped indoors. He couldn't hold on much longer. This rifle cannot put up to work for the entirety of GEEK fam. Yoodo Alliance knocked two down. Snipes make it work. Oh boy, I take that back. But here comes another Rainbow Boy fighting down GEEK fam. couldn't make it happen. Did secure more than 4. Oh.
So it looks like they're going to end the day with 7 points for GEEK. Still the only team with a single digit, putting aside the teams that didn't play today. GE trio against DBD, who's hot now. Not a good news for GE, fighting up against a team that is on the roll today. DBD waiting to get the first knock before they charge it. They're still aware that by playing as a trio, they cannot let their guard down. But at the same time, Yoodo Alliance, just as they ended the fight, Alter Ego Rosemary knocked down Adelum.
Oh, it's not done yet. 7-9 on RRQ, DBD on GE. The fight's happening, commencing everywhere during the Great Migration. It's already stage 4 here. GE on DBD, and DBD is definitely losing a lot of men down here. GE as well, leaving Smile and Monet to actually pull the clutch and pull the wonderful skills that they can do. But Yen, just impossible to defeat him. Jumping out of that window, straight away shooting him down. Monet hoping to drop a big one. He can. All about timing. No, he did drop a smoke just now. I thought it was going to be a bit too late for that one.
The smoke DBD, so that kind of bought us some time. But Myrna still managed to get the second knockdown. Now, okay, he cannot let his guard down. He cannot turn his back. Okay, DBD probably by sandwich. Okay, Myrna. Now Yen goes up to the second floor. Probably going to surprise him from the floor down. Myrna with the DBS goes in. Aizen on his knees. Make sure Aizen is safe. They cannot let Aizen be eliminated. Myrna now goes up to the second floor instead, resetting himself. Yen will pin him down. Aizen still on his knees. They need to win the fight before that. Jimmy will be the one to revive Aizen.
And they can clutch this one. Oh! 1 HP left. 1 HP. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, being run down by Alter Ego. Box on D-Axe. Where Monet playing a bit of a maze game against DBD. Now waiting for them to jump shot. Close enough.
Oh, but is it close enough now? Oh, because United has arrived. Okay, Porsche alone. And here we go. Porsche, Lamborghini. But Porsche can pick up his teammate. Okay, Parjin. Where is he though? But the rest of Boom. Okay, close by. They might want to come in as the third party Lamborghini with the DBS. And that's going to be an easy cleanup for DZ.
Clean one from Lamborghini as well. There was definitely a very fast execution in a very small amount of time. Back to us, so many teams going down continuously and multiple times. We saw the kill feed going crazy here. Down to only 10 teams in stage 5. Yoodo Alliance, at least they still have a 4. How many full squads we do have? Yoodo Alliance is going to be RRQ. Box Gaming still alive. Infinity and Boom. This might be the best shot for Box Gaming to score themselves those chicken, because all the other teams are so busy fighting each other out. Yoodo Alliance, after one to the other, now have to fight against Boom as well. And it's going to be not just them. We do have RRQ waiting around the corner.
Oh, and somehow Yummy already got 2 eliminations. Okay, because this will be the rise of Boom in the final round for today. As Yoodo Alliance flex. Okay, the Yoodo Alliance has arrived. So they have this compound to call their home for now. And Boom, I guess they need to get that 1 knock at least before they can rush in. They cannot just rush in like that, because they don't have the information and they know it's 4v4. So in an equal situation of numbers, maybe not the situation they put themselves in.
But they try to bait out with this hand grenade just now. Yoodo Alliance, on the other hand, know exactly where they stand. But DBD, they're definitely not having a very good day. With open up top warehouse, boss can just lob those nades from above. They definitely can see where the rest of DBD is with those kind of loophole. RRQ taking out the last player of Alter Ego. That's going to be the last of it of Alva. FaZe, on the other hand, realize we don't want to be part of this just yet. We need to get into the center of a circle first, just to make sure our safety is confirmed for the sake of insurance. Box Gaming, on the other hand, this is where they actually do have a shot at chicken as a full squad. They last this long. Pombit and the rest of Boom they don't have a clue where Yoodo Alliance players are, even though Yoodo Alliance kind of separated, but Yoodo Alliance can see where they're going through. 7-9 forcing out FaZe. That's the last of them. Well, that's going to be only last Thai teams left. Infinity.
That's going to be the second time back-to-back that FaZe Clan got eliminated by 7-9. So I guess it's going to be a grudge between the two. But for Jimmy, we find the grudge with Boss Gaming. And 6 out goes to 3 more to go for Boss Gaming. 2 of them with nades in hand. Behind the same vehicle. But Jimmy will be, okay, he turns back. But before he could do anything, he's been taken in 2K. Thanks to the nade from him. Now Yen comes in to back him up. But it's going to be 3.
Never turn your back on your opponents. And that's the loss of DBD. TM2K. What a magnificent grenade just now. Yoodo Alliance dropping another nade on top of Yummy May. Boom trying to reset themselves. There's leaving only one player left. Can they revive? Achol is down. Nowhere to be found. And that's it. Is that the loss of Boom?
Oh, one member of Boom actually escaped. And that's going to be part. Got the vehicle rotating and now in the circle. Definitely going to only go for positioning points.
Sam9 do have the airdrop for themselves. Box having a trio this time. Have to think about whether to fight Infinity or Sam9. They have to pick their poison now, or they go up north taking a fight against the Xaviers. They do have their buggies prepared. Box Gaming on the head at the end. Have to cut across straight, but it's gonna be a difficult one. They might be sandwiched between two.
Let's see, Shirley. Okay, almost getting Pondbit. Pondbit got to be careful. Okay, now Pondbit doesn't have a vehicle. At least he's in the circle. But all eyes on the Pondbit now, being the last member of Boom. And if he goes out, that's going to be minimal placement points for him. And only 2 elimination points for Boom Esports. It's not going to be that much. Oh, Hexas! Oh no, Pondbit and Troll as Boom goes boom, boom, boom to Hexas. RQ is taking him out. So it's going to be only very minimum points for Boom in this time.
I love how Hexas just casually tossed it over and just turned the other way round. But Yoodo Alliance, they're not aware. The RQ already prepared for the fight against them. They've been waiting there for quite a long time. Infinity have to greet Box Gaming. This trio of Box will try to wrap around the entirety of Infinity and around this patrol station. Trong Zen already prepped the nick too long right now. Amsal will try to fire back, but they cannot get it through. Box leaving only 2 players left.
Oh, that nade blaster in the face of Guang. Unfortunately, that damaged him, allowing space for the Infinity to take him instead. And Gen2K in the pursuit of getting to safety, unfortunately not safe enough for him. Still caught up by the Infinity and finally eliminated. That's us with 5 teams left. As we're at stage 6, 5 teams again in the last round.
Infinity still going to be alive for now. We're down to 5 teams, a full squad on REQ and Infinity. Bear tried to communicate with the team, tried to reset themselves as fast as they can. Repobot on the other end got a glimpse on DX in the center. DX only have Porogin. Where to run, where to hide. The blue zone is closing in as well. He doesn't have himself. He does actually have a buggy. He will save Lamborghini for the sake of survival as well. They need each other out. But lucky for the side of these Xaviers, Yoodo Alliance is not committed to those fights. But RQ taking limb by limb of Yoodo Alliance out. Nepeko cooking up the net, dropping on 2. Maybe a jumble up. Never mind, Repo will clip just a tiny bit of it. Nepeko dropping another one. Nepeko tried to push himself upwards, but the problem is the terrain is uneven. It's so hard to have a glimpse on the other side of Yoodo Alliance. But DS is coming on the back line. Flax, if he doesn't move, he'll be hammed down like a really squeezy sandwich and no way out at all.
Well, I don't know where Flax is going now. It's going to be hard for him. At least he has another teammate in the circle. The Repo boy, okay, he found a small shack to park himself. But for Flex, okay, he has a vehicle still, luckily enough. So now zooming past onto Repo boy. But that will also give Repo boy's position away. But that's okay, as long as he still survives. I think these Xavier and Araki to fight it out with each other.
Oh, Hexas, did you see this one? Paragin came out of nowhere, out of the blue zone, from off angle entirely, distracted RRQ from Yoodo Alliance, giving Yoodo Alliance a bit more time to recover themselves. While No Mercy is not happy about Yoodo Alliance, they managed to get away. The rest of RRQ, they don't want to just lurk around anymore. They split it into 2 ways now. the other half of it tried to scout out for the rest of Yoodo Alliance, who got themselves the center of the circle, while the remaining of ROQ will actually focus onto the side of DX. Nepeko, his eyes onto the side of Yoodo Alliance. He knows what he wants, and he gets it.
Yeah, the shack was too open, and that allowed Nepeko to finish off some Yoodo Alliance, and they managed to rotate into the circle at the same time. So scouting work, shooting, done both, 2 in 1. And speaking about shooting, Shirley shoots from afar, taking down Dap, leaving Mikhail all alone and on the outside of the circle. But luckily now he has a vehicle, but where he's going to park himself?
Infinity split into two. Bear and Armstyle try to follow the footsteps of Logan. Mikhail is just gonna go through those haystacks. Parjay spotted RRQ. He's taking a jab on them again. Hexa's on the ground bleeding out. He's just gonna reload that Mini 14. Have another go against Mercy. RRQ slowly in shambles by DX, tearing them, falling apart. But Infinity now coming from the back line. DX, they're working as a duo this entire time. Nothing stopping them.
Oh, not at all. And if they can pull it off a chicken dinner as a duo, it's going to be insane. But let's see what Lamborghini and Parj do about the Infinity now, who's just in front of them. And not only by Lamborghini, that also gives information to the Infinity that he's up there, but there's nothing much he can do while he's sitting. While on the other side, we got our RQ resetting, taking that while these two teams try to eliminate each other.
Time's on the clock ticking here. 40 seconds to go. These guys, they don't have any more circles to take covers from. It's going to be the entirety of Blue Zone wiping the entire map out. These Xaviers, Parjin and Lamborghini, what a duo, lasted this long. Fighting so many teams after one the other. They are against all odds in the world right now. 2 teams full squad. But DX just happened to be in the way. Parjin taking on another. I don't know what grudge he has against RRQ, but they definitely don't want to go down just yet. They're taking on the fight with RRQ multiple times. Multiple knockdowns on RRQ. Like zombies, they'll be back up like the undead, but this time they're really dead. As Parjin knocked down and finish off MORPH, Nepeko will be next. And these Xavier, they sting, and they sting it so much that this team slowly show they are in pain. It's a 3-way war. RRQ Hexas trying to hold his line, fighting the entirety of Infinity.
Here we go. RRQ and the Infinity want the Xavier on the other side. Homestyle sprays onto RRQ, gets a knockdown to Nepeko. And there's an opening for Shirley with the DBS, but unfortunately Shirley countered by Hexas and Co. There's Beer level still to remember the European and Hexas also taking down Beer. Ling, only one member of the Infinity left. That's Homestyle on the other side.
Oh, but DX, this is their taken possibly. They're just gonna revive back Parjin. I'm not sure did he pick back up Lamborghini. No, he just living by. Outstar now focus onto the side of Parjin, who's making so much work for the team. But Lamborghini have to be sacrificed. Back to a side of Infinity. Outstar, what to do? The Blues start to close on his side first. RQ open up a triangle, 2-1 formation. Infinity and Shetty as just bleeding out. Parjin got himself a couple of dead boxes around lane. He's just gonna loot himself and try to replenish as much resources as possible, tossing the net to a side of RRQ. He got a full 4 walls right now. All he needs to do is just take covers and hoping for the best that he will land all those shots, all those hand grenades, giving pressure to the side of RRQ. RRQ on the other hand, nobody focus on Homestyle. All eyes towards the side of DX. Can RRQ close his game and not choke about it?
Let's see here. Take down Homestyle, who's super duper low right now. Nepeko knows where Parjin is, but he's not close enough to toss a name. But now he could have that opening with Homestyle being eliminated. Now all hands on deck. It's going to be RRQ taking on Parjin. One nade to rule that day. Parjin still managed to evade the nade. He still survives for now. But moving on for the jump shot comes in from Nepeko. And Parjin will be taken out. RRQ rules the day with the chicken dinner.
Finally, won my prediction scored. But what an end just now. My mind's been blown up by these Xaviers. The RRQ team got the chicken dinner, but you have to give the spotlight on DX. They lost a duo, wiping the entirety of PUBG Mobile. The frag is not that high, but the knockdown was incredibly so much. Abundance of it. Infinity full squad down to none because of DX.
Oh yeah, RRQ had some help from D Xavier as well. But to be fair, D Xavier did try to take down members of RRQ, but like what you mentioned before, they're like the walking undead. It's like it's hard to take down the members of RRQ. You knock, they revive, you knock, revive, and one of them is the Peko. Multiple times he knocks, but not an issue for him. That's why he's the MVP. 5 eliminations and 725 damage. The guy that's always been consistent with RRQ since back in the day, the original members of RRQ.
Now my dream team from Indonesia right now is gonna be Nepeko, Rosemary, and Yummy May. Possibly one more. I have to think about it. Maybe Lux in that case. Yeah. But back to us, Snowmares and Nepeko, Hexas, and more. I mean, like, Nepeko, we do know what a formidable, high quality players out there. Nepeko just, if you compare Nepeko last season and this season, last season more towards Asar. This season is just Nepeko.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Nepeko, not the first time that he has shown a good skill. The last time in PMSL Asia, he got the most eliminations. So he's still showing that he's relevant to the team now, despite some changes here and there with No Mercy coming in the main lineup, and he's still unmovable as well in the lineup of RQ. But besides him, D Xavier, who finished second with PERSIJA holding a second place finish together with his partner duo that's Lamborghini. In fact, they played with 2 players for quite a long time, I believe. So finish up second, I mean, it's commendable for D Xavier.
It's a lot of work. It's definitely worth credit to be mentioned about. I mean, like these Xaviers, what took them so long to bring back that A game? And I missed that kind of play from Lamborghini himself and PERSIJA. It was incredible play coming up from the side of these Xaviers, definitely. But coming up from the side of GEEK fam, I think the bane for GEEK fam right now is all the Malaysian teams, because mostly they're being finished off by these teams.
Yeah, but as you thought that, Thai teams not performing, at least Ending still has the Infinity up there. So like, okay, waving the Thai flag, don't crowd us. We still got the top 3, not too bad as well. And yeah, and they also had like Beer in the lineup, and Beer got himself a couple of elimination points. That shows that his inclusion into the lineup of the Infinity, it's not just like for fame sort of substitution in it, but he does value to the Infinity.
12 eliminations, the only team with the double digit coming up from RRQ this time, just shows how incredible tough that last circle was, because a lot of teams happen to be having those fights. The crossfire happened in stage number 4. That's like all around the circle happened to be commencing the battle at the same time. Alter Ego unfortunately ended up with a 0. Same goes for PERSIJA, EVOS. On the side of GEEK, at least it scores a 7 in total, right? I saw multiple times a lot of teams that going out with a 0, including PERSIJA, EVOS, and Alter Ego. The case with those zeros is because they get the knockdown, but they didn't finish it off.
Well, speaking about finishing off, we're going to stop the day with, unfortunately, GEEK fam still with a single digit, only a single digit, 7 points in 6 games today. But at least some points for GEEK fam, the only team without placement points as well. On the other end, Sun9, no chicken, no problem for them. Who needs a chicken dinner if you can dish out that amount of eliminated points and still be up there?
That's kind of true. But back to it, board right now. I feel like it's a bit too early for us to conclude everything else. Maybe today is just warming up day for some of the teams here. But tomorrow is going to be a different story. And tomorrow we do have Group B playing. Now that's going to spice things up a bit when the Vampires is there to hunt people down. Just hope PERSIJA EVOS is ready for the next day tomorrow. But don't forget, on the 25th till the 27th of August, it's going to be in Sunway Velocity Mall for the on-ground PMSL South Asia Fall Grand Finals. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Malay casters will be there, but we won't be around.
What's most important is that it's going to be free. So free entry,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of it. If anyone tries to sell you tickets, no. Don't listen to them. It's going to be free. You guys especially, you guys miss offline. The last we had one is the MPL Southeast Asia in Pavilion Bukit Jalil last year. So now it's back. Make sure you attend and don't regret it. And what a day it has been, I must say. Today is fast, I must say. Yeah, a lot of rounds. We don't really need to wait until the 9th day. But without further ado, let's send it back to Flava, our host. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have just concluded the map number 6, or should I say the final map of the day, and the results have been shown as well. And I'm joining for the final interview for the day, which is none other than Tam, representing from Team Sam9. So Tam, congratulations. Despite not having a single chicken dinner for the day, you guys managed to be placed in top 3 with 59 points for day number 1. Now, how does it feel? How's the team going? How's the momentum going on with the whole team? So Tam, tanya diucapkan, walaupun tidak berjaya mendapatkan sebarang chicken dinner pada hari yang pertama untuk minggu kedua ini, Team Sam9 masih lagi mampu untuk berada di kedudukan top 3 dengan 59 mata. Jadi apakah perasaan pasukan Sam9 sekarang ni? Apakah keadaan situasi dengan mereka? Apa perasaan Tam?
Perasaan kita orang happy lah untuk week 1 kita orang dapat mulakan day 1 ni dengan baik. Kita orang harap sebab esok kita orang cuti. So kita orang harap seterusnya kita orang boleh konsisten lah.
Alright, so what Tam mentioned is that the team is very happy with their performance despite not having a single chicken dinner. And at the same time as well, they know that they will not be playing tomorrow and it's going to be their rest day. So they'll be resting up well to ensure that they're able to actually play to their best of capabilities on the following days. Now, amazing response, Tam. Now, followed by that. Now, we saw that you clashed a lot with Box Gaming during your rotations. Now, is this, do you see Box Gaming as a threat for you here at PMSL after, it's already been a week going out through the competition, or are they just free points for you? So Tam, soalan macam ni, during rotasi korang sepanjang hari ini, korang banyak bertemu dengan pasukan Box Gaming. Jadi adakah anda menganggap pasukan Box Gaming sebagai satu threat kepada diri anda dan juga pasukan Sam9, ataupun adakah mereka hanyalah free points sahaja untuk anda?
Untuk benda tu saya rasa dekat tim yang main kat PMSL ni semua power, tak ada yang free point. Cuma saya rasa dia tak belajar daripada kesilapan dia. Itulah saya rasa.
Okay, so basically what he mentioned was, in the most respective way, he says that all the teams here at PMSL are strong opponents. But unfortunately, what he mentioned is that I think Box Gaming did not learn from their mistakes, and please refrain from seeing Sam9 if you guys don't want to lose all points. Okay, bold move right there. And of course, your team will not be playing tomorrow. Okay, you are having a rest day. Now, the question is here, which teams are in your radar right now as the top team, as the biggest threat here in PMSL for Team Sam9? Apakah pasukan yang paling mencabar atau paling kuat yang di mata pasukan Sam9 sekarang ini di PMSL setelah melihat performance mereka sepanjang minggu pertama dan juga hari pertama di sini di minggu yang kedua?
Pasukan yang bagi cabaran dekat PMSL ni VPE dengan PJF lah, yang memang ketara semua orang boleh nampak.
So basically what he mentioned is that the two teams that is on the team's radar currently right now is Vampire Esports as well as PGF. So because these two teams are clearly in the eyes, not just for Sam9 but also for the other teams as well. And last but not least, Tam, since you're here and as our final interview, anything you want to say to all your fans out there, the ones who are supporting Team Sam9 here at PMSL? Jadi apakah kata-kata akhir Tam kepada kesemua penyokong dan juga peminat sana untuk pasukan Team Sam9?
Untuk penyokong-penyokong Sam9, kami daripada Sam9 mengucapkan terima kasih. Terima kasih juga untuk manajemen Sam9, untuk Bos Tommy terutama. Terima kasih support kita orang daripada belakang tabir. Terima kasih sangat.
Alright, so Tam mentioned, thank you so much to all the supporters, especially the management team, especially mentioning Boss Tommy, as well as everybody else out there who have been continuously supporting Team Sam9. Thank you so much, Tam, for the amazing interview, and thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. That concludes here our first day of week 2 here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023. So I guess that's it from us, from the interview side. We're gonna hand it over to whoever is going to be taking over right after this.
Well, Group A is not playing tomorrow. I mean, I'm not worried for Sem9, but the others though, we talked about BN United, Infinity, and Box Gaming. They definitely have to figure. At least the rest will have time for them to refresh themselves for the day after that.
And also learn from your mistakes. That is Tom's message, probably in general as well, for everyone as well as you go along. But tomorrow, what will be feared by the other teams is going to be the turn of Vampire Esports. Obviously, they didn't play today, so they had a amount of time to see what other teams change, how do they drop, how do they roll, so on. So tomorrow, they will be prepared for the challenge that's going to be coming.
That's kind of true. We do have Group B joining back tomorrow with us, Vampire Esports, BTR, PBE, and Team Secret. Now, so far, if we call the group of death, I have to give it to us. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of segregated evenly based on today's performance, honestly. I mean, like, when it comes to grouping wise. But will things change tomorrow? We have to wait and see. The dynamic of Group B definitely have a different firepower on their side, and the vibe is scary enough, especially for PERSIJA EVOS. Are you guys ready for tomorrow? Another meetup for your love story against Vampire Esports.
Yeah, let's not forget of PLAYBOOK Esports, who can come up with surprises as well. So this is a team that also disturb other teams. So yeah, I mean, Group B, Vampire Esports, BTR, PLAYBOOK Esports. I know some of you might be like, oh, you don't mention so much about Team Secret. Well, I mean, based on last week's performance, respect to them, but you know, this is the thing about teams that are like at the bottom, right? They there's some sort of like buff because of the desperado that they have, and who knows, they will turn up tomorrow and surprise all of us. So for tomorrow, for a surprise, you need to stay tuned, what happens or not. That will be all for today from us at the Caster Desk. My name is the Handler Cloud, and I have the beautiful Choo Choo with me. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye.